you can literally scatter this stuff like dust or embed it into a sheet of paper. This was commercially released 10 years ago. It's a tiny computer, and it features data processing, data storage, wireless comms, and it's probably as close to the true smart dust vision from the early DARPA days as we've come so far. They're designed to harvest energy from the environment around them and to communicate via a mesh network.
Welcome to the Daily Wrap-Up, a concise show dedicated to bringing you the most relevant independent news as we see it from the last 24 hours. Saturday, December 28th, 2024. Thank you for joining me today. Took a little bit of a different direction with the show today. I mean, we've done shows somewhat like this. I mean, basically the larger point today is that I put off pretty much all of the foreign policy focus until tomorrow. And I started organizing some of the things that I had pulled off. Obviously, some of the bigger, interesting dynamics going on in the political field today and over the last couple of days. But it really kind of developed today in an interesting direction. Some stuff, I mean, most of everything today we've touched on, you know, whether it be genetically modified organisms or nanotechnology or pharmaceuticals in general or artificial intelligence. But an interesting overlap from something that I tend not to get into. And that, I mean, I focus on some of these social kind of upheavals in a lot of ways and kind of passing points as it relates to something larger. I don't tend to put too much stock in some of these kind of, you know, a lot of stuff that Tim Pool and them love to talk about, like the ongoing partisan arguments and what the different social upheaval is and the different social manipulations. But what's interesting about this today in regard to specifically the immigration HB1 conversation is I think a lot of people are recognizing, I mean, the obvious first. We all have to acknowledge this is kind of one of those uncomfortable kind of, I kind of told you so moments, you know, where we don't want to have to be, like, nobody should be relishing what we're watching. I mean, it's implosion. We're watching this, I mean, maybe it turns a corner tomorrow and gets right back on whatever they think their track was. But the point is, this is from the rest of the world, this looks really bad. And I think it's really showing us the reality of where our government, not one side or the other, but just our control structure really is. But it is interesting because it stands out in such a bombastic way. And my point was first that a lot of us were kind of hinting at before the election, the idea of Musk and Vivek and Vance and how all of them somewhat hated each other, rather more so Trump, than all of a sudden they were on his side, and all this kind of weird development in the direction of everything that entire group was 30 seconds ago fighting against. And maybe they don't see it, or maybe I'm wrong, but I think it's quite obvious where just the Great Reset in a general point is not just picking its head out. I mean, it is on full display with the direction that Elon Musk and the rest of them are taking. It's just the good guy version. And they even used that framing in a different conversation. It's really alarming to me. But so that's the obvious first point, is it's kind of like, well, I think anybody objective kind of saw this coming, or that not just the division and the arguments, the too many big personalities in one room, but sort of the direction of I guess, revealing the agenda within this discontent, or rather disagreement. And I think that's starting to stand out. And that's what I'm kind of pointing at underneath it all. But then beyond that, the reason I wanted to talk about it a bit today was because it really does start to expose many different things that I think are important to highlight. One of which is around the continually evolving point around Elon Musk. And I think the reality of what he really is in all of this, whether you think he's a complete puppet, it's like a front face for the agenda, whether he has any real intelligence or connection to these things or not, which is one extreme part of the argument, or whether he's the one actually controlling everything and he's the one in charge of it all. I tend to think it's somewhat more in the middle, maybe a little bit more slanted towards the first part. But interestingly, these things are starting to kind of unravel in front of us. And even if this is all some kind of coordinated distraction, which is also something we should consider, pretty much always consider that, it still is showing you things that I think are very important, which is more to the idea, that's the whole thing today. And as always, for those that know this show, is not about highlighting that the right is wrong on this or the left, or that's never the objective here. But within the non-partisan perspective, that can still be part of the point. But in this conversation, it's about just that your government as a whole, or rather even more so, whatever's really the controlling entity in all of this, control structure, as it were, that ultimately it's revealing the true direction of where it's going. And I think what this is showing you is that this debate around it is how they're using people. And to put a really fine point on it, again, it's such a broad conversation. That last thing I said there, I think it's highlighting that there's a lot of good people in this conversation that are being played by what's happening with the whole thing. And in regards to the current right Republican structure, which I see as just one more part of your ongoing government, but also the idea that there are very bad people within that group, which kind of always is the case. But I think we saw this in an earlier point about the even Kamala versus Trump dynamic, where I think it was Weinstein, a few others kind of pointed out the interesting idea that both sides, rather, just your government seems to be leaning into the most radical elements of their side, and then both of them acting like they have no idea what you're talking about. And I think to a degree, we're seeing that too. I mean, let's be real. I think our audience is very capable of being honest with themselves about whether you're Republican or not, about the idea that there's a very dark thread, a vein that goes through that conversation. And again, I hate to always have to both sides it, but I do think it's the case on the other side as well, and very dangerous and dark, as you all well know, directions. But my point, though, is that in this conversation, within the people that support that side, there very much is part of the conversation within it. They're all immigrants are bad or very clear racism. I do not think that's the majority. But I think it's worth pointing out that now that part of the conversation is sort of rapidly pushing back on the idea that maybe we should let some immigrants in. And it's exactly what I was kind of talking about. Now, be clear on this. I do not think that's the majority of even Republicans, but it's important to highlight how that's happening. Now, the other part we're going to actually start with today, and you'll see how these two things very much come together in the way that I see this picture coming together. You have the Maha discussion. Now, I want to be also very clear about this to start. This is not meant to be an indictment of RFK Jr. He's part of the conversation. To be very clear in the beginning, I more so see him as sort of being used in all of this. But I would also point out that I'm very suspicious of whether he is just dishonest about it all, simply because of his stance on Israel. And that may bother some people, but it's a very incredible stance to take with what's going on in the world, claiming to be pro anything he is while supporting what's happening. I mean, everything he says he's fighting for is taking place in the genocide of Gaza, Lebanon, Syria, whether it's health, war, all of it. That's only to say that makes me very worried about whether all of it's false, but assume, for the sake of conversation, a lot of what he's done has been outstanding around health. So that's in saying that I think the Maha discussion, the deception of it all, is not necessarily, could be, but not necessarily RFK doing that. I think he's being used to get people in line with what ultimately is like a bait and switch, where we're now seeing, and it's not even a bait and switch. I mean, they're literally showing you what they're doing, and they're just calling it something else in many of these cases. And we're going to start with the point about Elon Musk and drugs he's taking to lose weight. And it's just a side point, but interestingly, to show how RFK comes out early that those are ridiculous. That's not health. That's disgusting. He didn't say that, but we'll get into it. But then at the end of it, after a period of time, kind of walks it back. It goes, well, yeah, they have a place, but we should lean into good food. Clearly just seems to be so desperately trying to hold on to the tattered remnants of what he thought Maha would be, as they're jamming in pharmaceuticals and artificial intelligence and nanotech. And pharmaceuticals, talking about an injection to lose weight. It's actually an injection for people that have diabetes, but let's just give it to wealthy people who want to drop a few pounds, right? How about you just eat better and exercise? God forbid, that's what health actually looks like. And we'll get into that to start. But a lot of the stuff in this conversation is really frustrating because it's so transparent in where it's going. And that's my point. What I said about RFK is I know he pushes back on some of this stuff. GMOs, for example, we're going to start with the very first point. But yet, I think we all kind of recognize, if you understand what Trump has done thus far, last administration to this very point, and what he says, he's very pro big business, and that includes GMOs. And people in his circle are very pro, basically genetically modified everything at this point. I'm concerned about that. So I want conservatives, really everybody out there, but largely people that think that they're going in a good direction. And I hope I'm wrong and it goes in that direction anyway. But if you see what we're talking about today and you feel that it contradicts what you see is happening, raise hell about it. We have to stand up about this because it's not about left or right. It's about what we do, what we all generally think is the right direction for this country, for your state, for the species. I mean, these things have to matter in a larger sense. And I think we all can acknowledge, the whole point about Maha, they're giving you these ideas because they know you want them. But when you can very rapidly begin to see that it's not going in that direction, then two things need to be understood. They're lying to you, And secondarily, that we're on the same side in that conversation, whether or not we're left and right. That's powerful. And that needs to continue to be a common ground that we find. Otherwise, we will always stay divided. So I'm going to start today with an excellent article written by Derek Brose. Biden administration and, quote, Mr. Monsanto continue to bully Mexico into accepting GMO corn. I got to be honest, this article really frustrated me, like in more ways than usual. And it's I guess in a big picture, it's hard to say actually what GMO food will, I mean, obviously I don't think it's a small thing, but I was kind of going to say in the bigger picture, this might be a smaller point in all that's happening, but who knows? I think we're at a point where we really don't know what this will materialize into in a very short, so many years. I mean, I really believe that we're going to see a very rapid change in ways that we probably don't like unless we stand up. But my point is that it bothered me so strongly because of what this shows you. About a country trying to, at least as it appears to me, doing what they believe is right for their people, and maybe there's a benefit to them. I mean, trust me, I'm jaded when it comes to government, so I'm always going to leave that caveat. But whatever the benefit to them, the action is the right direction. We don't want your disgusting, cancer-causing, manipulated genetic food, or at least corn in this case, because corn is very important to Mexico. And fighting back against it, and then from Trump's administration through Biden's administration, using their trade agreements to sort of force them to accept their garbage food. And then when Mexico stands up and says, we have our own studies that show how dangerous they are, they bring it to some kind of U.S. government-run mediation from the agreement, and they rule that Mexico isn't allowed to push back because, vague reasons and so on. And that's basically where this is, and I'm going to go through it right now. The point is that you have Mexico basically saying that we recognize that this is bad. We see what you're doing to us. We want to stop it. We literally point to the evidence. We point to the risks. We point to the fact that whether or not you agree with the risks, we have a zero-sum game we're playing here. No risk whatsoever to these few things. And the U.S. goes, that doesn't matter. Forced to take it. I mean, it really has to highlight that, one, there are some people out there that are pushing back on these bad, obviously dangerous things, which are GMO foods. Remember the failure of all that was India and the argument that Bill Gates was going to push to save the food supply? Funny how that conversation drifted into the background, even though they're still using GMOs in quiet ways around the world and pushing it in certain locations. You know why they stopped pushing it so hard on the surface? Because it failed, because they are more food insecure than they were before they did that. Like every other time they played God, or like the injections that have killed a lot of people that all of them are also involved with, Trump included. But what's crazy about this is that so they're forcing that, and shows you that the U.S. government doesn't care about these things. Doesn't care about the indigenous population, doesn't care about the health of the population, or that they know these things could contaminate these heirlooms. See, they just don't care. And they're unabashedly saying that. They're saying anti-scientific. It's wild. So let's read through this to start out with a good tone for why I think we're going in a very dangerous direction, even with Trump and RFK and everything else. Because I'm of the mind that this is not going to stop. And we've already gone over previous discussions over the last, couple of months, showing you that is the direction that Trump at least is leaning into right now. And people in his circles are already very much pro RNA vaccines, GMO food. I mean, all of this stuff, seemingly except for RFK and a few his inner circle. And even then, he's trying to bat back and forth between these people that profess to love these things and then don't seem to understand them at all or don't care, a la Trump and Elon and all the rest. Now, it says on Friday, and this was posted on December 27th, an international trade panel, which, by the way, in and of itself, this is like the trade agreement conversation we've talked about many times. You get strong-armed governments like the U.S. that force other governments to do things at their expense, and they have a gain from these trade deals to a degree, usually gaining the oligarchy of the country. That's how they work this. That's why they want people in those positions that are morally ambiguous. That's why they fight away the people that might care a little bit more about their people to force in place people that will only care about themselves so they can get what they want at the expense of everybody else in the situation. That is the U.S. government for you. So the point is that they have these agreements. They force them to accept what they will. It's the same thing we talked about in foreign policy, where when they overthrow a country, they force them to stop producing what they want to produce and otherwise produce what the U.S. needs. And then they import what they need to survive from the U.S. government at a cost increased price. Look around. It's every country the U.S. government is strong-arming while pointing at everybody else. And then eventually, when they want to, when you stop doing what you're told, they can pull that rug out. This has been documented over and over throughout history. So, trade agreements, trade panel ruled after pushing back in favor of the United States in their ongoing dispute with Mexico over an attempted ban on import of American genetically modified corn. Do you realize there are places all over the world that completely ban GMOs? And the U.S. government, like most of these situations, is the one that pushes it further than anybody. Because you have to realize this is not some ignorance. This is not the unawares American bumbling government. In some cases, that's true. But at its core, these are conscious choices for a clear agenda. Of course, at the expense of you, because these are not in your benefit. These don't help you. It helps them. And this is the biotech field that Vivek and Vance and all the rest of them are very, very much immersed in. It says they believe it possesses, Mexico, an unreasonable risk to the domestic corn supply, and thus the health of the country's numerous indigenous communities and farmers who depend on corn. Now, wouldn't you think that alone would be enough? Trade agreements and whatever else be damned. The point is, from an internal perspective, and I guarantee you, Republicans across the board would say the same thing. America first, right? Who cares what they think we should do? We're going to do what's best for us. Isn't that what we all say, what a lot of the conversation is right now? Okay. How much you want to bet those same people would say Mexico should have to do it because that's what's best for us? Now we see how it works. It's ultimately about what's best for you, but at the expense of everybody else is what the real point seems to be. Not everybody, but the main partisan game. Unreasonable risk to their supply. Do you think for a second if the U.S. government was like, we think what you're doing is a risk to anything we want to accomplish, that they would just go along because that's what everybody else decided? The answer is no, period. Look around the world right now. You know how many UN resolutions and agreements and deals and compacts and treaties that the U.S. government has completely disregarded because they just didn't want to do them anymore? It's power is what we're talking about. So here we are with Mexico in that position. It says the Mexican government, they're saying, does not agree with the panel's finding, given that it considers that the measures in question are aligned with the principles of protecting public health and the rights of indigenous communities. Mexico's economy department told the Associated Press, but then it goes on to say, nevertheless, the Mexican government will respect the ruling. Think of how weird that is with what we're seeing in the world today. Now, they may not mean that. What's funny, though, is that the U.S. government doesn't even feign to go along with things they don't agree with. They just shout them down. Even though in this agreement, the point is it's supposed to be somewhat binding, but this is a trade agreement's a bit different than, let's just say, a international foreign policy dynamic or UN treaty or resolution. The point is ultimately that I think they could and you're going to see they're ultimately going to stand against it. But you don't see that. The point is different from a U.S. government perspective. It's sort of like the bombastic stance today, which didn't always used to be the case. The U.S. government celebrated the decision. Of course they did. Ambassador Catherine Tai said the ruling, quote, underscores the importance of science-based trade policies. Right. So you know why I'm laughing so clearly about this is because you realize the science is very, very clear. GMOs are not even remotely, like if you want to even say they're not that dangerous, they're not even remotely the better choice. They don't increase the production. They don't increase the quality. They maybe increase the size if you want to play that game. But I've done long-term research over this. A lot. Go to TLAV and look up GMO to look over the decade of different work we've done. In my experience, and it's actually when I was in culinary school a long time ago, I did a paper on this because it was real big at that point. The point is that you can show that in many cases, actual organic can end up being better, larger, healthier than the stuff they have with these dangerous products. But maybe not. It depends on the different practices. It can be smaller. And the point is that I think it's more consistent with the things they're using, but it is without question more dangerous, more unhealthy. And so what's crazy is they're saying importance of science-based trade policies. These are the same idiots saying trust the science around dangerous injections. Now, I don't even know if it's because they actually think this is what the science shows or they've read a Monsanto-funded GMO study, which is basically what they go with today, but the body of evidence is undeniable. Outside of industry-funded science, which is what they all do today, the evidence is clear. GMOs are dangerous for you. It's the same with the rest of it. Genetically modified, how about N1-methylpseudouridine modified RNA they put in those injections? Guess what? Now we realize how bad they are. And they're going, you're not science. It says the decision was the latest in an ongoing legal battle between the Mexican and American government over Mexico's previous calls for banning the imports of GM corn. It says Mexico is currently the leading importer of GM corn from the U.S. And this is where I think it becomes obviously important just from a government perspective. This fact alone makes Mexico's efforts to ban or reduce the presence of that corn, GM corn, a huge potential financial loss for the American industry growing and exporting GM crops. which probably have multiple congressmen on their boards, right? That's how this works. They're clearly used, and funny, it relates to a point we're going to get to in a minute. Actually, funny enough, it's actually this article. Down here, we're going to get into a point about Vilsack, a congressman who kind of has been one of these unelected, ongoing people dancing back and forth the revolving door, right? Through Obama's and so on, Biden's, I think. And then the point is, he, as we'll get to in a second, very much benefited from his own rulings, basically passing a law that allowed his farm to benefit, and he's cashed into thousands of dollars because he made the law pass. Like, this is how these people operate. Or Pelosi, for example, having all sorts of stock engagements, or many of them during the COVID-19 dynamic. That's how these are criminals we're dealing with. So if they were worried about losing money, well, they can't let this happen, seeing as how it's a primary engagement. And I think they're forcing, think of it like this. I don't think many people want this GM corn. It's a primary crop of this country right now, or one of them, and ultimately Mexico's taking the brunt of it. And they're sort of being strong-armed by these agreements to take it. And they're going, we don't want any more. And clearly that's a financial problem for them. It says, for the Mexican farmers who have been cultivating corn for an estimated 8,000 years, GM corn represents a significant threat. Now, I've referenced Food Inc. before. I recommend you watch that documentary. We've covered this many times on the show. The reality of how these things, these Monsanto, now Bayer, Frankenstein seeds will blow in the wind into a field, and they can literally come over, which has been proven that, this is documented court cases where they go over and say, we now own your field because we tested it. It's our patented seed, whether they wanted it there or not. And that's one side of it. Whether they choose to take yours or not, the point is, what you maybe not want your crop to be overlapped or cross-pollinated with genetically modified organisms, which hurt you. God forbid. Or rather, not God forbid, but who could, why? I don't forget, I can't think of the phrase. The point is, of course we should care about that. And here they're acting like you're some kind of conspiracy theorist for saying the obvious. GM corn can spread via the birds, bees, wind, resulting in cross-pollination between traditional crops and GM versions. In response to Mexico's initiatives, the U.S. established the dispute panel, accusing Mexico of violating the terms of the U.S. agreement, which my point is usual, which again was this agreement was actually launched under Trump's administration. My point is that as well as I, that if the U.S. government didn't like what they were getting from an agreement with Mexico, they would just go, well, never mind then. Whatever they were bound to it, signed agreement, long-term, 10-year contract, they wouldn't care. I don't need to prove that, guys. It's everywhere you look right now. Or Israel and their resolutions. They will point to whatever they want if it benefits them, ignoring all the things that they disagree with, saying it's racist, or saying that it's slanted this way, or it's run by China, or whatever they want to say, just to go, we're not going to abide by our side and claim to be right still. It says charges that Mexico's process for determining that GMO corn poses a risk was insufficient and not scientifically sound. That's what they're saying. Which there's links, you can read it for yourself. And by the way, I don't even think you need to, when the reality of the evidence has been clear for a long time. It says basically the U.S.-Mexico dispute panel found in favor of the U.S. on all legal claims, stating this, quote, Mexico's measures are not based on science and undermine the market access that Mexico agreed to provide. Now, just ignore that first part, because it's obvious they have scientific basis for this. It's obvious that their studies show what they're saying. They just don't like what it shows. It's sort of like saying the injections are safe and effective, and we know that. Shut up and go away. It's the same thing. The second part is what matters. You can't undermine the market access that you agreed to provide for us. We'll lose money. Yes, exactly. So keep hurting Mexicans so we can get money from it. Mexico's president, Claudia Sheinbaum, who is newly elected, seems to be pushing back. And this is what I think is important. One day after the trade panel ruling, after they said you have to abide by this, Mexico's recently elected president stated that the incoming Mexican Congress will pass a ban on the planting of GM corn. Now, this is what I think is important. If you pass a law, or I guess rather a ban through Congress, I would argue that supersedes the agreements on, like a trade agreement. But again, this is where the international dynamic comes in. And again, why the leading entities of the international dynamic could do what they want, because they can just strong arm the situation. But I think obviously from especially an American perspective, we can stand back and realize that we would want our government, assuming they actually cared about us, which we can see they don't, to stand up and fight for what they actually think is the right thing for us. In this case, whether they have an agreement or not, if we can demonstrate this corn is hurting people or might destroy 8,000 years of indigenous practice, maybe we should care about that. But this is my point. The U.S. government goes, pshaw, that means nothing to me. Do what you're told. which should show you who you're dealing with. It says, we must protect Mexico's biodiversity in our country. As we say, without corn, there is no country. And that is not a new thing. These are people that find a powerful root in that. And this U.S. government just goes, nothing matters. Go do what you're told. Transgenic corn cannot be sown here in Mexico, they're saying. This is the president. There are already decrees, but now we want to take it to the Constitution. And let it be very clear that in Mexico, it is forbidden to sow transgenic corn. So it's just funny, the framing that, of course, our government would cast on Mexico. Well, here they are making choices that are actual in the direction that a lot of people in this country think we're going in. Interesting to point out. The president of Mexico also noted that because of the nature of the corn, it makes the farmers less dependent on biotech corporations. And here is the most important second part. That right now in this country or anywhere in the world that they're forcing this on people, like in Mexico, they are required, maybe you forgot this because it's been so long, to buy seed every year from these companies. And you know why? Because they have genetically altered the entire dynamic, literally playing God, to where your seeds don't produce seeds, or rather they don't. What you grow does not then produce seed. You're required to buy them. And even if they do, I think there are cases where, it happens anyway. You're legally with your agreement, you're not even allowed to take those. The point is that historically you would grow and then your crops would produce their own seed. You don't need to depend on some transnational corporation that is absolutely doing wrong by the world. Think about how interesting that is. And here's the U.S. government trying to control the entire food supply of the world and saying you're not allowed to go independent because you're breaking our rules. You're changing our agenda. You cannot have a source of food that we can't have. Like that, they need control over this. Now, these are all my opinions. Regardless of anything, whatever you think. Why would any government want to depend on a foreign government that's clearly hostile to them for something that is a huge staple of what they need to survive? Think about that for a second. Think about that from the reverse situation. If you were the U.S., would the U.S. government allow that to be reversed, to where Mexico is forcing them to take something they don't want, that supersedes something that they already have, and forcing you to be dependent on their provided seed? Guys, that might as well be subjugation. You're controlled. If they want to, that rug, like I said earlier, gets pulled out. It says a part of the corn is saved, that seed is saved and resowed and used in the next harvest. This is very important because it does not depend on the farmer to buy the seed from a transnational company. So preserving the corn in Mexico, not transgenic, is something mandatory. It's alarming. They ever try to kind of what's the right word for that? Reimagine the farming dynamic? That they just simply say we're going to give you seed from now on because we've played a little science experiment and altered the seed so you can't have them anymore. And that's better for everybody, right? It's not, though. Like, even on their own arguments, you can see that it had the opposite outcome, and we're still doing it. I mean, this is naked imperialism, guys. They are using your food supply to control what you do. Now, it says the panel, the main conclusions, repeatedly attack Mexico's ability to decide which products constitute a threat to its peoples and culture. So again, the U.S. is dictating what you decide is best for your people because they have that ability, or rather they've taken that ability. The panel refused to accept Mexico's national sovereignty and introduced the introduction of a zero-risk policy as legitimate reasons for violating the agreement. Mexico's agencies found that consumption of GM corn in Mexico could impact human health, which we all should know by now, and GM corn poses a risk to native corn of transgenic contamination. And again, I don't think we even fully grasp what this means right now with what's been going on. Like, even this conversation had less meaning for most before the COVID discussion. Now we've begun, we have a crash course as a species on what exactly genetically modified organisms might be in the context of more than food. And so now we're starting to go, hold on a minute, hopefully. What else is going on here, right? I mean, that's why we saw even in Tennessee. Good on him for bringing it up. A bill we need it labeled if we ever end up having mRNA inside of foods. And they all push back on it. I wonder why. As they're literally, guys, there's a real problem here. As they have a complete control over who even handing out the seeds that are needed to grow the food. It says, the presence of contaminants and toxins in GM corn and grain, such as transgenic proteins and glyphosate, don't miss transgenic proteins, like a spike protein, for example, has been well documented. Now, they say transgenic protein. I just threw out one that is there. It's probably the unlikely version to be in food, but Point is, as I'll show you in a minute, they've been working on research for a long time to be able to produce proteins that basically do whatever they want them to do. Now it says, in addition, the adverse health effects of these contaminants and toxins have been scientifically demonstrated. That's what they're saying out loud, and they come back and go, not scientifically based. Now, yes, those are just words, but if you look at what they're actually producing and you know the full body of evidence, they're right. And it says the government said that it, quote, cannot be coerced into ignoring the independent scientific evidence. Good for them. They're standing up. It says America's southern neighbor said current international standards, recommendations, and guidelines, important to listen to this, are based on industrial agriculture in the U.S. and Canada and do not address the risks of transgenic contamination and uncontrolled spread of GM to Mexico's native corn. I would argue not. I would say the opposite. I would say they do address it. They want that. They don't care about it. They need that. The contamination, the uncontrolled spread of GM to the core. It's what I said before. If they can effectively contaminate this with something that they can then dictate the outcome, then you're dependent on them for your survival. If we can't see how important that is with the world today, how that's imperialism, again, I don't think you want to. And you could argue it's inadvertent, but the outcome is the same. And I really don't think it's inadvertent. It says concern about GM corn and Mexico's native non-GM corn varieties growing together in the same small fields. That's, again, the Food Inc. dynamic, or really just the Monsanto and the Terminator seeds and all these very real things that even then were being pushed back on as conspiracy theory, but eventually became very clearly shown as real. The Mexican government argued that it was acting in defense of their vast indigenous population, for which corn is a part of the diet, the culture, spiritual practices. The U.S. government responded by stating that Mexico's claims of legal obligations to indigenous peoples were actually vague, highly generalized concepts. Speaks volumes, such as protecting the cultural heritage of indigenous peoples and communities. Think about the response. They're saying that the act of trying to protect your cultural heritage and indigenous peoples from the U.S.'s perspective, which makes perfect sense, is vague and highly generalized concepts that don't amount to enough to stop what they're doing. Yeah, I don't think we all should gasp in shock that the U.S. government doesn't care about cultural heritage or indigenous peoples. I think that's pretty well documented. My point, though, is that it needs to show you that they are speaking publicly about the fact that as Mexico's trying to fight for those things, they're just going to push right over the top. And that needs to show you what these people are. The U.S. argued that these vague concepts do not constitute a concrete legal obligation. Right. So it shouldn't be a legal obligation to defend cultural heritage or indigenous peoples or, I don't know, the health of your entire population. But it says the most strongly worded statement from the Mexican government came in response to the well-known revolving door relationship. That's the third part in U.S. government agencies and the industries that they are supposed to regulate. See, this is hilarious because most Americans are uncomfortably aware of this, but choose to ignore it when it bumps up against their chosen ideologue. And it's obvious this is happening. And it's obvious how this does to the world. Here's Mexico saying, we all see you. It says, in this case, the incestuous relationship between U.S. regulators and those who work for pesticide companies and producers of GM seeds, or alternatively in every other factor of category, right? FDA and vaccines, or, every single one we pointed to. And we all got a very clear, it highlighted that very well during COVID-19. It says, in their rejection of U.S. government's demands, should have an apostrophe right there, damn it, about GM corn, the Mexican government said they would not place the economic interest of U.S. biotech corporations ahead of their people's health in Mexico. That is what I'm talking about. Sorry, I just want to make sure I take a note of this because I hate when I miss something. Just got to do it real quick. Since we're all just friends here, it's all just you and I. No one cares, right? It's just us talking behind the scenes. It's funny how much we've grown over the years, and it's like I still have this casual. Where was it actually? Here it is. Okay. There we go. All right. So standing up and simply saying we're not going to put your interests, your biotech direction above that of our people. And it says, indeed, the decision was praised by members of the biotech industry. Right. So again, the industry that is just like intertwining itself with Trump's administration. In this case, John Crowley, CEO of the biotech industry trade group Bio, celebrated the ruling as a monumental victory for the future innovation of agricultural production technologies. Oh, great. So the growth of our technological direction. but that destroys food, though. But who cares? Because it's a benefit to our business. I just don't know why people can't see right through all of the way this is presented. But I promise you, this is the kind of thing that Trump would go, hooray. That's a win for us all, is what he would be claiming. The perfect example of this relationship between regulators and lobbyists for the biotech industry is the current U.S. Agriculture Secretary, Tom Vilsack. Now, let's wait and see if he gets continued into the Trump administration. I pick somebody new. I would argue. Now, remind me in the chat if he's already tapped somebody for that. But again, we'll wait for the 20th to see what actually happens or past that. But my point is that I argue whoever's in that position will continue the same programs because guys, this is the same government. He's a former governor of Iowa and former president and CEO of the U.S. Dairy Export Council. Secretary Vilsack was appointed by the Biden administration after previously serving under the Obama administration. Vilsack cheered the decision by the dispute panel, calling it a thorough and impartial assessment. Of course, same things these idiots would say about the fluoride up until the point where it finally got called out for what it was, which concluded that Mexico's approach to biotechnology was not based on scientific principles or international standards. Right. You mean the fake science you guys point at or your international standards that allow genocide, right? Frankly, you guys should not be leading the conversation anymore. Vilsack said the ruling was a victory for countries around the world growing and using products of agricultural biotechnology. Of course, not a victory for everybody, but those that choose to ruin themselves and their populations by lying about biotechnology, or at least the current reality of it. And it says, and then it goes on to say, to feed their growing populations. I mean, it's so lame they keep pushing these arguments. Objectively, you can see the process. Look at what went down in the first big push for GMOs. The opposite happened. Sort of the rice they use and all these different conversations we've been documenting over the years. They failed. There's very prominent people in India that have been pointing this out for a long time. And here we are. It's like them continuing to point to Assad and chemical weapons, all these same claims that have been routinely shown to be absolutely manufactured. But here they are saying it again. He was notable for being given the nickname Mr. Monsanto. That's how this rolls. In reference to his work helping the biotech giant Monsanto that is now Bayer. In 2001, the Biotechnology Innovation Organization named Vilsack Bio Governor of the Year. And this is the guy running agriculture for his support of the industry's economic growth. Right. So you help the biotechnology industry expand and ignored all the real risks to these things, and they said, you're the best. I wonder why. In 2016, Politico reported on Vilsack's role in accelerating the approval of GM crops during Obama's administration. They basically say that he approved controversial GMO crops, back trade deals. They say that that cost Americans jobs. Despite they lying about that in reverse. Like, I'll make a point about that today when we get to another point of this from an interesting overlap to North Carolina. They love to argue, the jobs in the world, and then outsource to transnational corporations that do not use your job. It's the same thing every time. And Trump has got caught doing that more than once. I actually argue he probably just didn't even know the outcome. Not to give him a pass, but I just think he says things that he thinks sound good and ultimately doesn't actually come the outcome, whether he knew that or not. Oh, I thought I had more point on that. But anyway, so the large, as I already been saying it throughout the whole thing, it really highlights the fact that your government and the people that it associates with are not doing any of these things for the interest of even the on the surface level argument, right? That we want to feed more people, that we're going to make healthier food, objectively false things within the GMO conversation. Now, maybe tomorrow it'll change. I don't think so. I think the objective is what they're aiming at. But nonetheless, they're forcing governments that may, even if it's in a reason that benefits themselves, that are doing what I think is on the surface the right thing, not using these GMO products because they're trying to protect the things their people want. And your government's going, we don't care about any of that. It's not scientific. It doesn't matter. Do what we say. And that's what they're doing everywhere else in the world, in every other dynamic we're talking about. And I don't think I need to explain that or highlight that. Look around. Look at them supporting genocide. Now, let's continue on the health side of this before we get into some more of the overlaps. Now, this is my problem with all of this. Obviously, that does not align with MAHA, but that's Biden's administration currently. RFK is not involved yet. All right, so maybe it'll change. I just wanted to highlight that as just a general point because, again, do not forget, at least from my perspective, this is an entity, right? There's different standing people that stand in front, but this is, I mean, you can look back and see the whether it's Obama to now, right? Through multiple administrations left and right, well, the GMO conversation it didn't slow down, it ramped up. So you can only explain that by saying it's just one continuous agenda. So I want us to continue to think about that. And maybe Trump doesn't even know that. Maybe Biden doesn't even know that. Maybe these are just puppets. Either way, you have to objectively look at the facts. And all the same things we're pointing at have not even skipped a beat. So I hope RFK will change that. I really do. But it's things like this that make it stand out even more. As at the very least, like in the best case scenario, the way it appears to be now, and that could always change, is that ultimately he's just barely holding on to the hope that maybe he can make somewhat of a change through this controlled dynamic, or he's completely part of the controlled dynamic. But the point, though, is that I'll show you this discussion here, and it shows how he's already kind of walked back on something that I think we all know without question is a ridiculous argument, especially in the conversation of make America healthy again. And here's Elon Musk literally proposing, or rather just kind of putting forward the idea that giving Americans a pharmaceutical injection for something that they could do. Like, here's what's so crazy about this. The idea of being healthy is not losing weight. I mean, guys, there are people that can be fit and muscular and have no extra fat and be some of the most unhealthy people you know of, because they're unhealthy. They're not fat and overweight, but they're unhealthy in very clear ways. I mean, I've just look into that in particular. It's an interesting conversation, because you have people that are bodybuilders, for example, that can do things that can very much stress their bodies. It's a bigger picture than just looking good. Now, what's interesting here is that Elon Musk is talking about giving himself injections to lose weight, when the obvious example would be to eat healthy, exercise. Okay, so the real point is fast, shortcut. So let's be clear about the idea of health, guys. There are rarely shortcuts when it comes to things like that, unless all you're trying to do is look better for Christmas or whatever the point is. And so what's frustrating is anybody who understands even remotely the idea of actual health would say this is not just wrong, it's counterproductive. It's almost childish. You're just cutting through it all and saying, I'm just going to take a shot to make myself lose a few pounds, and that will be arguably better for everybody. Okay, well, let's talk about what that might mean. Because realistically, losing some weight on a, let's just say, large scale, which is the only, let's just say for sake of conversation that it becomes something that everybody takes. I could argue that losing a lot, even as it says 15 pounds, and I'm going to briefly go through this, would benefit in some ways, right? Probably less. I mean, 15 pounds is not even that much in the larger conversation, but ultimately, maybe less heart attacks, less less heart problems, whatever it might be. But what does the shot cause, right? What does it do? What are the long-term effects? Well, we'll take a look at that. And then you can laugh out loud with me as you realize what an ignorant thing this is to do. Elon Musk reveals he's taking drug for weight loss. It says Elon Musk, the world's richest man, and President Trump's first buddy, as they call it. I mean, it's that kind of thing drives me crazy, because realistically, I get what they're pointing to, but that's just an effort to belittle it. It's a partisan thing. You could make the point as the, I mean, you get what I'm saying. I'm just not waste time on these things, but the interesting thing is that clearly it's meant to be like a derogatory point from a partisan side. And I don't think those things are valuable. I think it's important to go with the facts. The point is, though, that he's an unelected oligarch, richest man in the world, in fact, Zionist, military contractor for Biden's administration. Those things should be more important than he's a buddy hanging around Trump all the time. Like, it's just meant to be a small, petty kind of point. Anyway, revealed on Christmas night that he was using the medication Mounjaro for weight loss while dubbing himself the awesome pick Santa in a holiday-themed social media post. The revelation also, I don't think I even highlighted. The point is that, oh, he does say it right down there. Okay, so it says the revelation also comes just a couple of weeks after he clashed with the Trump's designated Health and Human Services chief, RFK Jr., over the widespread use and long-term benefits of GLP-1 inhibitors in battling obesity. Well, obviously, guys, you think for 1 second, anybody that's even who is in this circle now because they support RFK Jr., anyone that's even a partial reader of the Children's Health Defense or anything connected to this work is going to go, that's crazy. That's the opposite of health. That's bad stuff. That is taking a pharmaceutical injection to reach the endpoint that we're trying to drive to in a healthy way. So what you're doing is seeking the end result without the benefit of the path. You just want to take the weight loss and gain more unhealthy traits, which I'll show you in a second, just to look better. If there was any honesty to this, RFK Jr. would say opposite. But this is the wrong direction. We all know that. We need to be going away from all the things they're all promoting, away from mRNA shots, away from GMO foods, away from pharmaceuticals, because the opposite direction is how you become healthy. And this is what he's been doing his entire career. But here, well, I haven't got to yet, but he's at least pushing back on it at first. Now, and this is what he said, technically Monjaro, but that doesn't have the same ring to it, which I guess. Awesome pick Santa. Monjaro Santa. Frankly, I think Monjaro sounds better, but neither make any sense. Either way, I bet you there's a reason he wanted to point to a different name. He probably got paid for it or something. I'm just out of nowhere pulling that just instinctually that rises to my mind about why he would choose one versus the other. Who knows? But it says Monjaro, much like Ozempic and similar injectable medications, is a GLP inhibitor. Now, I'm not going to get, broadly speaking, there's a lot more you could point out about what these might do. I mean, it's just crazy to think about. We're talking about all these different injections and stuff for the transgender conversation, we're talking about things that alter the processes of your body for an outcome, but that have very clear side effects. You know what doesn't have very clear side effects? Eating healthy and working out. But it says, other than the ones you want, which is to lose weight and become more healthy. But it says taking the drug to successfully combat obesity. That's what we're talking about. So it's given to people who have insulin, who have diabetes, to control their insulin. But that's not what he's dealing with. He takes just to lose some weight. Which, by the way, is also a rich thing, right? Not something average people can just go do. But it says studies have shown that overweight adults can lose up to 15 pounds, up to. You really think that losing 15 pounds is somehow going to make you healthier? Like, realistically speaking, 15 pounds is a good amount. But let's just say you're 300 pounds. So you go down to 385. I mean, is that really, are you now suddenly healthy? It's crazy to me that he's pretending this means anything other than I'm taking a shortcut, adding unhealthy traits. It says Musk went on to state that he originally tried the drug to battle the bulge. That's it. Anyway, I'm embarrassed for somebody that would say shows me he doesn't even understand this. But that high doses of the medication, quote, made him burp and fart like Barney from The Simpsons. Yeah, sounds like it's working well. Real healthy. He added that Monjaro seems to have fewer side effects. Fewer. And be more effective. How in the world are we at a point where we're talking about things, side effects, effectives? You not realize where we just came from? And here we are pushing big pharma drugs to fight a normal, everyday issue that we can fight in 1,000 different ways. And as we have Trump and the rest floating mRNA things for cancer, and they're all invested in the field. I mean, guys, it's just incredible what people can ignore. Earlier this month, and one more thing. What we're going to get into next is about the continual issue I have with the very large conversation of nanotechnology, artificial intelligence, smart dust even, and the overlap with all of these drugs they're being put out by the very people working on all this stuff. I'm not saying we can prove it. Well, I mean, there are very convincing information that shows that, we just showed you the one that found 55 different unidentified substances in these shots. That's a peer-reviewed study. My point is that right now, we don't really know. They've been forced to admit all sorts of things. So my point would be, why can't we ask whether any of these things might have something in them that we're not told about? Now, if you're only going to say, but Trump and Musk wouldn't do that, well, then you have not been paying attention. Trump is the one that, in fact, was responsible for the origin point. Biden continued it. The point is, your government is absolutely capable of that. But it says earlier this month, a rift appeared to grow between Kennedy and Musk over the best way to make American public healthier. Well, isn't it funny how RFK gets tapped to be the guy about what makes healthy? To make us healthier. And then he says what we should do and Musk disagree. Now, well, I'm pretty sure Musk is not the person to ask about healthy. I mean, come on, guys. It's very clear. This is about partisan stances. This is about ideology. But it says, considering that 40% of American adults are now considered obese. Yes, but that's not because you take injections to lose a few pounds. It's because we're unhealthy. We're eating McDonald's because we're eating seed oils and whatever else because your government is not telling you otherwise. In fact, they're telling you that it's okay to have those. In fact, they're saying that's the direction we should be going. Here's some McDonald's. Trump leaning out of the window, right? They're telling you what they want you to do. During an appearance on Fox News last month, Kennedy argued that making GLP-1 inhibitors available to all overweight Americans would cost taxpayers trillions of dollars. Yeah, I guess we forgot about that little part. Something the richest man in the world doesn't consider, right? Claiming it would be much cheaper just to provide healthier food to the public. So more than once over the process, RFK is like trying to be subtle and kind, but he's going, you're wrong, man. You're wrong. That's dangerous. It's expensive. That's not the direction to take. I'm surprised there's not more people that support RFK Jr. that are screaming about this, but I get the sense that a lot of them have got real quiet because now they feel that they're on the side of Trump. And that's a problem because bad guy other side. This is partisanship for you. It says, quote, if we spend about 1/5 of that giving good food, 3 meals a day to every man, woman, and child in the country, we could solve the obesity and diabetes epidemic overnight. So he's trying to say it's not about, like, how about on top of it, what he's actually saying? Here's a shot that has all sorts of side effects, we'll show you in a minute, to lose 15 pounds. And then they go on eating McDonald's. What do you think is going to happen? You think that shot is going to continue to help? No, they're going to get continually unhealthy because it's like taking an opioid, like it's like having an overdose and taking Narcan and thinking you're somehow healthy again. No, all you did was suppress the immediacy of your problem. But they don't care about that. That's what RFK is trying to point out. Food, health, dietary choices, that's what matters. He says, of course, or rather goes on to say, of course, this also came as he was infamously forced to pose with Musk and Trump as they dug into a post-election McDonald's feast on the president's plane. While Kennedy continued to insist that lifestyle change and greater access to organic foods, not GMOs, were the keys to making America healthier, Musk contended this month that the expensive weight loss drug would make the biggest difference. You see, he doesn't even understand what health is, guys. He's looking for visual examples. So you lose a few pounds, but your body continually becomes more and more and more unhealthy. To him, that's the biggest difference. RFK Jr. is saying, let's get them on a healthy track so they can actually be more, not just healthy, but the longevity. They can lose weight. They can feel good about themselves. They can have more energy. They can sleep better. This is what that will lead to. But no, take a quick shot, keep eating GMO foods, and we're going to give you some nanotech shortly. Nothing would do more to improve the health, lifespan, and quality of life for Americans than making GLP inhibitors super low cost to public. Can you believe he just said that? Nothing would be more improved to health than giving you a pharma shot that has a lot of dangerous side effects that makes you lose some pounds? I got to be really clear on this. This guy is either this ignorant about health or he is alarmingly pushing something that is dangerous. I mean, on its face. Like, you have to realize this is about specifically people who have diabetes who need to affect the insulin problem. That's what that's for. So you're taking something that is going to have a different effect in your body just to drop 15 pounds and screaming that that is what will improve people's health, their quality of life, than anything else. I'm telling you guys, this guy is dangerous, even if it's just because he's that stupid. Now it says, and he goes, nothing else even close, he says. My God. A day later, and this is my point, Kennedy appeared to slightly soften his stance on the drugs during an interview because he's getting battered by his own party. He says the first line of response should be lifestyle, period. It should be eating well, he says, making sure that you don't get obese and that those drugs have a place. Like, as an afterthought, knowing that he was going to make them look bad, he rattles as the last point, and and they can have a place too. Clearly, he does not believe that. You don't spend the entire time frame between these two things telling us that's wrong and then go, but yeah, maybe there too. Clearly, it shows you a lot. And that's my problem with all of this is these people, even people like him, I mean, this gives me the sense that he does want positive change, but he's being driven to like always in our partisan dynamic, to settle, to compromise, ultimately, which leads to the nothing but the continuation of the status quo. With, RFK screaming about the right direction, but does it change? Do they implement it? I hope so, but that does not seem to be where it goes right now. But we are early with this. Now, here is the Mounjaro discussion. Carries several risks. Thyroid cancer risk. Mounjaro has a boxed warning. So it's right on the box. For the risk of thyroid cancer, particularly medullary thyroid carcinoma. Animal studies showed an increased incidence of thyroid C cell tumors, but it's unclear whether the risk applies to humans. Well, it pretty much usually does. Patients with multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2 or a family history of MTC may not be prescribed the drug. So I guess those ones will be unlucky to have to eat well and improve their lives. It says thyroid tumor symptoms. Patients taking Mounjaro should report symptoms such as hoarseness, lumps in the neck, difficulty swallowing to their doctor, serious side effects. That's not even so. Thyroid cancer is the non-serious side effect. Serious side effects, it can cause severe side effects, including nausea, vomiting, vision changes, gastrointestinal discomfort, rare cases of organ failure. I mean, do we even need to go further? You realize none of this exists in eating healthier and exercising, other than normal risks of just being a human being. Rare cases of organ failure. Where are the rest of this movement to scream about this guy driving you in a direction, either through ignorance or nefarious action, to something that will hurt you? Low blood sugar risk. Combining this with other medications that raise insulin levels, increase your risk of hypoglycemia. Patients should be now there's other cross issues they probably won't tell people about if this happens. Allergic reactions, rare but happen. Pancreatic risk. It says Mounjaro is contraindicated in patients with current or past pancreatitis, and then type 1 diabetes exclusion. Bottom line is cancer, rare cases of organ failure. I'd like to think that matters. Now, another health-focused conversation. This one has to do with PFAS. That I think is a general, larger point. Now realize that this, just like all the rest of these things, could change on a dime when Trump takes power, and I hope that's the case. And I'll happily praise him for any one of these things should they change, while still being critical of everything else, until we see the positive, until we see the action, yes. My point, though, is that this is something that has continued, literally as far back as you want to look. During Trump's last administration, he did all sorts of things that made this easier, harder to stop these things. Many different regulatory moves, just like they're already talking about now. As usual, I am absolutely of the mind that government should not be involved. They should not tell you in any way, regulate what you can do and act with that. I don't believe that. I think that is of course, you know my general opinion if you watch this show. I don't think government has a place at all. But my point, though, is that if we see Donald Trump removing restrictions from corporations, but then yet still using the power of the government to maintain that control structure, all they're doing is allowing them to dump whatever they want in your river, to dump whatever they want in your air by screaming and going, freedom. That's not the same thing, guys, because you're still under that control structure. The bottom line is if we wanted this to be applied, it would be you're gone entirely. So then that company would exist, but we would go, well, look at what you're doing. We're going to kick you out of our town. Like that's what happens in a reality where there's not big corporate regulations and corporations that are kind of controlling all the time. Guys, we have to realize how obvious it is. These corporations are simply part of our government today. But here's an example of this that goes back a long way, which is I almost promise you is going to continue through this administration because they've been kicking this can down the road like glyphosate, like dioxins, like a lot of things as far back as you could look. This is from December 26th. Fort Campbell water supply lawsuit claims Forever Chemicals have contaminated groundwater. It's everywhere. This is Clarksville now. If you're just to show you right out of the gate, one of the many, so one of the easiest to make the point with, but there's so many. We've done entire shows on this. This is an article from today.com that was written on March 24th, 2023. This is a study they're highlighting. Exposure to PFAS or Forever Chemicals can reduce women's fertility by 40%. As I've said every time, it's just one study, but the rest of it are very clear. These things are damaging, like everything else. The problem is that this should stop everything. We should hear that record screech. It should be immediate, like, whoa. Okay, these cannot be used, yank them everywhere. But they go, oh, well, regulations and, and they need them for X, Y. What? How is that even still the conversation? Why don't you just make it extreme that this kills 99% of people that come in contact with it? Is it still the same? Well, we need it for this and that would hurt this business and operations. So where's the line? 40% reduction in fertility is somehow okay as long as we need it for X, Y, and Z? That's what we're talking about, guys. That's what's literally happening. DOD in 2019 goes, we're going to start a task force to address PFAS. And they, pretty much just did nothing, I would argue, until they came out recently in 2023 and said, well, we need them. Sorry, shut up. Military says national security depends on Forever Chemicals. No, they don't. And otherwise, the point is that they use these things and they don't want to use something that's not as effective. Because ultimately what it comes down to is fire retardants, different kind of grease reduction chemicals that they use. And are we going to pretend that if they don't have that product, which there are other versions that do not have PFAS rather don't end up reducing or overlapping with that chemical. And we're going to believe that that risks national security. It just shows you how people do not care about you. Oh, they just scream racism, national security, whatever these buzzwords are, to get you to stop acknowledging that these people are villains. They don't care about you or your family. The problem is they just give you a new face tomorrow that says this one is the good one, whether it be Trump or Obama or whatever, and we cycle right back through the game. I am not of the mind that this is always going to be the case. I believe that we can change this, and that's why we're stuck in this cycle, because they're afraid of you. And they always have been. Fort Campbell is one of many examples of where they're now being proven because of individuals forcing them to show you that they're hurting you. Like, actually, this is a good time to play this since it does overlap with some of the larger conversations of before. But remember the clip I played, and I make sure you check out like the full clip. This is just a 2-minute clip of Fort Detrick. So we're talking about Fort Campbell here, right? The clip of Fort Detrick overlapped with, if you don't remember, it's a BSL-4 lab that worked on coronaviruses and Ebola, and have had, I think at the time we covered this as a quote from CDC, it had one leak, I think it was one leak every 7 days for 6 years straight. If I remember that correctly. We're genuinely talking about high-level, dangerous things. That's where the anthrax part comes from. That was Fort Detrick. But the bottom line is that in Fort Detrick, there's a very clear documented problem where everyone around this entity with a perfect, you draw a circle around Fort Detrick and you have a dramatic increase in cancer. Now, whether we're talking about nanotechnology, whether we're talking about just pathogens, whatever you think we're dealing with here, recognize that what they're doing does not care about the fallout of you. You know, the very group they pretend they're there to protect, the military.
I visited the town of Frederick, Maryland, which is just outside of Washington, D.C., and met a lot of people who were suffering or had family members who had died from rare illnesses. And one thing they all had in common was a theory that the source of these rare illnesses was a local army base called Fort Detrick and some of the secret activities that have been going on there for decades.
I lived on Elm Street, and on the side of the road that I lived on, just counting the 6 houses, everyone had cancer.
So my daughter, at the age of 28 years old, was diagnosed with brain cancer. Then my second daughter gets sick and has tumors in her womb, and they said that this was not genetic but environmental. About a year after that, my wife then gets renal cell carcinoma and dies a year later after that. We have over 1,300 documented cancer victims right now, just in a 1-mile radius. I'll be quite honest with you, it's changed my life so radically, sometimes I don't even know who I am.
1,300 people in a 1-mile radius. And what's causing so much sickness? It turns out all these victims have one thing in common. They live next to a military base called Fort Detrick.
In historic Frederick, Maryland, are the biological warfare laboratories. The volunteers have been positioned on the outside of the test sphere, in which a cloud of biological warfare agent can be generated.
In 2009, Fort Detrick was added to the EPA's Superfund priority list, making Area B, located here, one of the most polluted places in the nation, just across the street from this crowded neighborhood.
We don't drink our tap water.
Who told you that you couldn't drink?
Nobody said you're not allowed to, but it's kind of just a general, known thing in my neighborhood that we don't drink the tap water.
And why is that?
Use it because we know there's chemicals there.
Yep. Now, again, for the conversation, there's a lot of different opinions about what is real and not, and what they're working on, and what they're capable of working on. The important thing in this, and they're all valid things to inquire about, as long as you're not boxing out certain possibilities, just consider all of those. I'm going to get to an interview I just had with Danny Rancourt, the Rancourt, that had a really interesting overlap to that conversation. My point, though, is that whatever you think they're capable of doing in these labs, recognize they exist, and there are people that are getting ill, whatever you think that looks like around these things. Now, it's an interesting point about the biological stress factor, which is an interesting thing to think about, and we'll come to with Danny's point on that. But I'll include this article about revisiting Fort Detrick and what, the reality of this in regard to how it connects to a lot of these conversations. But back to this, Fort Campbell. right? So like and right, the first thing shows you this is not unique. If you didn't know this, ask yourself how it's possible that we didn't know this. Over 50 military installations, 50, are alleged to have toxic levels of water contamination that cause a variety of illnesses, diseases, and cancers. Now Fort Campbell has been added to the list. I mean, that's almost one in every state, guys. That's crazy. I mean, what else does it show you? Then they just don't care. And then they know you can see it in some cases, and they don't care that you see that they're doing it. Imagine, think about the things that they hold you accountable for, or they force people into prison for. Well, this is the kind of thing they allow. It says the groundwater and post on that location is contaminated with PFAS, which could expose current and former service members to potentially dangerous toxins. Now, that's one of the points, but it's also the community around this area. A lawsuit in federal court claims the PFAS contamination in Fort Campbell's groundwater has registered well above the EPA limits. Now, here's the point on that. They knew that. The only reason this came out is because somebody had the wherewithal, the effort, the long-term dedication to file a lawsuit and stick with it. And so they were forced to admit it, or that, ultimately, I guess the point could have been that they went after it and then failed, which you would never hear this, right? But they succeeded in calling this out and they got attention for it. And the point is that now they're being called out for the problem. Had they never done that, would we ever know? Would they ever tell you? You could be watching children die and they wouldn't tell you what's happening because they're responsible. We've seen this over and over and over, whether it's corporations or the government. Now, these chemicals are found in oil-resistant degreasing products. There are a wide assortment of diseases. Now, that's my point right there, by the way. Right now, you can look up that there are things that you can use that do not have the same problem. Yeah, but maybe they're not as effective. That's the whole point of why they use these, because they make these miraculous, it'll cause something to degrease instantaneously or whatever it is. And that's all they want, a better product. Who cares what it hurts? Which is actually crazy because you realize in some ways it's hurting them too. Or the very, very dangerous burn pits they still use, even though it's been documented for 2 decades, how long they've been doing that. There are wide assortments of disease that PFAS exposure has been linked to, including multiple types of cancers, lymphoma, thyroid disease, ulcerative colitis. Specifically, King's office is focused on individuals diagnosed with cancer of the kidneys, liver, prostate, thyroid, and testes, as well as non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, thyroid disease, and ulcerative colitis. Funny how the overlap is what literally the drug that Elon is claiming he's injecting in his body. The side effects are very similar. Now, it says concerns about contamination were confirmed on April 9th when the Kentucky Department of Environmental Protection Division of Water released a study that suggested contamination in Fort Campbell. In the study, the highest PFAS levels in the state came from Cristian County, specifically in the southern portion where Fort Campbell is located. Now, it says King believes that the leading cause of these forever chemicals in Fort Campbell's water is the military's widespread use of what's called aqueous film-forming foam, a PFAS-containing fire suppressant. So you see, the problem is not that it's an accident they weren't aware of. They're choosing to use something that has PFAS because that's what makes it effective. They're making a conscious choice to keep using something that they know can cause 40% fertility decline, as well as a hell of a lot of other things we just talked about, cancers and other immune suppression. I mean, as well, these things, it's pretty much the same category as everything else we're talking about. The endocrine disruptor dynamic, the dioxin glyphosate. It's weird how they all seem to do similar things. But the bottom line is they know it's there and they just don't care. And this has been a conversation for a long time. This is going to overlap with the next conversation we're going to get into, because all of these things are important to consider. And it's not just about wherever the current focal point is, like North Carolina, for example. Everybody got focused on lithium and Asheville. Now, I'm going to show you plenty of others that talked about some place called spruce pine and quartz and artificial intelligence and how that became very, 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 very important right before that happened. But funny how the Republican side of the conversation only pointed out one part of the conversation. Used for decades on military installations. Among the areas assessed were the current fire training area. So again, 2019, because people were screaming about it. Don't worry, we're going to do a task force and we're going to address the problem, which don't be confused with that meaning they're going to solve the problem. No. We're going to talk about it, or we're going to pretend we're going to talk about it for 4 years. and then come back and go, never mind, we need it. Go away. That's it. That's all you get. The military says national security depends on forever chemicals. Think about how dumb that is. Depends on a product that you need because it's more convenient. But it says Department of Defense relies on hundreds, if not thousands, of weapons and products. And see, the point is they need their war machine. Same point, though. You can clearly show that there are ways to do this. Now, look, if you want to argue that they're not as effective, what is more important? Them having the toys they like, or realizing that you're killing the planet but continuing to do this, or hurting individuals, hurting your family, your unborn child? Products such as uniforms, batteries, microelectric, because you see, this is the direction we're going. They've chosen this direction for some unknown objective, some of which we could probably point to. But my point is, whether it's, the Great Reset direction or any of these things, or the COVID-19 and all these different things, the injections, it's funny how we all go, yeah, those are killing everybody, but weirdly, they don't stop, right? PFAS is causing infertility and cancers, but they keep going. We need uniforms and batteries. We need microelectronics. That's the real point about where these things are going. They've chosen where your future is going. Side effects be damned should be their marching headline. So, in an interview with Denny Ranku, entitled The COVID-19 Illusion, Biological Stress-Induced Bacterial Pneumonia. Now, I'm not going to get into this in depth because watch it for yourself. It's a great conversation. It's interesting to think about this point. So what we just came off of, the PFAS, will be relevant in a second again as we get further into the nanotech sort of overlap to it. But my point, though, is that in this conversation, it's basically what we discussed. And Danny's the one that had the important earlier, he had a study in 2020 that came out discussing the idea of all-cause mortality. Even though it seems that most don't know that, it was in 2020 when he came out with the original study that was more ahead of most everybody. Him and Dr. Bhakti seem to be some of the earlier ones really calling out this lie. But he has now come out with a newer study, more than one since then, by the way. All the links are included to his website and everything down here. But he talks about something really interesting: biological stress-induced bacterial pneumonia. And really what this is getting into, and again, as always, it could be this in conjunction with everything else we've already talked about, or it could be only this. The point is to consider this as a possibility. And his earlier studies highlighted the fact that this, mathematically speaking, and even here, I'll just read this exactly. I said, he was here to discuss his newest study, breaking down the illusion that is COVID-19. We review his previous work on the topic, highlighting how it is a clear mathematical possibility. Not that it happened necessarily, but it is mathematically possible, which, by the way, we both agree that that's the case. But the point is not to say that we know that, but rather that it's mathematically possible for a government to use pre-existing illness numbers, like pneumonia and flu, and conflate them with a current focus, whatever that may be, combining that with false positives from PCR tests and deadly treatments. And this is at the pre-COVID time, before injections came out, right? And remdesivir and so on, all to create an illusion of a, quote, novel illness. We also discussed, and that point was that's whether a virus was ever there to begin with or exist at all. But it says we also discussed the very well-known deleterious effects of lockdowns, masks, and of course, the very deadly mod RNA injections, and how all of these only added to this illusion when their effects were also conflated with the ever-shifting claims of the alleged COVID-19 symptoms. We then discuss Denny's recent research, links right there, around the idea of what's called biological stress-induced transmissionless bacterial pneumonia, sort of a self-attack in its own right, and the idea that he posits that historically you could argue that every pandemic of the past could have been the response of biological stress, psychological stress, that your body then creates this. Now, this is scientifically documented. It's not this. The idea of that is very real. The question is whether that's what we witnessed, at least by and large. And he argues he thinks that's the case in conjunction with vaccines that cause all kind of crazy side effects. That's why I listed it that way. The conflation of the flu and pneumonia from before, the idea of the mass lockdowns that cause problems, the vaccines, the injections that caused all these problems, all of which was called COVID-19 in conjunction with what we saw in this kind of pocketed sporadic rising of what they called illness, which turned out to, he's arguing, to be bacterial pneumonia that was transmissionless and biological stress induced. And there being a precedent for this in the past. And that they know this. And we've even talked about the parasite stress theory conversation, which I'll grab for you right now. And this is really important. Derek is way ahead on this one. This was written in 2020, August. The rise of authoritarianism from parasite stress theory to lockstep. Now, specifically, parasite stress theory is the idea that using the threat of a pathogen, very importantly, whether real or not, so just the idea of a pathogen, they proved in their studies, more than one, by the way, would be enough to drive you to accept authoritarian control of your life, to tell on your neighbors, which we clearly saw. Think about that. Read this. It's important. And so in this, we're talking about the idea of conflating all of those things with the idea of what COVID was. And then on top of that, having that rising biological problem. It's fascinating. It's at least worthy of consideration. Now that discussion, and one of the things he does say too is that it's, think about this. If this is something that your government's aware of, and all they ultimately need to do is sort of ramp up your stress in your life, and then when you have the, and he even argues that potentially the seasonal flu dynamic is the same. My point in all of this was that it seems that there's sort of, he almost creates this common ground between the terrain theory, germ theory conversations. If you're willing to find common ground, it seems plenty out there just do not want that no matter what. But the ultimate point being that you could argue right there, because he's not necessarily saying that there is no such thing as a virus, but he is saying that he believes that there was no pathogen in that conversation, other than ones from before, flu and pneumonia, but this was a manufactured illusion. And so you could find that there's common ground there, which is interesting. But all that to say that this is something they could lean into to cause the stress, and that's why we get the propaganda, right? As we all said during COVID, what was one of the main things? If you turned off your TV, looked outside, you would never know what was going on. But what happened in nursing home? They locked you in your room and they were pumping fear, 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 and then your body reacts to that. That's what he's positing. I think that's very interesting and very worth, scientifically speaking, it's true, but is that the full picture? Interesting. So are they doing that now? Are they ramping up the threat yet again? Are we going to see people react in such a way? And then on top of all the other things that you can easily decide to pick up, right? Even they made the point last time. Why didn't they make a big deal about the 1 million+ tuberculosis cases every year? They could have. They could decide to suddenly highlight that and make it out to be something. Just like anything else, they can inflate these tomorrow, roll out PCR tests, and just like that, you've got what you want to point to. So here on December 27th, which we've seen continually popping up, bird flu mutated inside U.S. patient. Which I'm only going to read you the first part of this because the rest is complete hype. As usual, the bird flu virus found in severely ill patient, which again, how we know that's not even true, using a PCR test that is literally used in such a way that can make them find anything they want anywhere at any time, especially according to the creator of the actual PCR test. The point though, assuming they did find that what they're claiming they did, assuming that's even actually there, a severely ill patient hospitalized in the United States, but they claim it has mutated to become better adapted to human airways. So right there, if you're breathlessly waiting for, but then they go, but there is no evidence. It has spread beyond the individual. Okay. So the same point then. We're still on the same point. I've had 47 articles over the last 6 months where they keep going, oh my God, the bird flu, and it's getting worse and it's growing there. But where do you end up? The same point. They claim this guy's sick, hasn't gone to anybody else. Well, okay, then there's nothing new. This has been happening for a very long time, at least as we're told, which I always point out. How does that make any sense? If humans are able to get infected, but they can't pass it to somebody else, you want to explain that one for me? If they're able to infect a human, the logic would be that another human could get infected. I guess they arguing that we've quarantined it and that's why, and anyone that happens to come across, ridiculous. I think this is nonsense. You can decide for yourself what you think the risk is. Just take precautions like you always would. Be healthy. Be a healthy person. Has nothing to do with whether you believe in viruses or whether you think their hype is real. It's objectively proven over the years that being sanitary is in your benefit. I think that's obvious. But don't forget that this was already declared in July, or I covered this on July 28th, bird flu emergency declared. So realize that it's very easy should they want to do this, as well as the people that are pointing to that as it's going to build, it's already taking place. That's what I want people to see, that we covered this on July 28th. Here's what RFK Jr. said about it on the 26th of July. HHS Secretary Becerra just issued the PrEP Act declaration for bird flu. Why? There's minimal cases at this point. This because they're building the fear. He says it allows the FDA commissioner to issue emergency use authorizations for bird flu vaccine with no liability. Right back to the same point, guys. And you know who's driving this bus? Seemingly Trump's administration, with Vivek and Vance and Thiel and all the rest of them immersed in this very direction. You know, they're making mRNA shots for the bird flu right now. So it's funny to me that he's willing to go bad, 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 and they're all going, that's the future, at the same podium. The U.S. government has ordered 4.8 million doses of bird flu from the Seqirus company, produced in, and this is, we've talked about these. I mean, it's dangerous. These are bad. We've gone over these exact things on the show. The AMA, and the bottom line is simply to point out that they're already issuing these and it's already rolling out. It's already being worked on. Here was the actual federal registrar where we discussed. Is that up on every one of them? Okay, no. The federal registrar. Declaration of emergency pursuant to the FDA Cosmetic Act, or the Food and Drug Cosmetic Act, July 24th. And here it is. And this is the important thing to recognize. Not just that they already declared emergency for bird flu, which if you believe that they're going to fight these things, then Trump should instantaneously pull that back. Watch as it doesn't happen. There is a significant potential for a public health emergency that has a significant potential to affect national security, and they go on to say, but it goes involves biological events, namely pandemic influenza A viruses and influenza A viruses with pandemic potential, otherwise known as seasonal flu. I just want to make sure we don't forget that. I made that point when this came out, but it seems like nobody else really picked up on that. They have now created an emergencies declaration for the seasonal flu. That didn't get any headlines because I guess nobody picked up on it because we're not in the mainstream sphere and our censorship is over the top. But the important part to recognize is seasonal influenza, commonly referred to as the flu, is a contagious respiratory illness caused by the influenza A virus. So they would argue not pandemic, but I mean, rather the point is that any of these are pandemic potential in their minds, and they've made that clear. But just realize what they're saying is the seasonal flu is under deck. So that means that they have no liability for the seasonal flu shot. That means that they can push these things out. They can test, experiment, just like we are in a forever COVID-19 dynamic with the same vaccination model, but now just broadly across the board with Trump and Vance and all of them pushing that direction. But it's the good guy mRNA shots. Are we already there? Is that already happening? I bet you it's about to be going out. Everything we're seeing, you get in that same version of it. The good guy AI, the good guy biometric scans. It's scary, in fact. Now, on that note, which I point out in this conversation many times over the years, on January 22nd, 2024, I entitled the show, Is Smart Dust Already in Use on the Population? And Was COVID-19 an Attempted Experimental Next Step? Every day I feel more and more that seems to make sense. So what I'm going to do now is show you, and there's a reason that I'm very concerned about this. Because right now people are talking about this again in a rising conversation. And we've already mentioned somebody, Giordano. Full name is James Giordano, doctor. He's been speaking out. He works with the government. He's been speaking out pretty constantly for the last couple of years about neuro weapons, neuroscience, neurotechnology. So what I'm worried about is where this already is, and it seems like we're just not listening to the real examples of. Now, as always, consider that this is also hype. Consider that with everything we talk about. But I obviously think there's a reason for concern, even if it is hype, with what they're using these things for, the hype around it. Because they're telling you this is coming. They're right now, I mean, let's not forget, in the COVID injection, there was nanotechnology. But yes, we're talking about nanoparticles. But so we are beginning to see there's a lot of unknown things that were in there too. And if you have not come to terms with that reality, you probably don't even admit these things are deadly at this point. So we have to ask ourselves what this means. At the very least, ask yourself if other things may contain something that you don't know what they might have. I just want to point out an article from 2021, which is amazing to me that this still gets so much pushback. Flying microchips the size of a sand grain could be used for population surveillance. Now, what's funny to me is actually, I wasn't even meaning to overlap these things. As we get into the North Carolina point in a second, they're talking about quartz and sand. It's worth considering the overlap. I mean, I don't think there's a connection, but as always, I think it's interesting to note the correlation to words and directions and so on. But you'll see what I mean when we come to the next conversation. But this is just about the idea that this is in 2021. And even at this time, this was, what do you want to call it? A red herring, I guess. My point is that we know, I can prove to you, as I'll play that clip again we opened with, or the many different examples of like Dust Networks, the actual company that was government contracted that a decade ago was using these to track shipments in the ocean and literally showing you how they spread it in the air, which means inevitably these are out there at some degree. The point is that this here was an illusion. They were much, much, much smaller right there. And I'll even read you directly from James Giordano, who was telling you the same thing. Like a hundredth of the size of a hair. Just realize the size we're actually talking about. And so in 2021, NPR decided to come out with something saying flying microchips, the size of a sand grain, could be used for population surveillance. So the fact that they're even saying that should be too much. So that means right now they could have things flying all around the room. They're spying on you that you wouldn't know about. Just realize that's the very least what they're putting forward as what is coming, and at that time it was already happening. And at this time, I can prove to you that the size of these things were so much smaller with all the same capabilities, unless all of it is a big deception, which is certainly possible. So I'll play that clip again first. All this says is a winged microchip as small as a grain of sand that can be carried by the wind as it monitors such things as pollution levels or the spread of airborne diseases, or what you're talking to your neighbor about. We'll leave out the obvious part of surveillance, but airborne diseases, we're going to see that pop up a lot. I'll even just point this out again really quickly. Tiny chips promise swift disease diagnosis from a single breath. Somebody posted that in the Rockfin chat. This is December 16th. Are we really not paying attention yet? Are we not seeing the ubiquitous technocratic surveillance network that the techno king, that Elon Musk calls himself, by the way, for Tesla, is building around you? And it's not even just him. Frankly, I more and more these days think he's not what he professes to be. But the rest of the circle are all leaders in the industry that I guess the Republicans were saying they were fighting and still pretend to be. So here's the clip. I played this to start. Of course, I got to find it again. Hold on. There it is.
You can literally scatter this stuff like dust or embed it into a sheet of paper. This was commercially released 10 years ago. It's a tiny computer, and it features data processing, data storage, wireless comms, and it's probably as close to the true smart dust vision from the early DARPA days as we've come so far. They're designed to harvest energy from the environment around them and to communicate via a mesh network.
DARPA is the important part. Now, recognize what he's highlighting there for you. Now, I've the actual, here, I'll actually include it for you. I remember how it pops up. It's MakerCon. There it is. I'll include the link for you. Watch the whole thing. It's a symposium or a conference, and this is 10 years ago. The inevitability of smart dust. Now, what he's highlighting in this 10-year-old video is that 10 years before that, oh, you can't see it here. The inevitability of smart dust. The 10 years before that, they're pointing to the clip you just saw. And what they're highlighting is the fact that these things were DARPA designed, at least at that stage, and they were showing you that these things were tiny, microscopic. Like going back to the actual, I can't pause this one, but just seeing the salt crystals again.
You can literally scatter this stuff like dust or embed it into a sheet of paper. This was commercially released 10 years ago. You can literally scatter this stuff like dust.
20 years ago that was being done. Imagine what is happening today. That's my point. Like dust. And then goes on to show the chip, the Mu chip, or the other one that was a different design, but say it runs on your body's energy, can two-way communicate. It's terrifying. This is stuff that they're claiming is very real and was being used. And I've shown you everything. Going back to companies making stuff, and then it gets really quiet, and they start pointing to wires and brains and large pieces of equipment. Why? How do you not see how alarming that is? That the real conversation went deep and quiet, and they started pointing to things that were done decades before that. That should be pretty alarming. I'm very much hoping that it's because it's all an illusion, but I don't think that's the case. So here they are in 2021 pointing to these things, which in and of themselves are called fake news by some in the conversation. So before we go forward, I just want to include some of the stuff that we've already covered on this. Now, there's a lot of content, but if you have the time, I recommend you check it out. This is an article we put out in 2016. Neural smart dust connects brain and computer. Wireless mind control. Long time. This is from 2022. Israel's, actually, this is just the specifically the COVID jab, Lieber, Elon Musk overlap, right? Recognizing the overlap to all of these things and how they connect to the, I mean, Lieber being the example of the nanotech direction going back a long way. In fact, if I even have that pop up, let's see. What was that? Of course, it doesn't pop up now. Oops, there it is. Virus-sized transistors, 2011. This is Charles Lieber, the one who was arrested in the beginning of COVID for being caught working with China, and one of the people working with bringing blood samples over to China in his sock from Beth Israel Hospital. He was arrested. Literally, this guy, along with Bob Langer, is one of the primary people involved with the creation of this technology. Bob Langer being the co-founder of Moderna. That's him right here. Bob Langer, the coronavirus common denominator, ties to Charles Lieber. There's more here than you realize. This point was about specifically the idea. Looks like they've changed this one too. Which is the team coating the hairpin nanowire with a fatty lipid layer, just like with the injection, in order to pull it into the cell. And what they're talking about, as it says, explains that when it indicates that when a man-made structure, so a virus-sized transistor, is as small as a virus or bacteria, whichever you believe in, it can behave the way biological structures do. That's, I mean, this kind of thing people would call fake. Harvard is publishing the idea that they were creating in 2011 microscopic transistors. So why are we going to pretend that in 2021 they're talking about bug size? You know what I mean? It doesn't make any sense. There's more going on here than we realize. So realize that then the overlap to the jab itself, Lieber and Elon Musk, says a lot. Next one. This was 2023. These are all, I'm of them. I think this one's even out at this point. 2023, they were working on this. The deadly lipid nanoparticle spike protein design. That's the first part of it, just that's deadly. But also the new mod RNA ferritin nanoparticle universal flu injection. Which, again, the question becomes, if we know this has been worked on, and is that not already what's there? Or would they even tell you that? If you don't remember this, make sure you check it out. The ferritin nanoparticle injection, which is it's an ongoing direction. I'll even grab this for those that just never want to believe that this stuff is real, because, we're talking about it on the show. Here's Guardian, that makes it different for you. Genetically engineered magnetoprotein remotely controls brain and behavior. 2016. Very real stuff, using iron ferritin particles that exist in your body to basically manipulate them using things like magnetogenetics, optogenetics, which we'll come across again in a second in the show. This is real-time stuff. This is why we argue the Neuralink that Musk is putting forward is a red herring. They're well past the wire sticking out of your head, and it's all for a reason. But you can decide for yourself. The point is to realize that this stuff is happening. None of this, by the way, has to do with what's healthy for you. 2023, the Charles Lieber connection, from nanotechnology to COVID-19 to technocracy. 2023 May, dual use. Another new example of what they were creating on the back of the COVID-19 illusion, new aerosolized mRNA delivering nanoparticles. Very real. Can vaccinate or they can eliminate. And that's literally what the study shows. I think this was it was a high-level study, a very prominent group. I forget exactly which one. Check it out for yourself. Doesn't stand out to me, but it was a very prominent study, and it's like MIT or something like that. And the ultimate point was they showed that they can either choose to inject you with whatever they claim vaccinates you, or they could say reduce your insulin levels so you die. And so my point is, well, this is what dual-use technology looks like. They can apply this nanoparticles that have aerosolized mRNA, which is, look this up, it's all over the place right now, that can kill you or it can help you, or help, whatever you think that means. We're still 2023. Let's not forget, in 2023 September, an interesting deviation from the vaccination direction, soil tack, which feels like nobody even cares about Lahaina anymore. Soil tack dust suppressant to be deployed in Lahaina. You know why that's relevant today? Because it's nanotechnology. I went over this in depth, like very few others did in this conversation, what soil tack really was, what it was really going to accomplish. Of course, it got picked up by some of the more partisan elements well beyond this, but did not focus on the parts that I think are most important. Obviously, this was damaging to the environment, to health. But what else was going on here? Why would they need to cake the entire environment with this? There's something crazy around these things. But today's point is just the fact that they're finding more uses for nanotechnology in your life that are not in your best interest. 2023 August, turning your body into a drug/weapons factory, overlapping with the point we were just making with the other show, and manufacturing illness, and some Maui updates. January 16, 2024, gain of function's newest, quote, brain virus. Now, you realize every one of these, and I'm citing things like this, are coming from peer-reviewed studies. Gain of function's newest brain virus. I think even, what's his name covered this? I forget his name now. The British white older gentleman that was kind of on the other side to start, and he kind of came around to realizing this. Anyway, I might see it right here. Oh, well. And genetically engineered proteins to control everything. That's one of the main parts of this, is that they're working on proteins that they can use within any one of these dynamics that can ultimately create anything or control, like a ferritin protein could ultimately be used, or in the way that they use these proteins to control your ferritin the aluminum, or rather, iron ferritin particles in your body, can be used to ultimately create all sorts of things. And we go over this in depth. It's pretty terrifying. And again, this is not some blog writing about futuristic dynamics. And we're talking about like nature.com or scientific peer-reviewed studies at large that are simply talking about the newest, highest level science where they're manufacturing proteins to have all sorts of different outcomes. And that's important to understand with nanotechnology, the overlap of the two, which is the point here. 2024, April. Important looking back. Pfizer's Israeli-made, decade-old syringe-delivered nanotechnology. Kind of becomes relevant to find out that there's a decades-old example of one of these things that is on a shelf in Israel and wonder where it all comes from. As well as the interesting smart dust financial tracking point, which is such an interesting standout that gets very little attention. This is from September 2024. If you don't remember, Wells Fargo, of all places, literally has a patent for smart dust in regard to using the ATM. Because this is my point about this. If you go back and look and don't just use what they call conspiracy theory to dictate what you decide to engage with, you can see that they have been talking about this for decades and using nanotechnology. This is why I'm worried that it's already there in order to track anything. And I've showed the dust networks point, and I might even have that as a, I bet this comes up. Yeah, right there. Look at that. I'll just include the video, or actually here, just this is the main page. Dust networks. Most of these are gone, but these few are still here. I mean, even right there, you can see what it's just showing you. Spreading dust in the air. That's what he's doing. He's basically doing an example of what it looks like to spread the smart dust by throwing sand in the air. These are 13 years old, and in the video, they're talking about well before that. This one, I believe, and this one are the two to watch. And he's simply telling you that going back a decade, they were using this to track cargo ships and stuff like that. How is it not possible that you get it? This is not already everywhere. So the patent for Wells Fargo reads as such: systems and methods that facilitate authenticating a user. Seems very relevant to today, doesn't it? Making a payment using what they call microelectromechanical systems, or MEMS, or memes, interesting, or devices, i.e. smart dust. That's what they call it. The MEM's devices may have sensors that collect data and transfer it to the base station device. To sum it up, and you can read for yourself, they essentially are talking about using an ATM as one of the suggestions that literally pump out smart dust that confirm you're you. And then I guess go back in the machine or just dissipate into the air. I mean, who knows? The bottom line is that's what they're explicitly telling you. Smart dust to verify you, or to verify the money, or to verify the transaction of the two, or where they go from there. It's an ongoing thing. A never-ending, ongoing thing. And I think this is the thing you have to realize. If they're telling you they want to track everything, how do we? Maybe everything's a red herring. Maybe they're smart dusting the world as we speak. Now, that sounds so crazy to some people. And I'm not saying I think that. I'm saying it's certainly possible. And there's evidence to suggest that they're going in that direction. If you're willing to ignore stuff like this, again, I think it's because you just don't either afraid of it, which I get, or politically it's not advantageous for your political direction. I just don't know why anybody would ignore outright this kind of information. And Whitney Webb and I discussed this on April 17th, 2024. Manufacturing bipartisan consent for biometric surveillance. That's the earliest step we're taking right now. It's happening right in front of you as Trump hails the biometric on air, on sea, a complete biometric tracking system. It's like, and everyone cheers. How is that possible? And again, this one is from this month. Tiny chips promise swift disease diagnosis from a single breath. Great. There's your predictive your medical pre-crime. Well, the nanodust says that you're going to get sick in a week, so you got to get locked down. And then because we did that, now you're good. You didn't get sick because we got ahead of it. Or you said something politically inconvenient, or you get how it goes. But Trump would never do that. I certainly hope you're right. Now, the nanotech aspect of this, it dovetails, if that's even the right way to frame it, with a very, very alarming part of this conversation, which is the neurotechnology. And this gets into the most terrifying parts of this for me. The idea of not just being able to track, but being able to actually influence, like the ferritin aspect, what you think, what you feel, what you see, what you actually do. Now, if you're at the stage where you're like just pushing back on whether there's even nanotech and smart dust, this is going to be way too far for you. But the point is, realistically, at least they're putting forward in some parts of the conversation, as I'll show you, that this is not just that it's happening, but where they're desperately trying to get to as fast as possible. And why wouldn't they? I mean, it's laid bare right now. The naked reality of who these people are. Committing genocide, censoring people they don't like, murdering journalists. And we're supposed to pretend like we wouldn't expect them to roll out some massive agenda to do this exact. I mean, obviously they're capable of this, because if they can control what you think, if they can turn you against your neighbor, I mean, maybe that's Catherine Austin Fitts just said this in one of her interviews. She is convinced that partly that's already happening through the media you watch on TV, social media. I think we need to genuinely ask whether that might be part of what's happening. I'm not trying to scare anybody. I just think it's important to recognize the full breadth of what is being done in front of us right now, and to be able to try. The only way we can solve a problem is to acknowledge we have one. And I think we're seeing that on full display with the current political dynamic. People that just don't want to admit where they are. Before we get there, David Icke writes, "This is the human hive mind I have been warning about for decades. And now we have the low orbit satellites of Elon Musk, 5G towers creating the electromagnetic global cloud, and self-replicating nanotech in the, quote, COVID fake vaccines, and others that connect human to the cloud." Now, that's even a step further than what we're just simply pointing out that this exists. But in no way would I say that's logical. I was going to say logically, obviously possible. But I mean, the point is, that direction is where I think this kind of goes. Whether you think that we're there or not is what you should be deciding. But do not for 1 second act like that's just lunacy. It's not. I mean, they're writing things about this right now, how it'll save humanity. I mean, it's quite alarming. Elliot Overton, we'll point out in a second, says scientists can remotely control behavior and emotions using nanotechnology and magnetic fields. That's called magnetogenetics. He says, do you seriously believe they haven't already experimented with this in humans, meaning you? Yeah, I mean, I don't know why he just decided to start. Maybe he's always been talking about it. I don't know. I'm new to his account. But it's crazy. I'm glad, because this needs to get in front of people. Just the consideration. 15,000 followers, pretty good engagement. That's what David Icke says. This is where it's going. And of course, David Icke also put this out, which I think it's important this is the simplest way to look at this. The idea being that Klaus Schwab very much came out and said, in a few years, you're going to have chips in your brain. And the exact group that are cheering Elon Musk were going, no way, that's crazy, push back, no, anti-Great Reset. Now Musk comes out and says, I'll put them in your brain. Yay. Not all of them. I don't even think the majority, but enough of them in the circle that matters, the mainstream partisan side, for that to be absurd, but changing the conversation. Now, here is another clip from Elliot, but this is the Dr. James Giordano clip. Now, we might play it all. We'll see. We'll listen to it. Where he's talking about this guy's been on tours talking about this stuff for a long time. It says U.S. military DARPA developed synthetic viruses. And he's talked about this. Nanotechnology and nanorobots for the purpose of controlling human thought. Your emotions, your beliefs, your behavior. He says this is cognitive warfare, and it's being used against you by intelligence agencies. I just hope we can consider this, because, again, if it's already happening, I mean, there's so many directions to take that. Like, maybe this entire conversation is because we're supposed to be having. I just don't want to get that far into the weeds. I just think that the moment we can clearly see that this is something that they would covet. So let's just engage with this as if we can stop it, because how else would you engage with it? And I think we need to start calling this stuff out. especially with the people that seem to be the most willing to fight it, who seem to be the most pacified by people in power right now.
The possibility to use some form of directed energy to affect physiology peripherally and also to affect the physiology and health of the brain. I can create small robotic units, controllable robotic units at the nanoscale, and that these too can be aerosolized to create a nanoswarm of biopenetrable materials that you cannot see, that are able to integrate themselves through a variety of membranes, mucous membranes, and wherever, mouth, nose, ears, eyes, can be then uptaken into the...
For the podcast, he's speaking at the Modern War Institute.
vascular system to create clumping, can affect the vascular system of the brain or can directly diffuse into the brain space, and these can be weaponized. Agents that will either change individuals' thoughts, vulnerabilities, volatility to violence and aggression, or incur morbidity, dysfunction, and or mortality in such a way as to then mitigate the engagement altogether. The brain is and will be the 21st century battlescape in many ways. End of story. It's not just a question of trying to figure out what makes the brain tick and the way it's built. It's can we get in there to affect the ticking and talking, and by affecting the way that brain is built and the way it functions, influence in ways that are kinetic and non-kinetic, the attitudes, beliefs, thoughts, emotions, activities, and relative vulnerabilities and predispositions. The more I know about you and the more I know about the way your brain works as individuals, groups, communities, and even populations, the more I can utilize non-kinetic means such as informational means of narratives, iconographies, semiotics, to influence your emotions and your behaviors. We can do this subliminally through computer images. We can do this more liminally through the types of engagements, interactions that we engage through psychological operations and informational operations. We can go further than that as well. We can also utilize these interventional technologies in those ways that may able to directly affect the brain. Probably the one that you've heard about most recently, most contemporaneously in the literature, is the possibility to use some form of directed energy to affect physiology peripherally and also to affect the physiology and health of the brain. And there are a number of countries that have developed initiatives and agenda towards developing just these types of things, the United States included. The more we understand the specificity of the brain on a very granular level, the more we're able to derive and develop particular types of drugs that not only can enhance and optimize the performance of our people, but can also be used to mitigate, militate, and in some cases manifest profound morbid changes in their people. In other words, against a hostile other. We can go further to implant certain brain-machine interfaces. These are many of the DARPA programs that you may hear of now. The idea here is to put minimal-sized electrodes in a network within a brain through only minimal intervention to be able to read and write into the brain function in real time, remotely. The United States is not alone in such effort. So, how then can we use these elements as weapons? And we can do that in a number of ways. We can militate their behaviors and their thoughts in some ways as to make them more amenable to what we do, the idea of positive weaponology. Or we can in fact mitigate and in some cases completely nullify their capability, will, or engagement.
Just as an example of thought, like, and no, it just popped into my head. I'm not basing this on anything other than the idea, but of something like Syria, which we'll talk about tomorrow, right? It's an interesting thing to think about. Like, we obviously see Gaza as an example, as Israel has been caught and publicly pointed out more than once that they experiment on the population in Gaza now that, you know, before Gaza was completely flattened to nothing. But like in Syria, think about the interesting way that went down. The lack of fighting, the weird shift in support. I mean, it can easily be explainable by any number of propaganda points, but it's also worth considering maybe that this was a test of some kind. Now, I'm gonna be clear. I don't think that. I think that what we explained thus far can be explained away by obvious pop propaganda, proxy groups, and so on. But I think it is worth considering that when we see large world events that just don't make sense, or people that act against their interests. It's worth considering that this might be something that they're testing to see if they can actually influence an entire population to be more amenable to what they want. Think about how valuable that would be to authoritarian governments.
To fight. If we combine those two definitions into one, what we find is those agents that will either change individuals' thoughts, vulnerabilities, volatility to violence and aggression, or incur morbidity, dysfunction, and or mortality in such a way as to then mitigate the engagement altogether. So in other words, this can also be weaponized against others. And this is where we get into the idea of novel neuroweapons. Once again, this is not necessarily new, but the momentum of this dimension of the field has accelerated as a consequence of increased understanding of the brain and increased capability to develop tools and techniques to access and affect the brain. We see in close neuropharmaceuticals and organic toxin. More specifically, perhaps.
Now, obviously, you can tell this was edited by him. The full link to the episode, the speech is below the original link I shared. Think about what he just said, though, the idea of the pharmaceutical and organic toxin, as we're clearly seeing this push for more pharmaceuticals when the opposite direction should be the one we're all going in. Doesn't make any sense.
More specifically, perhaps, might be targeting individuals on a level that allows either direct attribution or covert engagement with non-attribution. I could also incur much broader type of ripple effects. And one of the ways I could also do that is with what's called high morbidity neuromicrobiologic agents. It's a real fancy way of saying neurobugs. But high morbidity neurobugs. I may not want to kill a lot of people. In fact, arguably, I may assume what is sometimes referred to as the Sailor-Malin mantra. I can use a particular bug that I may be able to now modify through the use of gene editing technique that is ubiquitously available and fairly easy to use to take a bug that was previously relatively benign and non-pathogenic and make that bug virulent.
You see where this all comes together? Whether it's genetically modified, whether it's the gain of function manipulation, whether it's nanotechnology. I mean, these are all coming together on the back of a very alarming direction. Interestingly, pacifying the group that would fight all of this. I mean, I don't even think I need to explain that anymore. Maybe Trump and the rest of them don't even know what they're doing. But it's very clear how this is beginning. And as we get into the other part of it, you're going to see that there's a lot of conservatives that are very aware of it, very concerned about it. And it's beginning to show.
Pathogenic, dangerous. And then what could I do? I could introduce that bug in key sites. But I'd want to make sure that at least part of the symptomatic constellation was not only neurological, was profoundly psychological. Agitation.
Now, quickly to also point out, especially for those that are of the mind that there are no viruses, this is the interesting thing to think about. We're not talking about a pathogen really at this point. We're talking about nanotechnology, smart dust. We're talking about he's talking about both. He's talking about using them in certain cases, but also the conversation of using nanotech, smart dust, neuro weapons to effectively create illness. So think about that. I mean, maybe that's what they're working on in these labs. It's important to consider and not box out possibilities, right? And so the idea could be that they are viruses, or maybe they're not. Maybe it's nanotech, which would be then something that in the conversation of COVID-19 or spike proteins, that it would mean something different than a pathogen. But see, if you end up boxing that out by saying, that's not real, that whole thing's fake, instead of considering how it could still be the real conversation, but it's just a different medium, right? A different focal point. But either way, these things he's pointing out as something that are possible, which then have the same end result as what you are pointing to as something doesn't exist. So then it eventually becomes a moot point, not in the sense that those things are real or not, but in the sense that the outcome is the same. And they still can point to it, and the rest of the population doesn't know any different.
Debilitation, sweating, stomach problems, sleeplessness, cardiac problems, things that are what we call top-down neurological in their effect, brain to body and body to brain in the bottom-up cascade. I can disrupt an individual from the level of their cell to their system and disrupt individuals on a variety of levels, from individuals all the way up to the social fabric. And that social fabric may go even further. It may be geopolitical. We can even go further. One of the newest developments is that nanoparticulate matter can be stabilized for distribution. If you're not aware of what nanoparticulate matter is, it's that matter which exists on a scale of 1 × 10⁹. Very, very small. Smaller than a cell. And we can manufacture materials that have discrete properties that can be controlled by virtue of bioengineering and their physical chemistry. To auto-aggregate, to be able to aggregate in particular areas based upon their biological and or chemical sensitivity. But now we go one step further. Most recently, just a few weeks ago, it was announced that you could then aerosolize nanomaterials. And go one step further, I can create small robotic units, controllable robotic units at the nanoscale, and that these too can be aerosolized to create a nanoswarm.
You know, and so we're just reading our headlines, in this case talking about aerosolized mRNA that can either vaccinate or And that gets pushed back on. You're a conspiracy theorist. It's fake news. I mean, you have to realize how documented this stuff is and the research they're doing around it. And if it's sort of like the fluoride conversation or the GMOs, you get these, call them Karens, if you will, whatever it is, left or right, people in these positions that may not even know any better, that push back and say Mexico's acting from non-scientific standpoints. Fluoride is helpful for everybody, and they're all wrong. You're all wrong. The injections are killing people, GMOs are bad, and fluoride hurts you. And the reality is the science also shows that. But yet you still get the pushback. So my point is, when you can highlight these things, you get the average people out there that just sneer and look at you because the higher ups that they think are smart tell you they're wrong. And so they laugh at you and say you're wrong. And the point is, you shouldn't care about any of that. You should care about what you can prove. Do your due diligence, and who cares what anybody else says? Stand by what you believe and what you think is true. What your integrity shows, what you believe is happening. That's all you can do. And if something changes and you evolve your opinion, then you can evolve with that too. The thing you should never want to be is somebody who out of hand dismisses something because you were told you weren't supposed to think it. The most ignorant thing I can possibly see today.
Of biopenetrable materials that you cannot see, that can penetrate all but the most robust biochemical filters, that are able to integrate themselves through a variety of membranes, mucous membranes, and wherever, mouth, nose, ears, eyes, can be then uptaken into the vascular system to create clumping, can affect the vascular system of the brain, or can directly diffuse into the brain space, and these can be weaponized. And they can be done in such a level that their presence is almost impossible to detect, and as such, the attribution becomes exceedingly difficult to demonstrate. But let's keep going.
Another point to add, by the way, for those that love when I stop it, is to think about the fact that, as I say often, every time we get these things presented to us, what it usually means, it's never always, right? It's absolutes kind of thing. It's pretty consistently means that it's been around for a decade. It's not it's a tried and fast, it's a general consistent point. Could be 5 years, could be 20. The point is that ultimately when you have these kind of presentations, it usually means that that's not new. They're not presenting it as a new novel thing. It's because they want you to see it. And it's been used against you. So what he's highlighting is pretty alarming. And he's presenting this to you as something that is new, but it's not. So we should genuinely be asking if they're just, predictive programming, or kind of, normalizing the idea of something that is already around you right now. I certainly hope not. But historically speaking, that is pretty much how these things tend to go. So think about that and ask what that might mean. Does that change your direction? Does it change the way you act, view things? I mean, I would hope so. Doesn't mean you have to blindly assume it's all happening, but maybe we should start acting in the direction that there is something like that possibly happening and see how that changes your worldview.
They also utilize a whole host of devices to be able to affect individuals close in, for example, during interrogations, during social engagements, during human terrain team engagements, or more remotely, in a room, in a theater, in an airplane, in a bus, in a store, in a mall. The answer is increasingly yes. The idea here is can we utilize neuroscience and technology? And if the answer is yes, we can, should we? And if the answer there is we already are, and there are some domains and dimensions by which use should be advocated, for example, non-lethality, least harm, doing less harm than other forms of interventions and engagements that are currently in use, being able to mitigate individuals' capacity or willingness to engage in volatility. In other words, improving the capacity for individuals to gain capability to get along. Well, perhaps there's some value there.
Absolutely not, no matter what. The idea of what he's floating is the idea, well, we should discuss, if we're already using them ubiquitously, don't miss that, which clearly I think suggests that is the case, then we should be arguing what the better uses could be. Right? No, all you do is open the door to the normalization of their use, which again is probably already happening, but they want you to call for your own subjugation. And so then you create that, well, we want to, these people are unfriendly, so we can use this to make them more friendly. Or maybe they just don't want what's being forced on them. And see how the framing, we know what this government's capable of, and this should be terrifying. Now, here is what James said on his LinkedIn a month ago. The Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, and their new generation neurosurgical neurotechnology, or N3 project, we've already talked about that, is an ambitious initiative aiming to develop vast arrays of nanoscalar sensing and transmitting brain computational interfaces, or BCIs, An axiomatic attribute of such a system is obviating the burden of and risks of neurosurgical implantation by instead introducing the nanomaterials via intranasally, intravenously, as in injections, and or intraorally in your mouth. So your nose, your mouth, or in your blood. And using electromagnetic fields to migrate the units to their distribution within the brain. Guys, how alarming is that? Do you not realize that the earlier conversations about this were the magnets and the magnogenetics and laughed out of town? And I never was able to truly discern. I mean, I saw some examples that were clearly not made up, but then I saw plenty that I could tell were just complete nonsense. Nonetheless, it became hard to decipher whether that was a real thing. But the idea that we're literally being told that the future, as again, read already been going on, is that they're using magnetogenetics and specifically nanomaterials, potentially intravenously, to be able to get them once they're in your blood to where they need them to go in the brain. Remember all the testing of the blood-brain, why nobody can explain why they were jamming those things up people's brains and then just quietly stop doing that when you could always test it in saliva? I mean, how much do we really need to see here? Something was being done to us and they were testing us. And it said that location is everything. And so too here. Arrays would require precise placement in order to engage specific nodes and networks, like smart dust. And it's unknown if and to what extent any drift might occur in system fidelity. You know how you can find out? You test. The system works much like Wi-Fi in that it's all about parsing signal from the noise floor of the brain. But, can you hear me now? Takes on deeper implications when the sensing and transmitting dynamics involve reading from and writing into brain processes of cognition, emotions, and behavior. This is dystopian movie stuff, guys. It says, I'd be the first one to argue for an always faithful paradigm of sensing and transmitting integrity. Yet, even if the system and its workings are true to design, there's still a possibility of components and functions being hacked. Now, if you miss what he's saying there, again, like you may argue that James Giordano has the best of intentions. I think we need to be objective in pointing out that that's simply not the majority in this conversation when it comes to power structures. Classically seen as using people that do have good intentions and then using them for nefarious purposes. I mean, this is constant. So what's frustrating and concerning is that he either doesn't know that, which I find hard to believe, but saying, of course, I'd like to use this to be able to sense and transmit, basically always faithful paradigm of sensing and transmitting integrity as in a positive use. Then he goes, but, they could still be hacked. Clearly, the point being that it may be none of those things, and it's the government making it the bad thing. Or again, it could be a bad actor hacking it, or, but the point is, why would we ever want that? Why do we open that Pandora's box, as he references in a second, knowing that it's not, you're opening the door to being able to, somebody could control you from outside using nanotechnology, and we're going to go, let's see what happens. There are some positives. They could be hacked. They could lie to you. They could do it. That could be the direction to begin with. It says, as work with Dr. Diane DeLulis has advocated, the need for cybersecurity by design, this is the stuff of my nightmares, is paramount, not just for N3, but for all neurotech, not nanotech, neurotech, given its essential reliance on data. By intent, N3 holds promise in medicine, he says, but the tech is also provocative for communications of all sorts. And its dual use is obvious. That's the same meaning. Means it could be good, it could be bad, it could be applied in ways that can hurt, that could attack, that could be terrorism. This is terrifying. It says, yes, Pandora, or this jar has been opened. If we consider the sum total of operations, so he's basically saying, it's too late, we're already there, so we should try to make it good. That's the classic way governments work. They dump it into your reality and go, no, we don't know how it got here, but now it's here, so let's make it work better for us. When in reality, it was always done to control you. If we consider the sum total operations of the embodied brain to be mined, and N3 type tech is aimed at remotely sensing and modulating these operations, then it doesn't require much of a stretch to recognize that this is fundamentally mind reading and mind control, at least at a basic level. And that's contentious. Yeah. He says, it's in full transparency, I served as a consulting ethicist on initial stages of N3, and the issues spawned by this project were evident. and deeply discussed. But discussion is not resolution, as we pointed out. And the goods, as well as the gremlins and goblins of N3 tech, have been loosed into the real world. Let that register for a second. Regardless of the bads they found, too late. It's been used anyway. That is what we see continuously with our governments. The real world is multinational, and DARPA and the U.S. are not alone in pursuing these projects. And they love, now that's not necessarily false, but they love to use that as the argument for why we need to rapidly get there first. Caution be damned, because China could do it first. Well, I mean, that's probably true. But historically, there's cases like that where that never turned out to actually be the reality, or at the very least, how do we know that the others are doing it as dangerously as you? But I get the logic. But I don't know why, I mean, the idea should ultimately come down to what the people of these countries ultimately want, and not what you argue we have to do because of the other country that could make you less powerful. But I get the logic of it, though. But it says the real world, again, it says nations and people's values, needs, desires, economics, I kept trying to say economy, allegiances, and ethics differ. And any genuine ethical discourses and policy governances must account for that. The need for a reality check is now. The question is whether there is enough rational capital in regulatory institutions' accounts to cash the check without bouncing bankable benefits into the realms of burdens, risks, and harms. Far too gone for that. These entities are captured. There are no regulatory agencies anymore. They are the industry. And that's why this happens. That's why this is a foregone conclusion in my mind that we're already in a very dangerous position. And with the rapid advancement of what Trump's administration is pushing forward, I'm worried about this next 4 years. Now, here's the N3. Battlelet Neuro Team advances phase 2 of DARPA N3 program. This, ladies and gentlemen, was in 2020. So realize that is the early part. That's the last full year of Donald Trump's administration. Right up until January 2021. Okay, we're talking about this rolling out under Trump, which shouldn't be that shocking to people that have been watching this show. But it says the team of researchers has received funding to continue the work of a 3-phase DARPA program called Next Generation Non-Surgical Neurotechnology. Now think of the timing of this. As we're talking about Charles Lieber and Bob Langer and the optogenetics and the ferret nanoparticle invasion, all the stuff we're talking about, and Trump rolls out at a time when we're pointing to more surface level parts of the conversation, next generation non-surgical neurotechnology, as he's rolling out a rapidly lacking of testing injection full of nanotechnology. I mean, come on. That should at least be something you ask yourself. And it says the program is designed for teams around the country to develop a high-performance bidirectional brain-computer interface for non-invasive clinical applications or for use by able-bodied members of the military. Okay, so if they're working on phase 2 of a non-invasive brain interface, what's all this nonsense last week from Elon Musk and his injection brain? Think about that for a second. Trump's administration in 2020 is funding what is well beyond the wires out of your brain Neuralink. I think, and it's why lots of us, including David Icke and others, are calling that a red herring. And that's to show you something. If you are willing to consider that's real, ask what that shows you about the true intentions. It's called Brainstorm's brain system to transmit or receive magnetoelectronic signals. Magnetoelectronic, that's the point. And talk about the magnetic overlap to this and what they might have been testing. It employs magnetoelectric nanotransducers, MENTs. We just talked about MENTs, localized in neural tissue for the brain-computer interface application. One of the keys in the MENTs attributes are their incredibly small size. And here's my point. This is 2020. So not, well, here, that's actually more perfect, actually. So 2021, NPR is talking about grains of sand-sized robots like the future, right? It says thousands of these MENTs can fit across the width of a human hair. I mean, these are not the same. Not all of these are created equal, right? Some of them do different things or require more power. But just think about 20 years ago, we're talking about the things that are what they're discussing with the clip we played that can use your own body's energy. That can have two-way trans. And these are sizes of 10, like the same size, if not smaller than this. It says, our current data suggests that we can non-surgically introduce MENTs into the brain for subsequent bidirectional neural interfacing. My God, am I happy I never took one of those shots. I mean, I'm sure you're all nodding along. That's wild. And it says phase 2, and I'm not suggesting we know that they're all in there, but my God, guys, there's every reason to worry about that with all the new things that we're learning. It says phase 2 efforts will focus on maturing the capability sets of the MENTs for writing information to the brain and advancing the construction and testing of the external writing interface. That's what James Giordano was just talking about. Mind control. Why? It's right on the surface. It says if work progresses to the third phase, the team would implement a regulatory strategy developed with the FDA in phase 2 in order to support future human subjects testing. And then we went through COVID-19. Interesting timing. Again, January 9th, 2020. Redefining neuroweapons, emerging capabilities in neuroscience and neurotechnology. A month later, right? I mean, same thing. You can read this. This is the direction that was early this was the last year of Trump's administration. That then very much continued through Biden's. It's just your government, guys. Get yourself out of the left-right paradigm. Now, we talked about this, specifically Giordano, in the past. This was December 29th, 2023, the neuroweapon side to the COVID illusion, because it definitely overlaps exactly like we're showing you. And this was the one we already showed you before from the using engineered proteins to control everything, as well as the article Whitney put out for TLAV in 2020, May 4th. Coronavirus gives a dangerous boost to DARPA's darkest agenda. And this is in 2020, but the point is, just like we showed you with the tech going a long way back, in vivo, in your body, nano platforms, right? Platforms. So they can then train them to create what they would need once they set up the platform in your body. That's exactly what this is. Many argued that's what the COVID-19 shot was all about. Or specifically, next generation non-surgical neurotechnology, all rolling out, guys. 2020. Too bad you weren't listening to TLAB back then, right? Saving us from COVID, the DARPA chips. We've talked about all this. And of course, to end this one part of the segment, I'll include something we should very much consider. A year before 2020, here's a study, and there's more than one of these, as many of you have seen. Compulsory moral bioenhancement should be covert. So the last point to put on this is everything we discussed. One of the obvious things that stand out to your mind would be that, well, how would they wouldn't do that to us, especially if you think that you believe in them, right? Trump wouldn't do that. Okay, maybe you're right. Unless you recognize that he's convinced by the people that he thinks are the ones he should listen to. What we were told, right? He doesn't know everything, but he'll listen to the smart people in his room. That's the first thing he told us in his last administration, right? Okay, well, they come in the room and they say, Trump, this is important. This will save the world. Has to be covert. You following along? Here's what it says. Some theorists argue that moral bioenhancement is the point, moral they add to it, bioenhancement like the neurotechnology we're talking about, ought to be compulsory, meaning forced. The person says, I take this argument one step further, arguing that if bioenhancement ought to be mandatory, then its administration should be covert rather than overt, meaning they do it without your knowledge. This is to say that it is morally preferable for forcing it on you without you knowing so that they're receiving the enhancement. Basically saying that it's morally better to force the bioenhancement. My argument, he says, is that if moral bioenhancement ought to be compulsory, then its administration is a matter of public health. That's a big jump, I would argue, and for this reason should be governed by public health ethics. And he argues that the covert administration better conforms to public health ethics. So lying to you or withholding information to secretly, covertly implant in your body nanotechnology for your benefit, of course, is more in line with public health ethics. That's the mental gymnastics this complete clown did. Well, that's what they're arguing. So ask yourself whether they were already there. All because they were convinced that it was in your best interest, or at least that's what they told him. Now, then overlapping this with what we just talked about. And if you haven't seen this, this is important to connect with what we were just talking about. So we talked about the transition. And actually, in this article, we go over it first. This was the DARPA's XAI program. So it's important, if you actually, this conversation is important to watch this one first and then bring it to this one, where I discuss the quiet transition from what was called DARPA's XAI program, it stands for Explainable AI, and then the transition to what Elon has rolled out as lowercase x AI. And it only looks capital because it's all capital. Actually, no, that's interesting. It should be lowercase. Anyway, the point is, in, 2021, the very end of 2021, interestingly timed, by the way, DARPA wraps up a program, by the way, which had been going on all through Trump's administration, 2017 to 2021, which was about using human engagement to train artificial intelligence to make its suggestions understandable to the average person. Now, really what you were doing is machine learning. You were training the artificial intelligence. Whether that was what they're claiming it was about is irrelevant. Then they show you how they were using it with social media in 2024, saying we're using this to, I forget the date exactly, but we're using this to using social media to train this model for your benefit. Then they talk about using it to detect mental health issues. And they talk about using it with digital twins on the metaverse. My point is, this program from DARPA's side of it ended in 2021. So many months later, Elon creates X. So many about a year later, that's not even right. Pretty quickly after that, it's only more prominent today, he created XAI, which is a totally new program about using Twitter to train artificial intelligence. Totally not the same exact thing, is it, guys? I'm very worried about what this shows us, especially with his interconnectivity to all of what we're dealing with. Now, this more than anything has opened my eyes, or more so the reality, the possibility that he is just a front man for the establishment, for the actual deep state. With all him being in front of everything he's rolling out is causing the people that would most likely scream why it's a problem to pacify themselves. This concerns me. Now, I'm also going to include the clip that Brock made about this topic, DARPA's XAI, or digital twin, and tech-driven health solutions. Now, here's where it gets even more interesting, is most recently, he raised another $6 billion for this program. Elon Musk's XAI has completed its Series C funding round. It's Musk's artificial intelligence company is now funded by Sequoia Capital, Morgan Stanley, BlackRock, which a lot of conservatives are very unhappy about, and rightly so, which shows that they have integrity, but they're willing to not just sideline the story because it makes their person look bad, but because they finally see, well, that's a problem. Because BlackRock should be a concern. Why would they be? It's the same thing we see everywhere else. On top of that, I thought that was in here. Oh, I guess not. Well, the point is that with OpenAI, the group that he's been calling the Google OpenAI, their artificial intelligence is a problem, and they don't work. They're not doing the right thing. So we're going to make my version of it, right? And then now they're working together on two different programs. They're playing you guys. If you can't see by now, they're not what they're presenting. The same thing as always. At least if you can't consider that with all the things that keep challenging what they're telling you they're going to do, it's very worrisome to me. I think that was the other point I want to make on this in particular. Now, make sure you watch go through this point, because the overlap to me is very concerning, because right now we're talking about the using you and your current content on Twitter, because he makes that clear in his conversations, to train his artificial intelligence, which I'm absolutely convinced is DARPA's program, like everything else they're involved with. This is an ongoing government agenda. And they're right now using this to train the models for what we just highlighted. All of the stuff we're talking about. And realize even the conversation of the neuroscience, as Catherine Austin Fitz has pointed out, is using things, not just physical stuff like smart dust, but just media, using social media, using your TV. Very worried about that. Now, I thought that was interesting, by the way, because as we're pointing out that Elon Musk is admitting he's using your tweets to train his artificial intelligence, look at what even YouTube is now saying. It says you can now choose if you want to allow third-party companies to use your content to train AI models in studio. Which, how much you want to bet whether or not you click that, they're still going to do it. The point is that we're all being used right now. You are the product everywhere you look. On top of that, as David Icke points out, because of now his kind of prison of low orbit satellites all around the world. This is beginning to develop exactly like he's highlighting. How that can interface with the nanotechnology, smart dust dynamic, the cloud. I mean, whether you believe all of that or not, the point is the actual technology is right in front of you. And Elon Musk is working with the National Reconnaissance Office, which provides surveillance for groups like the NSA, which was completely shadowy and unacknowledged until something like the late 90s. Turns out they had trillions in black slush funds that they wouldn't tell. I mean, there's so much like this going on today, we have no idea. He literally said, "You can't hide." He says in his quote specifically, "Now you can't hide because you're being constantly looked at." This guy right here with the National Reconnaissance Office, is working with Elon Musk's SpaceX to roll out satellites everywhere around the world so they can monitor everything all the time. It's not even a secret. And he said, and we need artificial intelligence to make this work, and Elon is going to be helping with that. Well, there you go. Comes full circle. Now, here's an interesting clip from, I'm not going to play the whole thing, but what this guy is saying about crypto and AI, increasingly authoritarian technologies. Now, I'm of the mind that these things, like a lot of different things, can be used in a lot of different, it's just an application outside of we get to like the sentient point. But what he's highlighting here, I do agree with. And I think what we're seeing is the rolling out of this through Trump's administration under the guise of fighting what they know we want stopped. By the way, exactly what Trump did to a smaller degree in his first administration. Lock her up, JFK, and the Fed, 9/11. He knew what you wanted to hear, and they're doing it again right now. And what they're actually trying to accomplish is solidifying their control more than ever. And, of course, financial benefit.
There are two things that stand at the top of the list of all Silicon Valley executives right now. The first thing is they all want tax cuts. These are billionaires. They don't want to pay taxes on their wealth. The second issue, though, relates to their products. Tech has undergone a massive transformation culturally. It used to be about empowerment. It used to be about productivity.
Well, I don't know if I agree with that, but at least that was the stated objective, and some of them believed it.
For the last 15 years, the industry has been increasingly adversarial with their customers as they have tried to deploy increasingly authoritarian technologies into the marketplace. And they have put David Sachs in charge of the two that are the leading edge right now, which is to say cryptocurrency and artificial intelligence. And the thing that makes me really sad as someone who spent the last 8 years warning about the threat from Silicon Valley is that we're going to see a massive, uncontrolled experiment on the American population.
I think we already have, obviously. And Whitney's been saying the same thing for a long time about Silicon Valley being the government, essentially, in a more simplified way, or overly simplified way. I mean, really what he's highlighting is the shift of the fascist control, right? Now, you could argue that it's always been that way, but I think for you could look back and find, there are companies that you could argue were doing just, what they thought would be better, profitable, maybe with the interest of what might help people, whatever else. It's hard. I think today it's easy to see that these things have been clearly, whatever your opinion of what it was at one point, you saw the slow transition to these companies being basically the intelligence about scooping up your data. And yes, they were profiting from that, but being done in a way that was in the interest of national security and so on. Or, whatever the framing is. And what he's highlighting is that shift into basically just the fascistic overlap of your corporations and your government. At some point, I would argue that wasn't the entire picture. But we have come very rapidly to that space. And I think, whether you think these things can be used in a positive way, I think we need to acknowledge that we've gone way beyond that as a possibility. And if we want to bring it back to that, we have to gain back control of where the direction is going of this country in general. And I get that's what people think they just did. I don't know why you would think the same old cycle is going to bring you anything new, but I hope you're right.
And I have absolutely no idea how this is going to turn out.
So they are clearly extremely interested in tax cuts and deregulation. Can you talk about the significance of this, what this means for the health of the nation?
So Amy, I think here's the fundamental challenge, that Americans for too long have trusted Silicon Valley. For 50 years, the products that came out of the Valley made us more capable. They made us more productive. That is no longer the case. And we have maintained this increasingly tight relationship with technology products, essentially treating everything new as though it would automatically be better than what came before. That has not been the case since the iPhone was introduced in 2007. And so the point I would make to everybody is I think we need to change our relationship to technology. You know, what you're seeing in this space is exactly what the professor just described going on in foreign affairs, which is there are a lot of distractions, a lot of things being thrown out there to grab your attention. But the core things come down to displacing workers with artificial intelligence, displacing the currency with crypto, and getting rid of any kind of taxation on wealth that might come up. And that's the agenda. It's really straightforward. And the only power we have as citizens, and I think it's a huge power, is to sit there and say, you know what? We're not going to use your products anymore. And we have been accepting all kinds of invasions of privacy, all kinds of surveillance, all kinds of manipulation in exchange for convenience. I think it's time for us to look at that relationship and ask, could we do with less convenience for a while in exchange for regaining human autonomy? That's a trade I've made a number of years ago and have encouraged others to do. And I just think it's really the only option that we have for at least the next 4 years.
Talk about the...
Now, I'll leave it there. It's in a good conversation. I mean, obviously it's framed as partisan. I mean, it is, but regardless of your partisan perspective, I mean, I entirely agree with the idea of distancing ourselves and the reliance and necessity of these things. Now, whether you think that in the long run, that's still the direction you should go in, that whole relationship has been supplanted if it was ever what we thought it was, just like he's highlighting. Right now, it is used in a way that is, I mean, in ways that we probably can't even imagine. And yet, as we're right now using them to interface, realize that we have become dependent on these things. And there's ways that we are using them to fight back. But nonetheless, we need to find ways to put ourselves back in between. We can't allow this all-encompassing, wildly invasive relationship to continue the way it is, especially with things we don't even recognize are there. I mean, if we haven't even truly acknowledged the true breadth of what that COVID-19 thing was, the injection itself, this is light years ahead of what people are going to accept. I think that's by design. Now, on an interesting overlap to that, as we bring it into the conversation of the partisan side of this, we'll start with this clip that I thought was interesting. And now what we see, this is something I keep seeing, and it does actually overlap with what we just talked about. The same kind of thing we see in all these conversations where people don't want to acknowledge that their side is part of the problem. What you're going to hear is this clip, and this guy's been doing the rounds, essentially trying to justify, rationalize Elon's side of all this. You can decide for yourself. But the point he's making is instead of highlighting people, people are saying, billionaires and unelected people have too much influence. So Elon Musk and Thiel, exactly rightly so, 100% correct. But also before, and Biden's and Obama's and everybody else, guys, the same story. Now, what's funny is instead of going, yes, the problem we all need to solve, which is kind of what they want to pretend he's actually saying, he simply goes, the Biden administration, just as many, and then moves on. Okay, so as long as we all pretend that we're just as bad, we're not supposed to care? You don't realize how ubiquitous that argument is right now? How about foreign policy? Well, you didn't care when Russia did this. You didn't care when the U.S. was in Iraq. You didn't care about, yes, we did though. But the point is, so that one's bad and you didn't, so ours is okay? Instead of just recognizing they're both bad and none of it should happen? It's a lazy argument, but I think it's about trying to sidestep the point that, yes, you are being controlled by unelected bureaucrats. You're being influenced by billionaires to an unprecedented level. There are more billionaires in this cabinet than ever before in history, and we've talked about this. That doesn't mean it's arguably any different than before. Maybe it's just more on the surface, but it is the same problem. And to just say they're just as bad doesn't mean we shouldn't solve the problem. That's a big deal for me. And I think a lot of partisans are getting really tired with this shtick.
Is this going to wear thin with Donald Trump soon?
I don't think so. I mean, look, they appear to be getting along well. Musk was very...
Now, he's talking about, we're going to get into, she's asking about the whole Elon wearing thin on Trump dynamic. Now, yes, the mainstream is really leaning into that, but there is a level of truth to it. I think we all can sense that. It's become like the cool thing right now to act like there's nothing happening and Elon and Trump are the best friends ever and they're all just laughing at you. You know that's not true. You can see the ruffled parts of it. But I argue that Trump is probably out of defiance not going to let it happen because they're all telling him it's going to happen. You see what I'm saying? But let's be honest about it. It's very clear that there's a bit of a confrontation right now, like in behind the scenes, at very least between Elon and part of the party that supports Trump. But it's clear that both of them, Trump had to he's not going to be president. Like the fact that he even had to say that shows you that it bothered him a little bit, if you're being honest with yourself.
And look, they appear to be getting along well. Musk was very instrumental in his victory. And I hear Democrats, criticizing the
which Trump hates, by the way, and he does. He did it all on his own back. That's how he likes to frame it.
Idea that we have unelected people with too much influence over the government. I invite them to pick up the Wall Street Journal from this week and find out that unelected people have been running the government for the last 4 years. I hear Democrats.
Oh, okay, we're moving on. I thought you were going to give us a secondary point to say why it should change. No, you'd be mistaken. Pick up the paper and recognize that's how it's been for 4 years. Okay, and we're okay with that? Like, why wouldn't you go, yes, they're right, and we should change that because that's what will help the American people? Because that's not what they care about, ladies and gentlemen. They care about solidifying their control while they're in power. I mean, it's wild to me. Yes, there's too many billionaires in that administration, and there's too many billionaires in yours. How about we just stop that practice? As long as they're just as bad, we can get away with it too. Does that sound like the outsider party fighting the deep state? Or does it sound like somebody taking advantage of the same things as the last time?
They appear to be getting along well. Musk was very instrumental in his victory. And I hear Democrats, criticizing the idea that we have unelected people with too much influence over the government. I invite them to pick up the Wall Street Journal from this week and find out that unelected people have been running the government for the last 4 years. I hear Democrats criticizing the influence of billionaires on our politics when you've got this Soros punk running around collecting Democrat politicians like my kids collect Pokemon cards. So I think all the criticism.
That's it. Right. Soros. So, like, I mean, guys, if there were real journalists in this room, that guy would be torn apart. So what are you saying? That it's okay? Like, where's the real pushback? Where's the real questions? And for crying out loud, this is CNN, guys. What more evidence do you need to see that this is all core? I mean, that at some level, this is all one direction. What's hilarious to me is that, yes, I mean, is anybody not? I mean, there are Democrats that are calling out Soros. What's crazy to me is that we pretend like that makes Elon and Thiel and Vance okay. I mean, realize that even the Soros dynamic has shifted quite a bit. I mean, the point in regard to the sun and the overlap politically, I mean, like even the idea that the more we look into this, especially with last election, you see that they're billionaires and oligarchs, technocrats and Zionists who are just influencing and controlling your government. That's what you're looking at. From the Soros side, from the Miriam Adelson side, it doesn't matter how you look at it. They're controlling the outcome of your policy. And as long as you keep pointing at one side or the other, you're also being played. I just can't believe he can sit there and act like that's his answer. Well, they did it too. It's a child.
Billionaires on our politics when you've got this Soros punk running around collecting Democrat politicians like my kids collect Pokemon cards. So I think all the criticism of Musk coming from the left is totally hypocritical, totally over the top.
Sure, 100% agree with that. Now address the real problem. Go.
And he is doing something interesting, bringing some transparency to the federal government. It's not a terrible thing.
Is that what he's doing? Or is that the floated, generalized idea that we all pretend is absolutely going to happen? He's going to make the government more efficient. And here he is saying lots of things. Okay, what's actually happened? Are you actually pretending he's doing this already? He's already making it more transparent by tweeting things? Guys, I mean, these people can't be any more dishonest. Or at the very least, they have a clear interest in this. Maybe he believes they're actually going to do these things. Nonetheless, he's being dishonest in the pursuit of that because none of this has happened yet. Both sides are doing it. And we're left over here acting like, are we crazy? I mean, I am convinced that people in this country see what we're talking about. That most people, if you really have this conversation, are like, yes, we all see that. But then for one reason or another, choose to fall back into what they think is the only thing there for them. But we have to realize that's crazy. You don't just do the same things. You don't continue the same problems. There's no more transparency. They're just pointing to things, and right now they're fighting each other about it. Transparency, I mean, what they're doing is muddying the waters more than ever by floating all the things you want to hear and rolling out new problems. I hope I'm wrong. So first, before we get into the larger point of the back and forth, there's a very important part of this that overlaps with the direction of artificial intelligence, which I think is very relevant to where this all goes, because I think right now you're seeing the implosion of the party dynamic which I think highlights, I guess more than anything, that there is a part of the conversation, the base, that has been riled up about certain things that are only meant to get their support, but not truly what the actual party is trying to accomplish. And I think what you're beginning to see is this, and it's on all sides of it, right? You got the most extreme side of it going, you were telling us that immigrants weren't going to happen, and now you're telling us some should. There is a part of that, as much as I don't think it's the majority. Then you got the ones over here pushing back on the idea that they're not going far. I mean, I'll get into it. I'm trying to like wrap it up on the front part of the conversation. But the interesting thing of it is that it's showing you that you're all being, I mean, not you, but we are all being played by the power structure. And they love to throw you the answers they think you want to hear to get you in line with their accomplishment, their agenda, and then usually give you a narrative for why it didn't go the way they said it would. And then we cycle right back through it again. And all they're doing is continuing the same agenda. And I think what that amounts to, which is what brings this point in, is that they're driving you in support of the new technocratic control structure, the artificial intelligence, the nanotechnology, the pharmaceuticals, the genetically modified organisms, the all-encompassing satellite network. I mean, everything they're building out while keeping you focused on things like immigration. But first, on that point, which overlaps in all of it, we talked about October 3rd, 2024, the North Carolina lithium conversation, right? It was a valid point. It still is a valid point. One of it being not ignoring the real world evidence that weather is manipulated. To what degree? That's easily debatable. But if you were of the mind that that's not possible, you are wrong, period. There are patents, there are scientific experiments by the US government. Yes, it is happening, and it's not debatable. Or I guess, anything's debatable. It's not, the evidence suggests clearly that it is. The point is that it's not debatable that they're claiming that stuff has happened. It's still, the point is people are arguing that that's never even said, or never even been, they've never said it, that's never happened. I can show you that they've said it. I can show you that they put patents out, but you can dispute whether they're lying about that. I guess is the main, always important to consider that. But we have to realize that that is clearly something that is part of the conversation. Then the question is whether that, secondarily, whether there was lithium in the location that they coveted. Then thirdly, whether they would do that, manipulate the weather in order to create the justification to take it. But this became interesting because I showed very quickly on this, here's the actual article. Check it out for yourself. David Icke, I was just sharing one of the tweets from the show where he says, email from someone in Asheville, North Carolina, that they've been offering to buy their property since this happened. Just more interesting in direction in that conversation. But so I pointed out the large things, BlackRock, strategic acquisition of Albemarle shares, which is the company that was already had the control of that lithium. This is 2024. So BlackRock gets involved. I thought that was relevant. I thought it was even interesting simply that Israel Chemicals, a company in Israel, entered in a joint venture with Albemarle half a decade before that. Now, what's interesting, though, and I thought I had one more thing. The point that I think is interesting is that obviously there was stuff to point out about the lithium and the information. For me, it didn't really line up because Albemarle already had the lock on it. They had already been mining. It was already growing. So it stood out to me that there was just, the story didn't make enough sense. It's certainly possible it could have been a byproduct of a larger agenda. Or maybe none of it happened at all. But I do think there was more than enough evidence to suggest something very strange was going on. Not even to get into the lack of help for the people in this area. But what I want to show you, here is the hot spot, essentially, of this. You could read more, but Tropical Storm Helene. And it's showing you that, right around the area we're going to highlight. Asheville, but also Spruce Pines. But it's not just that hot spot, larger area. You can see there's Nashville and Tennessee, and there's a lot of places that were really damaged by this whole thing. But just for the sake of the conversation we're having today about artificial intelligence and just making a point about how partisan focus can make it about one thing. And it overtakes the conversation. Lithium, and they did this, they manufactured it, and Biden's trying to take control, and it just didn't line up. Because of the fact that the company didn't need this to already have that control. It was already there. In fact, this seems to have hindered what they were trying to accomplish. Nonetheless, it's still important to consider all these possibilities. So I asked myself, is it possible there's something else? And so you look into it and you find out there was in a smaller, quieted part of the conversation, there were people talking about this. But the lithium took control of the partisan argument of it all. And so to ask, and the point being that, obviously there could be something else. This really the first point about whether the partisan media would choose to ignore a part of the conversation that highlighted something that might feel like it's bumping up against someone they support. And that becomes artificial intelligence and Elon Musk and all of this that they're very much leaning into. Instead, you go with something that is more interested in the current administration, or at least in the context of who's in power and what it might relate to. But nonetheless, even lithium obviously overlaps, as I made that point last time, with electric vehicles and that direction. But then when you realize both of them together, that might even be more relevant. But so here is the real-time map, and you can see the line here between Tennessee and North Carolina. You can see Asheville right there. The red dot is Spruce Pines. Now, as you can see again, here, that's already closed. It's pretty much, it's exactly within that little the worst part of the storm. That's Spruce Pine right there, the red dot. So this is from March 25th. So you'd think that this might have taken up more of the conversation. Tiny backwater town. I mean, I guess it's certainly possible that I also didn't see it all, but I mean, I was looking for all this stuff. Tiny backwater town in North Carolina will help fuel the world's AI revolution. Now, if you're asking me what seems more relevant, even back when this was happening, so many months ago, don't you feel like an AI revolution would seem to be far more relevant to what the government might manufacture storms for than lithium, which is obviously also important, but they already have other aspects in the United States. They've got lithium. They're working with other parts of the country. They have manipulations in foreign countries where they're taking lithium. So realize Afghanistan, for example. So what's interesting is that this is far more specific and far more unique, which I didn't know this until I dug further in the conversation, that this quartz powder, or rather sand as it's called, is unique to this one town in the entire world. At least that's what people are, I mean, again, for all I know, that's what they've manufactured the narrative about to justify why it's but the research shows that. Everyone generally seems to acknowledge that Spruce Pines in the global conversation produces what is the sole example of this super fine, pure quartz powder. And that's used for all sorts of microchips and artificial intelligence directions. Now, if you're asking about whether this might have been a manufactured element, we should ask whether it was because of something like this, as well as the other. And as you dig through the conversation, you begin to see, okay, people in the town, or rather people around the world, were pushing back against this company. And that there are negative health effects because of what they're doing in the area. And that the town makes basically nothing from a multi-billion-dollar industry that they're only their town in the world is producing. Now, you might want to ask why the town would allow that to happen. Right? Or maybe there was a problem, and that's exactly why this is created, to be able to go, well, never mind. You don't matter. We have to take the town. Like, just all this is the same conversation, but consider it from this perspective. A desolate North Carolina town is now set to become a powerhouse for the world's AI revolution. This one town in March before this happened, before Hurricane Helene. Sibelco, their mines, that's the company. There's two parts of it, but that's the main part of the company, have been extracting quartz in Spruce Pine since 1970s. But its $500 million investment between now and 2027 will fuel the global demand for semiconductors, a market worth $530 billion, but that is expected to soar as AI becomes more prominent. So you're talking about a mine that's been operating since the 1970s to a very, very minimal degree, as I was researching back then. And only recently did they start to have the ability to mine this in earnest the way that we're using it today. And that's why in 2024, they have a $500 million investment that goes from now until 2027. Don't you think that might influence decisions in the process? So the conversation becomes, is the way it currently works, the access they have, the town's involvement, does that minimize what they're able to accomplish? And does this storm that essentially wipes out the area, does that now make this easier to accomplish? It says high purity quartz is a vital component of building semiconductor chips, which helps AI-powered software to process large amounts of data quickly. and accurately and is used in cell phones, laptops, and other electronic devices. Seems like this is far more valuable than the lithium conversation, more unique, more important to the long direction of the artificial intelligence that they clearly are pushing. It says the company also claimed the enlarged mining area, which this is the point. Again, they're talking about needing to enlarge the mining. Now, what if that had designs over where the people were living? I mean, it's not hard to imagine how this obviously worked. This is the makeup of every movie in this time, like every, corporation, evil corporation town movie you've ever seen. They have designs on what you have and they manufacture something to get you out of the way. This is constant. And not even just in movies, right? We've so many examples like this. Or they do something that hurts you and they don't care to do anything about it unless they're forced to. But they have designs on more territory in this town. And the company claimed the enlarged mining area will create valuable new jobs. But that's not true. And I'll prove it to you next. In fact, it's the exact opposite. And they say will ensure that Spruce Pines remains the world's leading source of HPQ, which they don't care about because they've never benefited from this. In fact, it hurts them. The global quartz market value reached $8.5 billion in 2022 and is expected to reach $18.7 by 2031, a more than doubling of the market in less than 10 years. And that's just in their town, or rather, that's the quartz market. And then what's interesting, it says with China topping other countries as the largest customer. Now, here's what's interesting as well. If you're looking for what might have a partisan draw, as I call it, you'd think that this being that specific and connected to artificial intelligence and being in exactly the warpath of the hurricane that they all claim was manipulated, which is certainly possible. And you find out that the company involved is working with China. Wouldn't you go, oh my God, that's like a one-stop shop for all these things that would cause them to, well, weird how this didn't get much attention. And the China part I'll get to in a second. Spruce pine is the only known place in the U.S. that can fulfill the growing need for semiconductor chips, which is increasing by an annual rate of 5.6%. You can see all the powder. We'll get to this in a second. Look at the mining operation. I mean, any mining operation like this produces byproducts that are unhealthy for the area in general. Easy to look up. All sorts of different minerals and radon and whatever else they can find that can cause something like that. But on top of that, the actual dust itself has negative effects. The expansion of the mines marks the second announcement in less than a year, with Sibelco confirming it was investing $200 million in April 2023, with the mine's completion set for 2025. In 2019, the company was set up for its DEQ permit renewal, and residents pushed for changes to the permits after a nearby quarry called Quartz Corp, which is what I'm pointing to, but China connection, illegally dumped hundreds of gallons of hydrofluoric acid into the nearby North Toe River. Now, what's funny is you look and you don't find much attention about this, but I have found examples of pushback, of protests. But what's weird is it seems almost scrubbed. Because the point is they're telling you that they tried to stop them from renewing this because they caught one of these companies dumping hydrofluoric acid in the river. And they don't make any money from any of this. Quartz is extracted from the earth by first using explosives, which very much does cause all sorts of byproducts, the explosives themselves, but also what it blows up into the air, in open pit mines to expose the deposits. However, the mineral is sensitive to sudden changes in temperature and could be damaged by its removal too quickly. That's all that only matters for what they're trying to accomplish. Okay, so March 2024. AI revolution. Seems pretty relevant. Now, don't forget this point. One, that they were trying to stop them from doing this, which seems very relevant to, getting an inconvenient population out of the way. But also that they were dumping illegally. I thought that was one other point. But anyway, so that's important to consider as we go forward in this. So here was a conversation, a podcast, 2018. I just want to pluck out one part of it. You can listen to it for yourself. He says, so you mentioned Appalachia, and that's where they're referencing in this conversation. That's the area right here we're talking about. Not really what I think of when I think of rich, affluent area with tons of natural resources, which, by the way, is it's rarely what actually works out. You have natural resources, and usually you're being stepped on by a powerful person, right? In this case, Just because spruce pine has this wildly valuable resource does not, and clearly does not mean they're wealthy. It means that the government is. But it says, so if that sand is so valuable and it's taken from this one of the poorest areas in the United States, what's going on here? How come the money is not sitting in those towns? It's the same question you could have about African countries. Why aren't they bursting at the seams with wealth? Because the US and the UK and Israel and China and every one of them are sucking out all the resources for their benefit. It says, and he answers, the expert, in a nutshell, because the mines are all owned by a multinational corporation. They're owned by a company called Unimin, which is a big American-based mining outfit, which is owned in turn by a Belgian-based outfit called Sibelco. So they own it all. Now, I was trying to do some deeper research on these companies and find their deeper connections, which I'm sure I actually get the sense there are, but I couldn't find anything I really wanted to highlight today, so we're going to leave it there. But it says the mining is highly automated, so there's very few jobs that are created, and quartz leaves North Carolina, and the profits flow to a foreign company, and the wrong word jumped in my head, and I can't. They're subsidiary. They're shell company. Somebody connected to them. How interesting! As they're over here going, let us do this in March 25th, 2024, and it'll create all these new jobs, knowing that's not the case. Knowing that it's mostly automated and it's out shit. I mean, it kills me how obvious this stuff continues to be, and people fall for it. So again, with the point about the pushing back, illegally dumped hundreds of gallons. Specifically, first, we're talking about Quartz Corp as one of these companies mining there. It's important to point out that they are a key supplier of high-purity quartz sand for the semiconductor industry in China. China's a significant market for the company, with the country being a major player in the global semiconductor industry, which we all know. But I find it really fascinating that connection, and that doesn't get plucked out of it. But on top of that, the risks. High-purity quartz sand risk. Now, this is just the actual sand. It's like a powder, essentially. So you know that this stuff ends up in the atmosphere, in the air. But, it's not necessarily something that it would dissipate to the ground, right? But it's about what it does in a long-term sense. And yes, if this is a massive mining operation, there are clearly, look up any mining operation, there will be residual effects in the surrounding areas. That's always the case. And that's about other things, the explosives, the byproducts of their machinery, but just on top of those things, just the sand. Respiratory problems. Inhaling this quartz sand particles can cause respiratory issues such as silicosis, a lung disease that can lead to scarring and breathing difficulties, cancer risks. Some studies suggest that long-term exposure to this and so it's been going on for all these years. I mean, it's not breathtaking, but it nonetheless may increase risk of lung cancer. The sand can also cause other health problems like kidney disease, immune system disorders, although more research is needed to confirm these associations. Just additionally, thought it was worth pointing out. Now, to the point of these companies being pushed out of certain places, here, Sibelco was fined $400,000 after workers exposed that they sued them because they were exposed to exactly what we were talking about, the dust. $400,000. There's plenty of other examples you can find. Here's an example in 2014 of the company being basically referred to the government basically considering whether they were going to hold them accountable for something that was happening. The Labor Party refers Sibelco Sand Mining Company to CMC, which is the Crime and Misconduct Commission. So I just wanted to be clear that in the actual location, they already tried to stop them. Around the world, they seem to have a mixed reputation. Here's an example. This one was deleted, but this random guy just simply going there. Sibelco, corrupt bunch, owned by this Belgian family. They own Eternit as well. We should look into that. But apparently they pushed asbestos for years. He's claiming anyway. And what I thought was interesting, he showed this clipping from Australia talking about their company. Do not breathe the dust, may cause lung injury. So my point is showing you simply that there's reason to ask whether this might have been in the interest of getting rid of the problem. So what's interesting is on October 2nd, North Carolina town that produces quartz needed for tech products is devastated by Helene, along with the rest of the people in these areas, right, where the government didn't do really anything to help them get back on their feet. Well, here's an article from 2018, the ultra pure, super secret sand that makes your phone possible. So let's read through this. Spruce pine, it turns out, is the source of the purest natural quartz, a species of pristine sand ever found on Earth. That's wild. This ultra elite deposit of silicon dioxide particles plays a key role in manufacturing the silicon used to make computer chips. I find that really interesting with the direction of Trump's administration right now. In fact, there's an excellent chance the chip that makes your laptop or cell phone work right now was made using sand from that one obscure Appalachian town, Spruce Pine. It's a billion-dollar industry here, Glover says with a hooting laugh. Can't tell by driving through here. You'd never know it. Think about that. Billions of dollars flooding out of these foreign companies from this location that your government allows to be that reality. Nothing goes back to the town. What happened to the jobs you promised? They're flying out of that town too. Today, one company dominates production of spruce pine quartz, Unimin. An outfit founded in 1970 has gradually bought up spruce pine area mines and bought out competitors. Until today, the company's North Carolina quartz operations supply most of the world's high and ultra high purity quartz. So what's interesting to think about is that means that other governments like China, for example, need or use or work with these companies. Or some of the other, I would argue simply adversaries clearly have some back channel access to this if it's needed. Why don't we just withhold that then? Like I get the sense there's much more collaboration with a lot of the stuff in the world than we realize, like we saw with COVID-19. In recent years, another company, the imaginatively titled Quartz Company, the one connected to China, has managed to grab a small share of the spruce pine market. Now it says nowadays, Unimin won't even allow staff on the minerals research laboratory inside the mines or processing facilities. Contractors brought in to do repair work have to sign confidentiality agreements. It says whenever possible, Vice President Richard Zielke, how do you say that? Zielke, recently declared in court papers the company splits up the work among different contractors so that no individual can learn too much. To me, this begins to sound like an intelligence operation. It says Unimin buys equipment and parts from multiple vendors for the same reason. Glover has heard of contractors being blindfolded inside the processing plants until they arrive at the specific area where their jobs are, and of an employee who was fired on the spot for bringing somebody in without authorization. He says the company doesn't even allow its employees to socialize with those of their competitors. It was hard to check out Glover's stories. I mean, to me, guys, that's not company stuff. That's government stuff. It says, I was hard to check out Glover's stories because Unimin wouldn't talk to me. Now, of course, obviously, I could easily see a corporation doing that, and I guarantee there are examples of that. But to me, it stands out, especially in such a tiny spot, as something that is more interconnected with government intelligence apparatus. It says, unlike most big corporations, its website lists no contact for a press spokesperson or public relations representative. Several emails to their general inquiries address went unanswered. He says when he called the company's headquarters in Connecticut, the woman who answered the phone seemed mystified by the concept of a journalist wanting to ask questions. She put him on hold for a few minutes, then came back to tell the company the company has no PR department, but if that he faxed her questions, somebody might get back to him. Sounds like giving him the runaround. But it's eventually he's got in touch with the Unimin executive who asked him to send her the questions by email. So the fax clearly was a way to just brush him off. The response, after he emailed and they responded, unfortunately, we are not in a position to provide answers at this point in time. Really? I mean, come on, guys. I mean, of course, that obviously could just be because they're secretive, but to me, that stands out. Like you wouldn't even give them some kind of PR response. That is government intelligence stuff, as far as I can tell. That's what my gut tells me. For all the wealth that comes out of the ground in this area, spruce pine, not much of it stays there, says Wired. Today, the mines are all owned by foreign corporations. They're highly automated, despite them promising jobs. They're lying. So they don't need many workers. Now there's maybe 25 or 30 people on a shift instead of 300. And that was a long time ago they did that, guys. So what's interesting is they know they're lying to the town. It says the area's other jobs are vanishing. Quote, we had 7 furniture factories here when I was a kid, he says. We had knitting mills making blue jeans and nylon. They're all gone. So it seems like this is a town being taken over by some kind of technocratic agenda, like the rest of what we're talking about. Median household income in Mitchell County, where Spruce Pine sits, is just over $37,000, far below the national average of $51,000. So not only do they not benefit from this, it seems that they suffer because of it. I think that's by design. 20% of the county's 15,000 people, almost all of whom are white, live below the poverty line. Fewer than 1 in 7 adults have a college degree. The point is, guys, these people have been suppressed and stepped on seemingly for a very long time. I argue it's because they're trying to force them out. Maybe that's what the storm was trying to accomplish. It says one of the few new sources of jobs are several huge data processing centers that have opened up. Can you guess by whom? Attracted by cheap land, Google, Apple, Microsoft, and other tech companies have all suddenly opened up server farms within an hour's drive of Spruce Pine. Totally coincidence, though, right? In a sense, it says Spruce Pine's quartz has come full circle, at least for the government, for the intelligence, for the company, not for the actual Spruce Pines, though. It says, quote, when you talk to Siri, you're talking to a building here at the Apple Center. I mean, guys, I don't know if he's being facetious or not, but are we now being told that when you talk to Siri, you're talking to something close to Spruce Pine? Like, what is going on here? All of a sudden, they're seemingly pushing people out. They're making this town obsolete. A town just is devastated by a random storm what people suspect are being manipulated. And they're rolling in Google, Apple, Microsoft data processing centers. I just think this is way too strange. I think there's obviously something to this, and the reality being, or that's why this, almost maybe even why they pointed to something other than this town and made that this huge focal point. It's worth considering, is it not? This I thought was interesting. So we're watching a town get destroyed. We're watching people suffer from Asheville to Spruce Pines to many different locations, Chimney Rock, all over the place, right? Spruce Pine Quartz Mine restarts production after Helene hits. Interesting how they were somehow able to get themselves back up and running when other people could barely even get to their homes by October 14th. I wonder why. On top of that, on October 9th, right? So for 14th, they're already back up and running. October 9th, they're telling you in Spruce Pine, they had 163 school-aged children that were still missing. I never even heard anything about that. I never heard anything followed up on that. Far as I know, they never even helped these people. But don't worry, because the quartz mine, right back up and running. Now, the reason I think this is obviously relevant to the larger conversation is that the artificial intelligence part of the conversation is on overdrive. Whether we're talking about Elon's XAI, that's just a DARPA program repackaged for you, or the you can't hide satellite control structure that's being guided by the artificial intelligence they're working on and training with your tweets. The you can't hide dynamic, I think it's obvious that we're being trapped in, right? I mean, whether you want to talk psychologically or not, I believe both are happening. I believe what this is something much more physical than we realize. And I'm not even just talking about the satellites. I'm talking about the technocratic control structure that Catherine Austin Fitts has been warning about for a long time. I interviewed Derek on this, manufacturing consent for the incoming technocratic control grid. And as well, he wrote the article on the 20th of December, federal government watchdog warns the DHS surveils Americans without a warrant using more than 20 technologies, all sprinting in the direction. Don't worry, because they know bad guy drones, good guy drones, same argument everywhere you look right now. Now, for the last part of this conversation, I do think this is relevant to the larger point. You saw this, Musk calls MAGA element contemptible fools as virtual civil war brews. Now, clearly there are partisan elements that are just loving this. We want to make this all about, it's about division. It's the other side. Like there, as always, despite the two-party illusion being obviously real, realize that individuals, as we can clearly see, still act through that. Even people, like my point about like the Pelosi's of the world, like, do you really think that she's in the know? I don't think so. I think these are people that are led to believe they know everything, and they're at level 2. But my point, though, is that those people believe that they're X, Y, and Z, left, right, Democrat, Republican. So my point is that you can see how people might act through this using it. So what I'm saying is that that's the first part of this. that they're in a civil war and they're dividing each other. Now, I think my point is there is some of that happening, but this is like the over-representation of it. I'm of the mind that they're not going to, I mean, it's hard to say right now. Even as I just checked before we went live, it seems to be a little bit crazy. And I'm more so from the individuals, average people online who are just not having this right now, despite them being kind of shouted back into place by some of these leaders of the movement. But I still think it's not as serious as virtual civil war. I almost think that's why they frame it that way, to make it something more bombastic, because it's real though. I think what we're seeing is it indicates that people are being played by the political spectrum. That's not unique to one side or the other. Right now, the government has the most obvious interest in pacifying what would be the most threat right now, and that is the Republican side of this. So this says Elon Musk condemned. Now, obviously, this all came around. This is not new, but the H-1B immigration visa part of this really did spin this out. It says Elon Musk condemned a segment of the MAGA movement as contemptible fools who should be purged from the Republican Party in a social media post on Friday. Now, I've already seen this did follow a tweet making these arguments, but some people have already argued that they misunderstood him or they took him out of context. You can read it for yourself. The point is that it's always pretty much subjective these days about what you think he meant and if it works for you. I think what's obvious, though, is that he is I'm going to show you some next. He's speaking directly to people that are supporting Donald Trump, and he's cussing them out, in fact, in one of these examples. Now, it says, on Thursday, Musk allied Department of Government Efficiency co-leader Vivek Ramaswamy posted a lengthy condemnation of American culture and its supposed embrace of mediocrity. Musk spent the next 24 hours defending Ramaswamy and advancing his argument that America needs highly skilled immigrants to fill high-tech jobs. That's where the H-1B part comes in. Simply a visa, arguably, I don't think how it's ever applied, but usually, but arguably, about allowing the top percentile of people from other countries, scientists, engineers, if they're that good at their job, if they're in the top percentile, to allow them special visas. Which, I mean, its own right, I find ridiculous anyway. Like, if we're going, my point is that ultimately what that creates is a situation where you're siphoning off the best of the world into this one place, which then causes other places to be diminished. And then you turn around and point to that diminished place and say, look at why you can't run. It seems, I don't think we have an honest power structure. I'm not going to say my point would be that I don't think we should be ultimately politically dictating this dynamic. We've allowed immigration controlled for a very long time. I think only today we are being manipulated by other outside forces, and they point at that problem to justify why they control this dynamic. But I think the problem comes down to the idea that this is being abused by both sides of this, and this is why you see Trump flip-flopping on this point. We're going to go through it. But I think at the end of the day, we have a history in this country about immigration, and most countries allow something like, well, I mean, you know what? I'll take a step. Put it this way. If I think, assuming we could have a legitimate and honest picture, which is very hard to see today, if Americans decided to vote for all or none and just say we want to stop immigration entirely, even if I disagreed with that, the argument should be that's what Americans want. And I think that's easily manipulated. But I think the problem is you got to a point to where you could see the Trump administration leaning into, because it helped them, people that were rabidly against any immigrant. And now that is coming back to bite them when he says, well, this is something we should allow, which I agree with in the context of the first point. We'll come through it. But the problem is that it is abused, and it does allow governments, all of it, to abuse that dynamic for very manipulative reasons, which is always going to be there if you allow it to be there. So the problem is he's saying we need this, but pointing to something that he thinks is beneficial of it, and you have people from the party pushing back and saying that that is not what we agreed to. And some of them think that. And I'll be honest, there's things they said that suggested that was the case because they wanted that support. But it says that argument landed with a thud in the MAGA wing. Now, I don't agree with that. I think there's a lot of people in the conversation that understand his argument. That's what's being debated right now. And it says that wants to stop immigration and preserve jobs for American workers. It's an interesting conversation right now, but it's showing that they are leaning into whoever will follow them. But this is what politics is. They'll tell you what you want to hear. So you support what they want to accomplish, even if that doesn't end up being what you thought it was. It starts with this post here. Now, actually, what I'm going to do really quickly. What was this one?
Let's jump straight to
Yeah, here, let me play this really quickly. I have to grab something really quickly. So this is, where was it? Right here. I think this is a good argument. Basically, this is, again, Scott Jennings, kind of on his rounds of trying to defend Elon and make everything make sense. But in this case, I think makes a fair point that it's a debate. And it really is. And there are good and bad to all of it. And the bottom line is that it is being how it's always abused, and that the idea is that this can be one or the other when I think it's always both. But this is what he has to say about this and kind of defending this argument. And I'll come back and address it.
Panel. Scott Jennings, I don't want to go into a deep dive of Saved by the Bell with you. I have no doubt you have an encyclopedic knowledge of it. It just seems like something you would have an encyclopedic knowledge of. But I think the bigger picture here, because on the policy, this is a huge issue that has long existed in terms of a division between certain parts of the Republican Party. And then also on the coalition, the political coalition. The president-elect won the popular vote in large part because he was able to put together these two very key components of the coalition. How long-standing and potentially harmful do you think this fight could get?
Let me just start with Kelly Kapowski, if you're listening. Oh, hi. Number two, look, there's always been a push and pull on this in the Republican Party, and I think there's a way to work this out and solve it. I mean, I think what a lot of people would say is, and Elon Musk was making this point, if you take like the top 1% or the top 0.1% of the most talented engineering people from other countries, that's perfectly fine. H-1B visas for that, they're unique. They have unique talent, unique innovative skills, fine. If you're using the H-1B program to abuse it, to recruit, interns, accountants, other people that easily could be recruited from the United States of America, all because you just want to do it cheaper, that's not fine. So I think what a lot of people in the party want to do is eliminate the fraud in this H-1B program, retain the top engineering talent, and there's a way to do this. What Ramaswamy did yesterday was not a great communications exercise, and it did anger a lot of people in the president's coalition, and I think rightfully so.
Guys, I appreciate A, you pulling that off. B, you putting up with Scott's Kelly Kapowski commentary.
Tiffany, Tiffany, if Tiffany's watching
honestly,
the lead,
like,
if she's watching.
Yeah, we don't care about your dumb banter. So, I mean, it's interesting, right? Because again, the point is about the idea that if we're talking about first point about being okay with allowing the 0.01%, like it comes down to whether you agree with immigration or not. Like I think I have an issue with the idea of allowing selectively the people that are better at their jobs. I completely get why that makes sense, because the idea is you only want the best for your country from a personal, national standpoint. But from a larger perspective, which increasingly becomes something that Republicans don't want to talk about, the idea that you're talking about diminishing these other countries. I mean, and we have to be real about it in a very coercive way, in the way that the U.S. government conducts its foreign policy, because now you can even argue that in using it the way he's talking about, it could become coercive, right? Where you're destabilizing countries to effectively diminish their ability in certain fields of work, maybe nanotech, maybe artificial intelligence, and then driving those people that are existing in a destabilized area to the place where they're being offered a high-level job, and that's all being coordinated. Like, you have to realize how we know that's how they operate. So I just want to make sure we point that out, that I think that any way we do this, you can see that the power structures are going to use it for their benefit. But then the other side of it, it's obvious that not just left, but your government has used this, and not for interns and assistants, but for the idea of very clear manipulative forces, like using it to argue that you're bringing in somebody better, but ultimately being somebody that is an intelligence operative, or somebody who you want because you're family member, or somebody that you're doing a favor for, but yeah, or hiring somebody on the cheap or whatever. I just feel like that's more of the smaller aspect of it. But it's also everything in between that. We get in this position where they're trying to rationalize this. Now, again, the conversation is not to argue whether that needs to be debated, right? Whether or not this is something that should be applied and not just only the one thing. But the interesting part about it is that the party itself has fractured down the middle in many cases because of this main point. Now, that's what I think is important for the conversation, is why and what does that show you? So here is what Vivek said. And what's interesting is, it's flirting with a dangerous line here, because Vivek himself, who I'll show you in the next tweet, is not somebody I think has the best track record. Sort of like Elon, he's got this like mythos around him that makes him out to be something. I don't think he's that. I think his history shows that's the opposite. But either way, and he's a very well-spoken guy. He's, very Obama-type character. What's interesting is that he's in a position where he's being arguably the one, he's being put in there to make the government more efficient, okay? So he feels like he's almost justified in criticizing what's always been going on. Now, we all are, realistically, right? We live here. We're American citizens. We can absolutely have the right to criticize what we see in front of us and what we see is going on and what we think we want. But what's interesting is you've got this party that is all rah-rah, America's the best. He jumps up and says, here's a lot of, this is why we're failing. And doesn't say the Democrats, right? Which is usually how this gets framed. Like they're the ones making us fail and the Republican direction is why we're going to succeed. No, he comes out and basically says Americans have a problem. And I mean, look, there's some of what he says that I agree with, but what's interesting is that gets ruffles the feathers of people who have been coddled this whole time to think that everything Republican is the way we're going to win. And we're all great. It's Democrats the problem. Took offense to this. I found that very interesting because it shows you sort of a tone-deaf nature of what they're actually dealing with. But let me read it for you. He says, the reason top tech companies often hire foreign-born and first-generation engineers over, quote, Native Americans isn't because of an innate American IQ deficiency. Like he says, a lazy or wrong explanation. A key part of it comes down to the C word, culture. Tough questions demand tough answers. And if we're really serious about fixing the problem, we have to confront the truth. Now, you could even debate in this what he means the problem is here, because it doesn't really frame it that well. I mean, we're talking about either the idea of the immigration example, or are you talking about the idea of specifically tech companies hiring people that are not American? But nonetheless, it's the broad point he's making. He says, and this is the truth he's pointing to, we have to confront the truth. And he says, our American culture is venerated mediocrity over excellence for way too long. Now, it's interesting just in the first line that I agree, but maybe not exactly the way he's pointing to it as. I think we have been engineered to be pacified, to be dumber, to be unhealthy, right? That we are being engineered to be mediocre, so we are easier to control. Now, in a way, you might even want to turn around and point to that and say, see, he's trying to save us from it. Hey, maybe you're right. I hope you're right. I always hope you're right on that. But he says, at least since the 90s and likely longer, he says that doesn't start in college. It starts young, basically praising mediocrity over excellence. But see, what's interesting is I don't think that's the case necessarily. Now, you see social examples of that in sitcoms like he's going to highlight. But do we, though? Like, I think it's pretty clear, at least as we pretend to. Like, what we point to is that we do praise excellence over mediocrity in almost every category. But then we have been engineered to accept and live through mediocrity in every possible way, being led by our betters. Like, that's the way this is supposed to feel. And he's simply just standing out as one of those, charging forward for the new direction that I think struck a little too hard. But it says, a culture that celebrates the prom queen over the math Olympiad champ or the jock over the valedictorian will not produce the best engineers. I mean, it's a fair point. But this comes down to more of I think most adolescent dynamics are more about popularity. That's just kind of historically, I bet you go to any other place, you tend to find similar aspects. But like jumps to mind for like China, for example. Maybe not as much because I think it's very much more strict in the way that they are allowed to exist. So less liberty and freedom might produce what he's talking about. Right? But the end point, you also have to consider that we're being engineered to think that way with our social media and our movies. But it's hard to understand because what is he asking for? Which is kind of what Arnaud Bertrand gets into next, is that we need to conform ourselves to what's best for corporate interests. Because that's kind of what he's getting at here. But you can come from either direction. I do agree that obviously we should be objectively praising the math Olympiad over the prom queen, but is this about social engineering, or is this just about adolescence? It says a culture that venerates Corey from Boy Meets World or Zach and Slater over Screech in Saved by the Bell or Stefan over Steve Urkel in Family Matters will not produce the best engineers. Well, that's an interesting take, isn't it? Because realistically, we're talking about the same person. I mean, even Stefan and Urkel, to get more specifically into the sitcom of it all, he was just a more smooth version of Urkel. He wasn't dumb. And on top of that, the Screech Saved by the Bell, Screech is a screw up. He's not an intelligent person necessarily. He's a complete dorky screw up. Whereas Zach and Slater, for example, excelled in being physically fit. Like, it's an interesting way to frame this Now, yes, maybe he just picked bad examples. Just thought that was interesting. And it says, fact, quote, I know multiple sets of immigrant parents in the 90s who actively limited how much their kids watch those TV shows precisely because they promoted mediocrity, and their kids went on to become wildly successful STEM graduates. Well, I also know a ton of people that watch them just like I did that are rapidly excelling in their field. So it's kind of a lazy argument that if you don't watch sitcoms that, I mean, it's the same as saying if you play video games, you're violent. It's kind of the same argument, isn't it? I think it comes down to discernment and intelligence and your upbringing. I don't know. It speaks for itself. It says more movies like Whiplash, fewer reruns of Friends. Interesting. And it says more math. It's just the things that he prefers. It's interesting. This guy, I think, is kind of high on hubris right now, that believes his path is what's going to save everybody, even though I don't think he's right in a lot of ways. More math, tutoring, fewer sleepovers. You see what I mean? Like, this is a really strange, like, how about both? How about you have more math tutoring and you have more friend engagement? The problem is that right now we're going in the direction of more non-engagement, even through this administration, by the way, for other technological justifications. But what you should be framing it as is more math tutoring, and if you wanted to, less, sports activities or less dances, which I don't agree with. I'm just saying that would be the more logical comparison. But because you want to have more personal engagement with friends and social ability, but it says more weekend science competitions, fewer Saturday morning cartoons. Again, I mean, I could make the same points about all of these. It seems to be a very weird line being drawn. More books, less TV. I could go with that one. More creating, less chilling. But you see, there are reasons for all of these things. Depends on what he means by chilling. The point is that obviously you need to have some level of social ability, enjoyment in your life. Otherwise, you turn out to be something much different than, you know where I'm going with that. Like when you're talking about somebody who only does what the work that that ultimately goes in a bad direction, I would argue. More extracurriculars, less hanging at the mall. Most normal American parents look skeptically at those kinds of parents. More normal American kids view those kinds of kids with scorn. If you grow up aspiring to normalcy is what you will achieve. Well, let's be clear. That's what our government is driving us to be. Happened during Trump's administration too. I didn't see Trump rushing to change the Prussian-based school system that pumps out obedient workers. It's not a hypothetical point. It's easily verifiable, right? Trump rolled out the dangerous injection that clearly caused a lot of people to be zombie. I mean, 1,000 different directions you could take that. A lot of them cause people to be more passive. At the end of the day, normalcy is what we're being driven toward. Now close your eyes, he says, and visualize which families you knew in the 90s, for even now, who raised their kids according to one model versus the other. I don't think he even remotely framed one model versus the other. He used a bunch of very scattered subjective points, and many of them didn't even draw perfect lines. So it's a very weird thing. Maybe it's meant to be that way. He goes, but be brutally honest. Normalcy doesn't cut in a hyper-competitive global market for technical talent. And if we pretend, I don't even know what he means by normalcy necessarily. So if you lean into the technological side, but also go to school dances or hang at the mall, does that make you normal all of a sudden? Can it be both? I mean, I get it. I'm over picking this down, but I'm just trying to make a point about the way he's trying to draw this specific line like it's binary. He goes, and if we pretend like it does, we'll all have our asses handed to us by China, which, see, there becomes the main generalized point about how we need to be better, how about socialist collective mindset? Otherwise, we'll be, I mean, what he's saying is we have to be in the mind of excelling. Otherwise, China's going to beat us. But you know what, Frank? But I don't think in the mind of we as a country need to work together to beat China. If you're thinking like that, you're already being lost. Like, you are being abused by your government if you think we're acting in a unified direction to fight other countries. They are playing you. Now, I'm not saying that they're not threats in the world, but realize that if what he says there means that you need to buy into the direction they're selling you, that you need to be a obedient worker, to cite George Carlin. This can be our Sputnik moment, he says. We've awakened from slumber before, and we can do it again. Trump's election hopefully marks the beginning of a new golden era in America, but only if our culture fully wakes up, which I'm not even sure what that means. Even in the context of what he was just saying, our culture wakes up. He says a culture that once again prioritizes achievement over normalcy, excellence over mediocrity, nerdiness over conformity, hard work over laziness. Again, nerdiness does not even mean smart or, over conformity. I get the sense that this guy was picked on growing up, and he is trying to make a stance about why they're better than the jocks. That is what I get from this. And tell me I'm wrong. He says that's the work we have cut out for us, rather than wallowing in victimhood, and which I agree with, and just wishing for legislating alternative hiring practices into existence. Which, again, I actually agree with that. That's the point I'm generally making about the idea of driving in a policy for whether we should accept them or not versus just allowing a organic process, which I know a lot of people say, well, we can't because we're overrunning our borders, which we have to remember the Texas point. Even that was manufactured. Not to say that there's not a part of that that's real, but the hype around it when there's gates right down the road that nobody's standing at, it's being manufactured. But I think we can see that Israel's playing a huge hand in driving that for their own agendas. They're basically calling it out right now. So my point is we have to acknowledge the problem, the source, not the symptom. Because if we put it like this, you're treating the symptoms. So here's what Arnaud said. The irony of Vivek's post is that his wrong analysis of how American culture is broken illustrates in itself how American culture is broken. I've increasingly grown to respect Arnaud. I mean, right out of the gate, I found this guy to be very, very insightful, very intelligent. But every day, he just continues to make these posts that I'm like, man, that guy nails it. I don't agree with everything he says, but this guy is clearly insightful. So what he's saying is essentially what he just did, ranting about how we're failing is an example of how we're failing. That's perfect. He goes, I mean, how out of touch must one be to think people will embrace a vision where childhood must be optimized for corporate success, with less sleepovers, hanging out, and fun, what he calls mediocrity, in favor of shareholder value maximizing excellence. It's very well put. Especially when addressing Americans who have seen their lives destroyed en masse by the same corporate priorities that produced this vision of excellence. Basically what I was saying, but much more eloquent. The average American family isn't choosing between math tutoring and sleepovers. They're choosing between paying for basic necessities while both parents work multiple jobs. Very, very clear point right there. His examples unwittingly prove the opposite of his point. Shows that he describes as corrupting American culture, Friends, Boy Meets World, Family Matters, etc., celebrate friendship, family, and community values, exactly what the U.S. has lost in their rush to optimize everything for economic output and create an hyper-individualistic and consumerist society. That's probably why they're popular. They reflect a lost world that people aspire to go back to. In a lot of ways, what we lost even more post the COVID-19 illusion during Trump's administration continued into Biden's. He mentions China as the motivating factor here because apparently the solution to avoid having their asses handed to us by China, in quotes, is more capitalism, treating people even more like cogs who must compete in the, quote, global market for technical talent. The idea being that isn't that exactly what, let's take a beat and recognize, doesn't that represent the system? Does that look to you like an outsider fighting the deep state? Or does that look to you like a guy who is spearheading the direction of more of the same? It says that doesn't only betray a misunderstanding of what Americans want, that's the tone-deaf aspect I was talking about, but also of China. He says China themselves, now you may disagree, I think he has a different opinion of most Westerners on this conversation, but China themselves largely hate the extreme competitiveness of their system. The people hate it, and the government hates it. They all want to move away from it, hence the government banning the tutoring industry. And again, that's exactly what our government's driving towards. They love to play the game bad guy China while they go as fast as they can in the direction of what they have. It says, and in many cases, in any case, this isn't what made China rise. China rose with a largely uneducated population, as mass university level education is a very recent phenomenon there. He says, no, I'm convinced that China, at a very fundamental level, rose so unprecedentedly fast for the very reason that it is one of the very few countries in the world which culture wasn't completely denaturalized by the sort of neoliberal dystopia that Vivek seems to idealize. Interesting, because Republicans would probably really push back on that. In China's socialist system, the market doesn't trump all. Individualism doesn't reign supreme, and at a broader level, they still stay faithful to many of the ancestral values that have sustained their civilization for thousands of years. Now, I think that's clear. But whether you think that ultimately adds up to a benefit, or I don't even think he's saying that it's better or worse. He's simply saying that he's wrong about the way he's framing that. But I think we would all agree that China is a very clearly dystopian technocratic direction. But he goes, that's the culture that underpins it all and makes it work, not the fact that Chinese kids do too much homework. He says, all in all, this is what makes this debate so revealing. Vivek is trying to diagnose America's problems, has instead unwittingly illustrated them. The belief that every human activity must be justified by its contribution to GDP, that collective bonds are mere distractions from the pursuit of excellence. And bonds in the sense of, societal engagement. And that the solution to the problems created by predatory capitalism is somehow more predatory capitalism. Now, I guarantee there's going to be ideological people that just will not accept what he has to say there, even though it's very logical because it does draw lines where you think you're, ideological. But I think it's very clear the same thing I was saying, the idea that he's simply pointing to this, thinking this is the direction that's going to save us. And all he's doing is highlighting what I would argue is the problem. What I think, who was that? I forget who it was, basically called this imperial hubris, which I like. As if he somehow sees the problem when really he's demonstrating the problem. So what's interesting is, again, going back to the larger point, is the budding conversation about whether we should want the specific H-1B visas to allow the top tier of other countries to come in. And so he's basically saying, or making a long argument for why that is now why it's needed almost. Now, this is Sean Padraig McCarthy saying, this is about Vivek, guy who made his millions having his mom help him do a pump and dump scam, lecturing Americans about how they need to work harder. Because that is true, by the way. I don't care what it is transparent. He went on Mad Money and screamed about this thing that he ramped up, made a lot of money and dumped out. And everybody lost money. And you could prove that he knew it was not a success. In fact, it was a failure before he took over and then hyped it to all heaven. Now it says, while working at the hedge fund QVT Financial, biotech investments under Ramaswamy included none other than Martin Shkreli's Retrofin. Ramaswamy called Shkreli brilliant and criticized the U.S. Department of Justice for prosecuting him, calling his fraud a victimless crime. These are important things to remember. This person is not a man of the people, despite him trying to push that. Now, we already played the clip here where Eric, was that him right there? Is that his? No, it's not. That's the other guy. It's Scott Jennings. That's right. This guy here. Oops. Scott Jennings. He seems to be making the rounds. Oh, it doesn't show him. Right there. To kind of defend all of this. But he makes the point that I do agree with, the idea that this is about the debate. Right? About whether, and I don't think he frames it entirely, though. I think there's more stances on this. But overall, saying that the main part are people that are saying that it's okay to use this visa, but we should at least pull back on it because it is being abused. I think that's very fair to say. But I do think there's more than just those two stances as we continue to see here. Now, Elon on the 27th, that was yesterday, says anyone of any race, creed, or nationality who came to America and worked like hell to contribute to this country will forever have my respect. America is the land of the free and opportunity. Fight with every fiber of your being to keep it that way. Now, whatever you think about the last statement about whether it is currently the land of freedom and opportunity, I don't see how anybody can disagree with that. Anyone of any race, creed, or nationality who came to America and worked like hell to contribute to this country will forever have his respect. Or rather, you should end it, but should be allowed. The point is that this is interesting because he's not even mentioning the top tier, right? They're saying anybody from anywhere that comes in and works hard should have a place, which, why do we disagree with that? What's interesting, though, is it is highlighting a part of the base, even people that are very supportive of Elon, who rabidly disagree with that, who think that every immigrant's a problem, which, by the way, is what I've been trying to show you. But every time pointing out that I don't think it's even remotely the majority of conservatives or Republicans. But it is there and is a large number. And I think they're just screaming back at him now, and now he has rapidly screamed. They're fighting each other. So it does not show some, I don't think, huge civil war, but it does show a large schism in the party, whether you want to call it MAGA or whatever else. Now, when you bring it to the next part of it, though, it becomes clear that it's about something beyond just anybody, hard work and being benefited. Now, I want to be clear on top of that he himself has made statements that seem to challenge just this sentiment. Here he goes on, and this is on the 27th as well. Elon, on this kind of tirade, says, we named Tesla, which, by the way, somebody below makes that point. No, you didn't, Elon. You had shares that you worked your way into. You didn't create this. You didn't name it. But let's keep pretending like he's created everything. Elon, the innovator. He says, they named Tesla after Nikola Tesla, one of the greatest engineers ever. He was a penniless immigrant whose inventions led to American dominance in electricity generation and usage. Okay, so trying to make a general point about here's an immigrant that did good things. Well, you left out a huge part of the story there, bud. How about the fact that he also died mostly penniless and that they stole from all of his work and bastardized it and ultimately didn't use it because we went with the direction of the, I guess, more dangerous version of the electronics. We have never truly realized in the context of the average person, the mind-blowing, earth-shattering changes that his technology would have bring to this country and still could. Free energy for everybody, but no, not. So let's take the idea they named it after Tesla for an insult because it seems to be they're part of the machine, ultimately also still not allowing you access to what we could have. I find that to be very interesting, that he has the nerve to go, one of the greatest engineers that this government completely screwed over. I guess the overlap of both, quite frankly, UK, United States, screwed this man over and that they absolutely stole from him. But either way, a penniless immigrant, again, who died with nothing mostly. But let's move all that from the conversation. His point is that here's a guy who came from somewhere else and absolutely, it's even hard to make the argument because he didn't. I mean, he could have changed everything, but ultimately they chose to ignore what he was showing you. But let's, again, for sake of conversation, very bad point, Elon. Let's say he did change everything. His point is that here's an example of an immigrant who comes with nothing and changes everything. That's kind of the point he's trying to make, poorly. The quartering says, that's interesting. Someone in the chat says, Elon says his hero was Edison, which would make perfect sense to me. So you love to use, just like Trump points to everything to get his people thinking he's on the path. You point to Tesla to make us think that you're going to change this for the better when you're going, Edison, control, the system, I'm the machine. But let's pretend we like the thing that's not. Just like he's pretending to be an outsider fighting the deep state. They pretend to like Tesla when really they like Edison. But it says, the quartering responds to him and says, but was he an H-1B work visa immigrant? Whether or not it even existed then, which I don't know if it did or not. The point is he's saying that's what we're talking about is not any immigrant, but specifically those kind. And he says, you seem to be moving the goalposts. Welcome to the game, guys. All the Republicans that are now seeing how deceptive these people are. We've been trying to show you. But he says, you seem to be moving the goalpost to all immigrants bad, which isn't the argument. Well, this is fascinating to me. So the quartering is of the mind, and I'm sure he believes this from the people he's around, that it's not about the idea that all immigrants are bad, but specifically the point that the guy was saying a second ago. It's about whether the visa is being applied appropriately. But that's not the full picture because in some cases, it is the argument. As I'm showing you, that all immigrants are bad because they are the people that are rapidly going after Elon right now. So it's fascinating that there are parts of the party that see parts of it's selective viewing. Maybe they don't see it. Here is the Economic Policy Institute, posted December 9th of 2021. New evidence of widespread wage theft in the H-1B visa program, just to show you that there obviously is some merit to the point that this is being abused, like what he was alluding to. I think it's valid. It is because but my point would be that, as I said earlier, you could say just the normal program being used the right way could still be abused, selectively and coercively applied by the power structure to manipulate people to come over to this country, use it in a way that destroys industries where they might need them. Like my point would be like, for example, the growing AI industry, and maybe foreign policy just happens to overlap with destroying another industry somewhere in the world that might challenge what you have. Then where do these AI experts go? Their industry's destroyed. Well, hey, guess what? Microsoft's offering you $1 million Totally not connected. Obviously, you can see how that might work. But nonetheless, either way you look at it, you can see manipulation, I would argue. But this is where it becomes fascinating to me. And this is actually one of the articles right here from New York Times from 2016. First, this one from 2021. Trump, well, actually, this is even better because 2016, on the campaign trail, Donald Trump basically said the nation's visa program for high-skilled workers as a job killer, pledged to end it with no exceptions. Funny how things change, isn't it? But his own companies apparently used hundreds of these kind of workers for his fashion models. Hypocrite. Okay, so the point is, in 2016, he's saying, no way, no exceptions. H-1B has to go. 2021. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I misread that. Okay, so this is also 2016 from March 3rd. This one is August 2016. So actually, that was better to read first. The point is, on Megyn Kelly, he said, I will end forever the use of the H-1B as cheap labor program. So this is my point, as usual. You're going to get people that would point to that and say, no, he didn't say he would change it entirely. He just said he would end the cheap labor program. He's very careful about but that's not true. Here's New York Times where he's quoted on saying the no exceptions. So oops, but that's how they love to play the game. The point is, here he is going, that's not going to happen. Okay, well, here's Elon Musk. Actually, I think I've got that coming. I got this tweet up here in a second. He says the reason, actually, let's just read it because you can see who he responds to. Nawfal says, Elon, stop trying to optimize something that shouldn't exist. Basically saying that about something he's doing in regard to the rockets, right? Be logical. Okay. Well, here's Stephen McKay, as yesterday, saying, stop trying to optimize something that shouldn't exist. And he goes, let's optimize H-1B, saying that's what Elon is doing. As usual, these kind of elitist hypocrites will scream logic at you like they know better than you, and then literally do the same thing where it works for them in other conversations, but still call you a hypocrite. That's what Stephen's highlighting. Your logic over here in rockets is not being applied here. Oops. But of course, Elon did not like that. And he says, the reason I'm in America, along with so many critical people who built SpaceX, Tesla, and hundreds of other companies that made America strong, is because of H-1B. He has a personal connection to this, or at least that he's framing it. He says, take a big step back and F-U-C-K yourself in the face with capitals. Wow, that's pretty interesting. And he says, I will go to war on the issue, the likes of which you cannot possibly comprehend. Wow. Now, obviously, yes, that's from Tropic Thunder. That's where that comes from. So as usual, they're going to say he was trolling, which is happening everywhere. I keep seeing that. There was even an article I just read where that was, I'll get to it tomorrow when it comes to Panama and Greenland, where they're just going like, some people say he's trolling and some people not. It's tactical, guys. The point is you can pretend you're always playing until you need to or not. And they're abusing it. Either way, that is not trolling. That's a child losing his cool and screaming at this guy who has, let's see, 12,000 followers. Not huge. So, but that's interesting, isn't it? So here you have Trump saying, these are going to go away for sure. Elon saying, I'll die on this hill. Oh, okay. Interesting. Well, it rapidly changes pretty quick. So here's Trump as of 2024. Of course, he says, speaking of the New York Post, Trump says, this is what's hilarious to me. So here we can clearly see he did not always end forever. No exceptions, right? Actually, I just closed that. Whatever. Or was this one? Yeah, there it is. Oops. Making this more complicated. So just so you can see it, no exceptions, right? So very clearly he was not okay with these. Then magically everything changes because no one checks these things. Apparently he says, I've always liked the visas. I've always been in favor of the visas. That's why we have them. Guys, I mean, can we possibly be this bad? Like, it's so stupid that we can be in a position where it's transparently dishonest and barely even the corporate media calls him out. He says, quote, I have many H-1B visas on my properties. I've been a believer in HB1. I've used it many times. It's a great program. I've always liked them. I've always been in favor of them. Well, no, you haven't. You're a liar. No exceptions. It's job killer. Anyway, stupid is what it is. And it's ridiculous that we have to be in this position where we have known career blatant liars, whether Biden or Trump, and we get shouted down. So again, F yourself in the face to a Trump supporter. Here is what Dr. Michael Rechtenwald says. Musk has melted down. Here, he tells a dissident X-user to F himself in the face over an H-1B visa controversy. He says, I can no longer find this post. Guess I'll lose my check mark over this post, which, by the way, we're going to get to next. He has been actively censoring people because they're disagreeing with him. I mean, I hate to say I told you so, guys, but you guys already knew this. But here's what's interesting. I simply said, as often happens on this platform, the search function is gamed for its controllers. Even when it's still there, it can be hidden from the search results. Here's the tweet. Now, I don't know. I mean, I was able to find it, but I'm just simply highlighting that he said he searched for it. He couldn't find it. I showed you that on the show live with both Elon and Trump, where it does exist, but weirdly doesn't show up when you search for it. Now, as we're going to see next, whether that happened or not, the fact that it does shouldn't be dismissed, because we can see even major supporters of Trump. He is now removing their check marks. He is censoring entire accounts. He's removing monetization, all because they disagreed with him about something. This guy is as petty as you might think. Here is before we get to that, I think this is a point well taken. Elon tweets, college is overrated, right? So Elon Musk tweets college is overrated. And then also Elon Musk, don't cry when I hire foreigners to do jobs at my companies because you're not educated enough. Well, it does seem to be a bit contradictory, doesn't it? I mean, I'm sure I think both make sense in different parts of the conversation, but it's important to think about that. Now, great, interesting clip to start with from Matt Kim. Now, this is my point about this. You're seeing a lot of people. Now, I'm actually not sure exactly where Matt Kim stood on the support of Trump, but I am, regardless, seeing a lot of people who generally voted for Trump being very disillusioned right now. Rightfully so. Very clearly being concerned about what Elon's doing, what Vivek just said, what Trump is doing, and the support of the people in the cabinet, the Israel overlap. This thing is diminishing rapidly. And what he has to say here, I think, is very powerful, because ultimately he's trying two main things. Look at what Elon just did. This is crazy as the first one thing. And what this suggests to him is that this means that somebody is controlling him. Either that means he promised something or somebody paid him. Now, you know my thought on that. There's obvious places to point to. And who else is aggressively involved in the artificial intelligence direction? Some very large foreign entity involved in a genocide right now?
I've been trying to figure out what's been going on X the last few days, with the complete meltdown of Elon over the last 3 days since Christmas, and Vivek telling people that it's the culture that's broken, the culture and education system is broken because we watch too much Boy Meets World and Saved by the Bell. Weird take. And the tech bros doubling down on this idea of bringing in more Indian immigrants via the H-1B program, which is, a lot of Americans disagree. And there was a very heated and very spirited debate going on X. And the tech bros and Elon and Vivek and a lot of the MAGA large accounts, which is really odd that they're not taking the side of the people, they can't let it go. It's almost like they have to make sure that it happens. And I've been thinking about, like, why can't they just have a discussion and be like, all right, people don't want it, we'll just shelve this. And
two things I have to point out. The obvious point of immigration that we keep pointing to and how central that is to getting them to take certain choices, when Israel is rapidly driving this and openly talking about the weaponization of immigration. And think about how do you frame it?
And I've been thinking about, like, why can't they just have a discussion and be
right? Why would they, hold on, what do you say?
And I've been thinking about, like, it's almost like they have to make sure that it happens.
They have to make sure this happens. And I'm not, who knows? It could just be coincidental, but it's interesting to see a forceful point. I mean, maybe the H-1B aspect of it is how they've always been manipulating all of this. I mean, who knows? But he's right. It doesn't seem as if they almost have to do this. But secondarily, what it shows you As always, guys, they don't care what you think. Like, how do I have to convince you all of this? Like, I hope this is a gut check moment for a lot of the people that thought they were just this independent outcast group that's going to fight the deep state, who are simply going, oh, you disagree with us? Well, F off then, right? This is something we want, and we had hoped you would just blindly follow our lead like everything else, but you suddenly care about this. Well, guess what? You're wrong, and we don't care. We're going to do it anyway. Get on board. That is how these things work. They usually have enough influence to be able to kind of nudge everybody in that direction using the large accounts he's talking about, but this, for some reason, was too much. Now, obviously, it can be taken away from jobs that should be given to people in this country. But at the same time, it's the same point we make, and it shouldn't be about borders. If a company wants to hire the best person for the job, and that person is applying from somewhere else in the world, if I own that company, I want the best for the job. I should not be forced to take a person that is from any one place because that's what I'm told to do. That's not freedom. But at the same time, if you have corporations who are abusing the system in a way it shouldn't be used to bring in cheaper labor, that's the point they're making. I get why that's a problem. But I don't think I align with the idea that they should be forced to take people from this country first just because they're American. In a way, it's the same problem they're pointing at in reverse. But either way, it's about the division that really fascinates me in all this. The idea that clearly they've struck a nerve, and I don't think they meant to.
Happens. And I've been thinking about, like, why can't they just have a discussion and be like, all right, people don't want it, we'll just shelve this and do it later. Why can't they let this go? Why is Elon getting so upset? So upset that he's deleting people and removing accounts and demonetizing people and just calling people trolls and threatening to kick people out of the Republican Party for disagreeing and calling people racist. And
yeah, but guys, isn't this what's always been happening? I mean, am I crazy? What happened with Kyle Rittenhouse? It was the same point. Like, it's fascinating to me that all of a sudden, because central people in the thing start feeling divided, you're only highlighting what you've been doing to everybody else this whole time. Not every one of them, but like Kyle Rittenhouse came out and made a valid point about the Second Amendment and Trump. I mean, backed up by actual things that Trump has said and done that are the bump stock aspect, the idea of the take the guns due process later. And he got flayed for it. Cat Turd and all the rest of these large MAGA accounts came out and said, you're excommunicated. You're no longer part of it. You know that would hurt Trump. Isn't that the same thing? It's just Elon doing the same thing, that you have a line that you are standing and you have to agree. Otherwise, you're not part of our group. The only difference is that there's disagreements at the highest level, like between individuals within this conversation, like high level influencers and people in the inner circle. That's the difference. So the control structure suddenly disagrees. All you've seen so far is all of them in unison shouting down the smaller entities. And that's why I've been trying to point to you that that's the team sport politics. All we're seeing now, I think, is a little bit of a schism in the team sport politics. As soon as they get back on the same team, they'll high five and they'll keep going forward. But recognize what you're seeing, though. As conservatives, I think this should stand out to you.
Wild. And I've been very wary of Elon and the tech bros for months. And a lot of you guys know that.
That's my point. A lot of them are.
What triggers this type of reaction? I've been thinking about it. Like, something doesn't make sense. Like, there has to be something to kind of close this loop and bring some logic to what's going on. And the only conclusion that I can come to is that you only react this unhinged and this irrationally is when you owe someone something, when you have some sort of debt that you need to pay back, when you've made a promise to someone, to a group, to something, and you guys can guess on what potentially that group or people could be. But when you owe something and you make a promise and you're supposed to pay back that debt, it's like you're at the casino and you're gambling and you're on your last and you crapped out again and you need to borrow money from your buddy and you're like, dude, I need it, and I'm gonna pay you back. Like, you have to get me, I'm gonna win it back. It's almost that type of vibe and mood right now. They owe something to somebody. Either that or they promised something to somebody. Somewhere a deal was made. And Elon and the tech bros and maybe some of the MAGA influencers, the big names, they promised that they pulled through.
And there's your problem. I don't know why in the world anyone that's ever followed politics would trust anybody in politics. Not even politicians trust politicians, guys. You have to realize that. I get why we wanted to, but just realize that this needs to be a gut check moment. This is not new, but hopefully you can recognize that this is not unique to one side. This is what politics is. This is what government does. They lie.
And I don't think they realized that the reaction from the people on this issue would be so large. I don't think this entire timeline is intentional. I think this is a crack in the matrix. Something is happening here.
Interesting. I agree. Like whether you mean the exactly what he says, and that whether you mean explicitly the Matrix or just the idea simply that we're watching an unplanned part of this, right? That I think in general we do watch a very scripted reality, especially politically, and this was something that possibly deviated from that. Interesting take though. I do agree with what he's saying that somebody, as he says, they owe somebody something or they promise somebody something. Very, very insightful, I think, because I do get the same sense there. Now, Elon, again, here's the one saying, just a reminder that sorry, this is something new. Now, this gets into the censorship side of this. So, same point, coming off the same conversation. He childishly lashed out, which, by the way, if you're watching the show, you're like, yeah, Ryan, you've been showing us that since he took over Twitter. Yes, because it has been happening. Now it's only being shown by people who are on the side that they thought they were supporting him, and now it's becoming more visible. Now, on the 26th, I at least as Matt Kim thinks, he changed this because of people disagreeing with him, which exactly lines up with who I think he is. He says, just a reminder that the algorithm is trying to maximize unregretted user seconds. Very weird way to say that. He says it's far more far more credible, verified source subscriber accounts, not bots, block your account. Compared to those who like your post, your reach will decline significantly. So just first take on that as it sounds, you have to realize that means it's easily gamed, whether by them or by bot armies, to just decide to deboost, derank you by bombing you with that kind of action. That's all they have to do is overcompensate. So whatever views you're getting, if they make it more with bot armies to make it, then you're going to get deranked. Easily gamed. As well as forcing you to conform with what they see. How funny it is. Here's Vivek talking about mediocrity, normalcy, and here you are trying to force us all to conform to what you all think is the same. So there's no outstanding points if you're being forced to sort of comply with what is the consensus on this platform. But that aside, the obvious frustrating reality of more, I think I have it up here next. Didn't that used to be called shadow banning? You're the same damn thing, man. You're just giving us new names. And I frankly think it's a lot worse than that. I think I did have some, hold on, where was that? One of these should be next. Shoot, where was that? Did I lose that already? Oh, it's right here. There you go. I'll just read this one since it comes off what he just said right there. If far more credible, verified subscriber accounts mute or block you. So if his inner circle decides to block you, it's going to reduce your reach, basically. It's very obvious. But he says credible means whatever Musk, Yacarino, and Twitter want it to mean at any given time. Likewise for hateful, unhealthy, negative, and or awful speech, all of which they've explicitly said will deboost or deamplify. Subjectively determined, subjectively enforced. Well said. Well, here's what Matt Kim had to say. So this is fascinating. So what you just heard him say, Matt Kim in his video, Elon Musk is just kind of going, just a reminder, totally unconnected to anything going on right now, which is very transparent. You're going to get deboosted if you do this. And then guess what? He says, changing the algorithm due to getting ratioed by a 300 follower account, LOL, petty AF. Point is, before they did this, he put this out and says, no, we need more like double that number yesterday. The number of people who are super talented engineers and super motivated in the U.S. is far too low. This is where you get to the point of him suggesting we need to bring in more immigrants. kind of the wrong thing to say right now. And how about tone deaf, right? For the supporters that we know are there. He says, think of this like a pro sports team. If you want your team to win championships, you need to recruit top talent. This guy comes in and says, my son graduated with honors and electrical and computer engineering degrees in 2023. He cannot get an interview, let alone a job. Any white male he knew in college can't get jobs either. Many are currently working in data centers, jobs that don't require their education. Now, whatever you think about the racial aspect, I saw some reports saying that I think like only 6% of white males in the industry are getting jobs. But who knows whether these things are being accurately reported or slanted a certain way. Regardless of the actual background, it's not the point we're getting into now, is that his supporters came in and said, that's not true. Right now, people who are highly educated are in this country and can't even find a job. And here's Elon saying, bring in more immigrants. So you can kind of see why this clearly spun out. But what Matt is pointing out, 10,000 likes, this guy gets 16,000. So he got ratioed by a small account. Elon and his petty ego cannot handle that, I argue. And that, laughing at, that is why he then removed this. Or, changed it to ultimately be able to deboost certain people, which then and realize it's not just a single example. This then spun out. Now, by the way, as much as I aggressively dislike Laura Loomer and how often she lies to you entirely, nonetheless, I would still stand on the idea that she should not be arbitrarily censored. But I kind of enjoy, I have to admit, her kind of weird back and forth about trying to go, Elon, please give it back to me, while over here going, Elon's bad and they're all terrible. I think it's interesting to watch these worst parts of any party eat themselves. That's what's kind of happening right now. It's interesting. But here's Laura saying, to those of you getting messages saying that I deactivated my Twitter subscriptions, that's a lie. I didn't. This is wild, by the way. Elon Musk took away my premium account, limited my character limit, canceled my subscriptions because she spoke out about mass migration. Think about it, whatever the reason, right? She's still on the account, or her account is still there. So regardless of how wildly dishonest and just frankly disgusting this person is, that's crazy. She was censored on Twitter, and not just censored, they took away her premium, limited what she can say, and then canceled her, demonetized her. I mean, guys, if you ever wanted a better example of why Twitter was exactly what we've always been saying it is, it's right here. Someone who, by the way, is a rabid Trump supporter. And I mean, it's certainly possible she did something that caused it, but as I understand it, Elon Musk responded saying, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. So basically admitting that he did this because she was saying things that he didn't like. And my point was that if she's still on the platform, well, clearly she didn't do something that would rationalize this, or she would have been deleted. He is punitively going after people that I don't even need to explain. I mean, if anyone who cares and who is not a blind supporter of this man is going to go, wow, that's why this is spinning out right now in the community. Now, she also points out Elon Musk is now admitting it's retaliation. I was just saying, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. He said yes. So calling out mass migration is a stupid game. She says, so much for free speech, quit totalitarian if you ask me. Quite totalitarian. Well, guess what, Laura? That's exactly what we were saying before. Now you only care to point it out when it suddenly affects you because you're a dishonest fake journalist. But regardless, she is still being censored. I'm sure it's going to anger people that support her. If you care to look at her work, she has lied repeatedly, incessantly, and caused division and attacked people that disagree with her, just like has happened to her right now. So I don't have any at all sympathy for this, but I will still point out that what she's doing, or rather what's happening to her, is unjustifiable and is clearly Twitter unjustly censoring her, and I would fight for her to have that reversed. Just because it shouldn't have happened to anybody, it's an example of exactly what we all think we're fighting. That's my point about what free speech looks like. I would even fight, it even hurts me to say it, to keep Laura Loomer on Twitter. Because that's my point, though. You would fight if you are unwilling to fight for the worst of speech, then you don't believe in free speech. And that doesn't just apply to racial, derogatory statements. It applies to people that I think are like her. All right. It's just speech, guys. She has a right to lie. She has a right to be wrong. That's how it is, guys. That's the truth. And we have to stand by our integrity. But it's crazy to watch them eat themselves alive right now. Now, here she is citing Vivek Ramaswamy, who is citing Charlie Kirk, who is saying, if I was a smart leftist, I would go all in on trying to create a schism between MAGA and the tech world. We must resist this. Oh, okay. So suddenly you see an example of how you guys are disagreeing, and all you can do, Charlie Kirk, is just vomit this very flimsy argument about how it's all Democrats. Very original. Everything that you don't like, Democrats, which in some cases doesn't include that or is entirely. But are we really going to pretend like this is some Democrat op to get them divided? Guys, Laura is, I mean, you can see what's happening. They are disagreeing. I think that's fascinating. And Charlie Kirk is spinning in to try to obfuscate for you, I think, as they're designed to do. Vivek simply goes, yeah, 100%. Laura says, which I find this is how it's going, if you want to resist fractures, then stop supporting X Twitter's censorship of those who disagree with H1B. Ah, I see. So only if it's something you like. You didn't seem to care as Twitter was censoring people talking about Palestine, but now because it's the thing you support, screaming hypocrite. It says, we all learned this week that if you don't agree with big tech on H1B, or how about anything else, Laura? It's my way or the highway and you'll be silenced. Funny how you suddenly see the problem when it affects you. I mean, you guys have to see this. Her and plenty of others in this position would never have said a word if it was not affecting them. Censorship is never the answer unless it's protecting Israel. Right, Laura? Unreal. Like, she's more speeches. Yeah, I looked through her account talking about censoring people on Palestine and see what a raging hypocrite she is. Here she is on Bannon saying, why can't Trump loyalists with skin in the game, well, she's referring to herself, criticize those now appointed to his administration? This is about free speech. Calling out unelected billionaires walking into Mar-a-Lago to push anti-MAGA pro-open border policies. Same point. So you don't have a problem with unelected billionaires walking into Mar-a-Lago to push things you agree with because you haven't said it until now, but you do have a problem with unelected billionaires walking into Mar-a-Lago pushing things you don't like. You disgusting hypocrite. I mean, anybody honest can see how transparently stupid this is. She also says, which is funny, so she's on a tear over here going, by the way, she was pointing to Elon Musk right there. Very carefully not saying you're the problem, but saying Elon Musk is the problem. At the same exact time, actually the next day, saying, please restore my account, Elon. Please. I mean, okay, if he is the problem, why are you petitioning to him to help you? Because you just want back inside. That's all you want. You want to be part of the team because then you'll go right back to supporting whatever they do. Mark my words. But what's interesting is you can see that he's removed her blue check. Andrew Torba points out he's getting multiple messages. Now, this is the CEO of Gab. Multiple messages from followers saying, Elon engaged shut it down mode, which is supposed to reference an Israeli, rather more specifically a Jewish discussion. Of course, I don't agree with that in the context of the reality of Zionism, overlapping Judaism and Christianity. The point, though, is the shut it down mode is supposed to reference that. And the tweet, or the message says, they locked my account. I can only send messages in group chats, can't interact on the timeline. So he is trying to suppress engagement. And then this is very interesting development. Elon Musk also just canceled all of my subscriptions and sent a message to all of my subscribers saying Laura deactivated her subscriptions. That's a lie. I didn't do it. Why would I cancel? I mean, not only are they doing it to you, but they're then putting it out to say that you did it yourself. That's like saying the user removed this post, which has been on Twitter a lot, and it wasn't the case. This says, this is Elon retaliating against me for speaking truth. Now this, it doesn't say. I'm pretty sure that was the day, this wasn't today. That's actually 26th. So 3 days later, she's going, please, Elon, please. And you're saying stuff like this. Elon is a free speech fraud. Big tech just doesn't want to be held accountable. What am I guilty of? Like, you can't realize that you're just being attacked. Like, are you still trying to search for a reason why you were attacked? I mean, these people just cannot engage with the reality of what's really going on. It's Trump, it's Elon, it's all of it. Now, here's AF Post showing you its pretty large accounts. Several prominent Twitter accounts are reporting that they have had their badge taken away after criticizing Elon Musk, specifically about this immigration point. So you can clearly see that something he is passionate about is all it takes. Now, that means we have to realize that it's already been happening, that it be something he is angry about. You got him emotional, and so he takes personal punitive action, showing you that he's all talk and it's all BS. He is a hypocrite. He has contradicted everything, even though if you've been paying attention, it's been shown more than once. Now it's clear to everybody, hopefully. Here's raw alerts. Plenty of these people who are Laura Loomer, Owen Schroyer, they've had their checks removed. Here's just the raw alerts. Let's refresh, see if it came back. Oh, they got it back. So you see, now it's already, let's look at this though. That'll be funny. Yes, this is funny to me. So basically, it looks like some of them got their checks back. Let's really quickly double check if anybody else did. So what are we looking at here? Owen Schroyer will be an easy one. I bet you he got it back. Nope, he didn't. Raw alerts did. So some of them seem to get it back. Some of them don't. Laura hasn't. I would imagine she will if this, the way she's been kind of screeching about it. But, oh, here's an interesting, I forgot I added these. Nicholas Fuentes posted yesterday the @conservative OG and the @project group brand accounts, were stripped of their features. Today, about a dozen medium-sized accounts associated with Project Grope were, and it's Groyp, like GOYP, were suspended. All of them have been outspoken about the H-1B. Everybody needs to be speaking up about this now. Guys, I mean, I don't see how you come back from this. There are plenty of large, influential accounts that have been kind of kicked to the side because they just decide to disagree with Elon Musk, being censored and removed. I mean, at the very least, people like this are not going to fall back in line unless they will show themselves to be complete followers at that point, and maybe that won't matter. But here's even Bannon on Getter saying, someone please notify Child Protective Services needs to do a wellness check on this toddler, talking about Elon Musk and him saying F yourself to Trump supporters. I don't see how you patch this, but here's Paulo Marco saying tech bros losing H-1B arguments on their own free speech and quotes platforms. As mentioned on chat, these tech bros are self-destructing and Trump hasn't even been sworn in. Just wait until they start arguing amongst themselves. It's a fair point. Now this guy, I don't know if he's a conservative or not, but Laura Loomer retweeted it. Nonetheless, the point is the same because mostly people are highlighting this as Democrats making this argument. Right, that's imploding and Trump and Elon are going to fight. That seems to be like the main circle. It's only, woke snowflake Democrats. Well, it doesn't seem that way, even unless Laura's just changing sides because she's angry. But either way, the point is that you can clearly see a lot of people are highlighting this for what it is, this kind of implosion. Raheem points out Musk is now retweeting even anti-Trump activists who claim they will, quote, follow him into battle with the MAGA base over H-1 visas. This appears to be essentially early today, which is fascinating to me. Look at this. Noah Smith, who at least they're suggesting is an anti-Trump activist, I'm not sure about that, says, I will follow him into battle. That is a weird thing to say when you can recognize that I don't know whether Trump stands. Recently, he said he supports it, but it depends on where this goes right now. I kind of get the feeling Trump is going to fall in line with the base, and Elon will end up looking bad about this. Well, I don't know. I don't even want to give predictions because it seems like it's wildly up in the air. The point is to recognize the schism and what that shows you. This one says, the reason I'm in, we already read that one, the cussing one. So he's not hiding from, actually she's highlighting that and saying, I'll follow you into battle. Which, the idea being that he's talking about part of the Republican Party here. So he highlights this and says he's retweeting these accounts. Where was the one here? I guess this is why Musk is plotting Trump's overthrow. That's what she said in 2020. They're highlighting that Trump is threatening mass deports and, basically that she's anti-Trump. And he's retweeting her. Raheem points out this is a recent blog post from the person who will follow Elon into battle. It reads, 4 reasons not to vote for Trump and 4 reasons to vote for Harris. Right? We put out articles going 4 reasons not to vote for Trump and 4 reasons not to vote for Harris. They're simply going, Harris is the solution. That's a person saying, I'll follow Elon into battle. I mean, that of all the points it is more indicative of what we read earlier about the plot of Kirk was pointing out. So I wouldn't put that aside. I mean, I definitely think there are manipulative elements like that. But my point is that whether or not that's what's happening, I mean, at the very least, you have to say if he's right about that, it's something that they started, but now you can see people like Laura and the rest of them that are running it themselves. They don't need this illusion. They have taken the bait. But it's up to you to decide if that's the case. I feel like it's obvious this was building either way. Now, of course, Tim Pool to the rescue. Pim Tool comes in and says the attacks on Elon and the narrative being built around censorship feels like an op. Anybody else in the room feel this guy's lost all credibility entirely? He says, I'm not falling for it, and neither should you. He says, they've been trying to get Elon and MAGA to go to war for weeks. F that. Well, I mean, as Paulie St. George says, Tim, you fall for everything. You're owned by the Daily Wire, for God's sake. It's now true. I just think it's sad, crazy. What do you mean it feels like an op? Well, you could feel like anything and still be something different than you think it is. But the point is that the attacks on Elon are coming from within the party. The censorship is transparent, but of course you're on the side of pro-Israel, so you ignore that. Just seems like a cover. Seems like him swinging in to make the case. This one, same tweet. This guy responds, this is not an op. This is called resistance. This is what they are resisting, Tim, and you should too. So the point is, here's somebody who is not blind, ultimately somebody who is of the mind that he's not being driven by some secret Democrat plot, that he has an opinion about this, and that's what he's fighting for. I do think that's not hard to see. And it's simply highlighting the point, right? It's saying these visas will be used to import workers for data centers, which we just talked about, the data centers in North Carolina, Apple, Google, Microsoft. And now, as Matt Kim is saying, it seems like they have to do this. And the AI direction and Israel's involvement, I mean, there's a lot of moving parts to this. But you have to see how clear it is. Elon and co. aren't importing immigrants to take your job. They're hoping to automate your job. That's what he says. I mean, guys, I think this is more accurate than you realize. And so Tim's going, it feels like an op. And this guy's just pointing out the obvious. Sal the Agorist, I think, makes the point of the day. He says, RE, the H-1B debate, hire whoever you'd like. Pay them under the table. Stop asking politicians for permission. It's nobody's business but yours. Just like rings through everything, guys. Like, if you can finally start to recognize that the opinion of superseding government is where we need to start aiming, because everything else keeps you trapped in this false binary. Like, if we can just get there, we can see some real change coming. Because you realize that it shouldn't be offensive to point that out, like why you somehow feel like you have to defend, like you're anti-America if you hire somebody outside. The point is, it's all your personal choice. Everything else comes down to control of a power structure. You can decide what you want and how you want to pay him and what you want to pay him. That's up to you guys. Peer-to-peer engagement. Everything else is BS. Now, Decentralized News points out, free speech phony Elon Musk once again admits to algorithmically suppressing certain content. This time, based on how many credible verified subscriber accounts block or mute you. Your reach will decline significantly, as we already showed you. And he's just simply highlighting Yacarino, making the same point before, that they have been censoring. Just using different words. It's incredible that people can ignore this. Again, Matt Kim pointing out why they censored this, because people say things he doesn't like, hurt his ego. Ryan Grimm responds to that algorithmic point and says, so if your post is in line with the site's conventional wisdom, which rarely, by the way, means the truth, and the concept of like the clip we've shown you about the, what's the statement he makes, that the best candle makers of the world couldn't envision a light bulb. And the point is that they all pushed back on why it wouldn't make sense and it wouldn't do anything. You know, it's the way the system works today. As the point is about research versus science. The point is, or academia versus actual science. That we live in a world that is being suppressed. Ask John Rappaport. He talks about it all the time. The endless amounts of suppressed patents and futuristic developments that would change our lives because it doesn't suit corporate interests. The point is that right now you see the same thing in information on this platform. Conventional wisdom, the controlled narrative, the general consensus is not usually what changes things, or rather ever. It's usually the standout that usually gets pushed aside as the one, you're too ahead, you're too crazy, that doesn't make sense, that threatens me. And eventually it comes around. But he goes, so if your poster in line with that conventional wisdom, it will be promoted. But if it's out of line with the conventional wisdom, and the mob of people come after it, it will be silenced. You know, like saying COVID-19 injections are dangerous. How do we not see that? He says, is conformity your goal? Do you want unpopular perspectives silenced? Because that's the result. Guys, that's exactly what will be. That's what he's already showing you. Well, great point, Ryan Grimm. On an interesting other side point, just on that note about basically Mark Andreessen in this podcast makes a bunch of points, but all of them seem to be making the rounds. All these tech gurus and Silicon Valley mafiosos all acting like this, making it all normal when they are literally rolling out your subjugation. But he makes the point about a Twitter files for the government. Like, I just can't stop seeing how transparent this is. Right, because it makes sense for the government to expose the government, right? So a Twitter files, meaning X Files, by the way. It's the only point where they still use Twitter because they don't like the word X, the sound of X Files. The X Files, while Elon Musk is part of the US government, is going to expose the government. Now, of course, the people that want to believe in him are going to say that's because he's the outside rebel and he's now in power to show you what they've been doing. But the reality of it will be the government showing you what the government is doing. That's going to make sense to you. And by the way, a screenshot version of it, a Twitter files fake version of the revelation from the government about the government. I just don't know how people can fall for this. And of course, Elon comes out on Christmas and says, you can just say things, before he starts censoring everybody on his own party. But of course, before that, because Karma Misty already saw it, she says, well, apparently you can't, and shows how Kathy Vaughn was censored before that, which has always been happening if you've been paying attention. Same thing. Sprinter responds by saying yes, and then get a maximum reduction in reach, views, engagement, shadow band, which are reduced all parameters by 15 times. I am telling you about the personal note of my account. And I've already shown you the one from APAC Tracker who showed how many, many, many tags were applied to the TLAV account. Wendy says, X was great until you rehired all of the employees that made Twitter fail. Now, your whole ad share program has been infected with liberal bias, which is causing real damages to conservative content creators. X doesn't exist anymore. This is full-blown Twitter. What an interesting thing to say, right? I don't think all Republicans agree with that, but so you can't please anybody, right? So you're over here censoring people still, which has nothing to do with ex-employees from the Democrats or whatever you're trying to frame it as. But what's funny about it is even she's going, maybe because she sees the only world in which he could do this would be because secret Democrats were doing it. But whatever it is, you're still censoring, which is the main point, because he is, and it always has been happening. She thinks they used liberal bias that infected it. Guys, they're censoring Republicans right now. It's just not about that. But it's about your government controlling through these these ideologues, through these platforms, through everything. This one I found interesting. You tell me what you read it as. Same thing. You can just say things, he says on Christmas. Matt Baker, who is very, very much pro-Elon and pro-Trump for the most part. I mean, maybe these have changed over the last so many months. But he says, quote, merging, and this is why I get that sense, with machines will only last a short period of time. Then humanity will become obsolete and soon be eradicated. And it's showing the Terminator thing, which I think is a fair statement. But then he says, go team humanity. So you tell me what you think. Is he saying that as a sarcastic way to say that? Or is he saying the obvious and then saying, go team humanity, meaning that, which would be pretty crazy because that is a coined term between Elon Musk and who was it? Was it RFK Jr.? I mean, he just said that. It was something that they coined together. So he's pointing at what Elon Musk is talking about, merging and then saying, go team humanity. So it could be that he's seeing through it and that Matt's calling it out and saying like, yeah, go team humanity. But I just want to point out that if it's not that, I do see a lot of that in the party where it's kind of like, we're fighting for team humanity and changing everything while not recognizing that you're literally talking to the person who coined that term and they're not part of it. They don't want that. Ian Carroll points this out saying Doge, as in government efficiency, is finally arriving at the root of so many American problems. Real? What? I mean, this is my point. What are you talking about? Doge doesn't even exist yet. It has not even officially become a thing. All they're doing is waxing intellectual, if that, speaking, tweeting about some of these things. And yes, maybe pointing to problems that we all knew were there, but few politicians have made clear. And that's dangerous to me, knowing that they're tapping into something they want, and then clearly putting forward a solution that's not what we want. But coming to the root of all these problems, like why do people framing it like they've revolutionized everything already? It hasn't even happened yet. But he goes, our education system was designed by the Rockefellers to kill curiosity. Now, that's a little bit of oversimplification, but I agree with the general sentiment. He says, suppress genius and manufacture mindless worker slaves. That's the Prussian school system. That's exactly what I'm talking about. I agree with that. Until we reimagine American education, we're not America first. Now, I just find that to be strange. The first sentence I disagree with. Doge is not doing anything of the kind. They may, when it comes about. Right now, they're just speaking out loud. And saying things that are pretty common if you understand this. If you look at the independent media, these things have been common talking points for decades. But the middle part I agree with. The last part says until we reimagine. I find that to be an interesting choice of word that taps into the whole Great Reset thought process. But why would we reimagine education? How about we just go back to actually educating, teaching facts? We don't need to reimagine anything. We just need to stop the broken system. But again, you can argue that's ultimately perspective. But we're not America first until we reimagine American education. It just seems like an interesting point to take. But Blakely says, except it's not. They want to destroy Social Security while protecting every aspect of the military-industrial complex. Anyone who doesn't realize this is a ruse to transfer more wealth to the top is a sucker. I agree. I honestly don't know how you can think that these people are fighting to make anything better. I mean, again, I hope I'm wrong. I simply think the evidence and the information is alarmingly going away from what he thinks he's seeing here. Polly says, keep smooching Elon's behind. A lot of comments down here about it, but you guys can take it for what you will. Now, lastly, I found this to be fascinating. Greg Reese, who we've been highlighting some of his work over the last, year, 6 months. And what I was wondering out loud the last so many times, is he still working with InfoWars? Because, I find it hard to believe, right? Derek simply said, yeah, this has been odd, where he's saying MAGA is now cheering on the North American Union. And they think they're not sheep. Now, again, it's not every conservative, but it is a clear core part of the main Republican aspect of this. And they're talking about taking Greenland. They're putting out maps of all of this United States in Canada. Now, again, the same game where, they're just trolling and you're falling for it. Well, no, you can clearly see a genuine conversation in that. But yes, some of them play it off like they were just kind of just kidding. But it's about not fighting. You're not an outsider rebel. You are the system. You are continuing, but just in a Republican way or in a different way, right? That's the same thing we keep saying. No, Cash is not going to shut down the FBI. They're going to run it the way that benefits them and act like they're changing everything. It's across the board. But Greg Reese was pointing this out, saying you're mad, the Trump supporters, everybody, you're falling for it. And this was that point. Romney pointing out, I thought conservatives wanted smaller governments and decentralization, not Anschluss. He says a united North America, as in Canada, is a primary goal of the NWO. It is. Looks like MAGA is going to hand it right to the cabal. I don't know why people can't see that. Now, as I said, as we suspected, Reese has actually quit InfoWars. He tweeted this yesterday. He says, I have quit my job at InfoWars. The Reese report is now supported by subscribers on Substack. If you'd like to support my work, subscribe at gregreesesubstack.com. Well, good for him. I genuinely think that was a smart move because I think he is highlighting important things that InfoWars is cowering away from. He says, I'm glad he made the decision. With him gone, now InfoWars is just the Elon Trump PR channel and not worth waiting any more time to listen to. And I said, I agree. Reese has been doing solid work for a while now, as we have been highlighting long before it was clear that he left. And I think it's important because my point is that if you should see by now that we're not just blinded by ideology or even platform. I thought he was part of InfoWars, but yet the work he did, I thought was right. So we talked about it. I've done that with things that InfoWars said before, increasingly less likely these days with what we keep seeing. As he says, Democrats officially announced plan to block President Trump from taking office. I mean, look, I keep saying this. That wouldn't be surprising at all to me. I would think that's pretty normal. But what's fascinating is I don't see it. Other than him yelling that, and he says officially announced plan. What are we talking about? When you dig into it, it ends up being something that is not. I mean, well, look, once we get past this and he's inaugurated, I'm going to make a whole point about how a lot of these things were continually stressed as we absolutely for 100% know for sure they're going to stop this, they're going to do that, or what just happened with all the drones. Right? I mean, didn't Alex swear 6 different things were true each day? I mean, I showed you. Why don't we care about that? It's not about Alex. It's about the partisan media and how people will take the moment-to-moment propaganda from people you pretend are truth tellers because it's entertaining. I find it crazy. Richard Willett, of course, points out the obvious as he's deflecting to a Democrat plot, which seems to be the most entertaining thing to say. He says, not a word about this. Musk taking funding from BlackRock and the Saudi royals, again, via Kingdom Holdings, as well as Sequoia Capital and Morgan Stanley. You can only ignore it for so long. That's what we just told. This is the example of the XAI. Elon Musk just took $6 billion more of funding from all the groups he just listed, BlackRock included. If they even brush against BlackRock and they're a Democrat, these people rail on it for a week. But of course, Elon Musk can take direct funding from BlackRock for a machine learning, Twitter machine learning AI program using your information to learn as he's building out AI things around you. I mean, it's my God. As he said, you can only ignore this for so long. Think about what it takes to not highlight that. With everything else you've been saying, we need to start realizing who is out there to truly inform you. And we'll end with a clip from Greg Reese. He writes, Elon Musk has always been a fraud and has all the appearances of an MK Ultra puppet, which is interesting. But I'll leave that for you to think about on the way out. Thank you for tuning in today, guys. Really enjoyed this, quite a long, guys, pretty normal for our time. It seems to be the last 6 months or so, but longer in general than I wanted, but I think it was a good show today. I definitely think the really important, just the way that it all comes together, right? I mean, I don't even know exactly how to frame it. It's kind of multifaceted, but if you get what I was trying to highlight today, there is one real picture to it. And I just think it is very, very transparent. And you could argue that the individual pieces maybe don't know how they're being used, whether that even is Trump and Elon, but it's a consistent direction. Like I said, from previous administrations, like even from just the month so far that Trump has had power, as it were, you can see the same direction. You can see the increasing of the same directions, whether that's foreign policy and Ukraine and Israel, and exactly like we worried was going to happen. And now he's at least said he's going to do what we thought was going to happen, which is different than what he promised, or the artificial intelligence dynamic or the Great Reset dynamic. I mean, it's right on the surface. Just stand up. I mean, really, I honestly think we're closer than we've been in a long time, especially with this rift we're seeing. If you conservatives simply push back and recognize what Greg Reese is going to lay out for you right here, I genuinely think we have the opening for some real change if we can simply recognize the two-party illusion and see that we have government entities, oligarchs, and Zionists who are desperate to push this down the road. And we can do something different. And on that note, I'll highlight the upcoming Greater or the People's Reset, where I will be in Mexico. And I'm going to start pushing that out more as we get closer. There's going to be some codes and affiliate links if you want to join us there and different things coming up. But that's the point of that, right? There is another path. It doesn't have to be a technocratic Zionist one either. I don't know why anybody would think that's the right direction right now, but I'll leave it there. Thank you for tuning in today. I love you all. As always, question everything. Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant.
Pop culture has touted Elon Musk as some sort of eccentric heavyweight genius with humble beginnings. But this is demonstrably false. Elon Musk was born in South Africa, where he claims he grew up extremely poor, but his family owned an emerald mine. As a teenager, Elon would trade emeralds for cash in New York City, and his father bragged how they had so much money we couldn't even close our safe. Musk claims to have had about $100,000 of student loan debt, but he received a full scholarship to the University of Pennsylvania, where he bought a 10-bedroom frat house with his friend Adeo Resi and ran an illegal nightclub. The pop culture claim is that Elon has an IQ of 155, but this has never been tested, and after being accepted into Stanford for PhD studies, he dropped out after 2 days. After dropping out, Elon began his first business venture with his brother Kimball, Zip2, which was essentially a digital version of the Yellow Pages. The brothers received tens of thousands of dollars from their parents, and yet Elon denies this. An associate of Elon's father, Greg Curry, got involved to bring in investors, but Elon's code was no good, so they had to hire on professional coders to rewrite everything. Zip2 was then sold for $307 million to Compaq, who later shut it down without ever earning a profit. Elon made $22 million, bought a $1 million McLaren F1 supercar, which made mainstream news, before he totaled the uninsured vehicle. Musk then went on to create an online bank, X.com. He partnered with banking expert Harris Fricker, Edward Ho, and Christopher Payne. All three ended up leaving the company after accusing Elon of lying to the media about the quality of their product. Elon claims he founded PayPal. Before the company was named PayPal, it was known as Confinity. It was founded in 1998 by Peter Thiel and Max Levchin. After losing millions of dollars, Elon's X.com was bought by Confinity in a merger in 2000. All Musk contributed at Confinity was his own power struggle. He made himself CEO and pushed to change the name to X.com. The executive team successfully petitioned to fire Musk while he was away on vacation. Part of Musk's resignation agreement stipulated that all references to founders of the company will be removed from their website, allowing Elon to claim credit, which so far is all he has ever achieved. Peter Thiel then rebranded the company as PayPal, went public, and sold to eBay for $1.5 billion. Elon made $180 million from the deal, which he then invested into Tesla, SpaceX, and failed company SolarCity. Elon falsely claims to be the founder of Tesla. Tesla was founded in 2003 by Mark Tarpenning and Martin Eberhard, who developed the Tesla Roadster. When Tesla Motors began looking for venture capital, they approached Elon Musk, who had the fake credibility as PayPal's co-founder. Musk joined with the condition that he be named chairman of the board. In emails, Musk was upset that the media was not giving him credit for Tesla Motors and went after Martin Eberhard, replacing him as CEO. He then forced Eberhard out of the company and rewrote the company's history to have himself listed as an original co-founder. Martin Eberhard, the man behind the Tesla Roadster, was promised the first Roadster off the assembly line, but Musk screwed him over on that as well and sent that car into space.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake, honestly.
So who is Elon Musk? Elon describes his father as being an evil, abusive man. His father, Errol Musk, has been accused of being a pedophile and fathered a child with his stepdaughter, who is 42 years younger than him. This spoiled, narcissistic failure, son of accused pedophile, wants to put computer chips in everyone's brain so that we can merge with artificial intelligence. His girlfriend is now bragging how this could all lead to a communist utopia. And strangely enough, former Nazi and head of NASA, Wernher von Braun, predicted a man named Elon would conquer Mars in a 1952 novel that he wrote. Which is odd, because NASA has partnered with Elon's SpaceX to work towards colonizing Mars. Elon Musk, like everything else in today's modern society, is a fraud, a fake genius, just like fake philanthropist Bill Gates and his fake vaccines. Brought to you by the fake news. Here's a pro tip for dealing with the mainstream media and all of pop culture. Assume it's a lie and research everything.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake, honestly.